The east of the Shuangji continent is divided into four regions: the Gale region, the Songlei region, the Cloudwater region, and the Shuanhua region. Each of these four regions governs several counties, and the territory can be called vast. It was a warm, sunny day in April with clear skies and bright ground. Outside the northern suburbs of Ziding City, the main city of the Songlei region, a brocade-clad teenager was lying on the grass on the hillside with a dogtail grass in his mouth, staring at the sky in boredom. We don't know what unpleasant things he thought of. The teenager suddenly spit out the dogtail grass in his mouth. As a result, all the saliva splashed high fell back on his own face. After wiping his face, the teenager slowly got up, yawned a long time, and muttered to himself indistinctly, "Tomorrow I will be 14 years old, so the good days are over. Sir, it's time to go back to the palace." At this time, a guard with a narrow-sheathed long sword hanging from his waist urged softly. The young man sighed and flicked his sleeves. "Go, let me breathe a little longer." Then he leaned against an old tree and looked at the large medicinal field in the valley below the mountain. In the bushes of medicinal flowers of different colors, many farmers carrying bamboo baskets were picking and working. From time to time, farmers carrying full baskets of medicinal herbs could be seen flying into the air and flying to the direction of the Alchemy Valley. And from time to time, farmers carrying empty baskets could be seen flying from the direction of the Alchemy Valley and landing in the medicinal fields to continue picking. The art of flying is something that everyone in the Shuangji continent can learn, which is not surprising. After reaching the age of 14, everyone in the Shuangji can awaken their spiritual veins. At that time, the Dantian will turn into a spiritual pool, and from then on they will enter the first realm of the 9 realms of spiritual energy, the initial glimpse realm, and then they can start practicing various spells. The first one to learn is the art of flying. But this art of flying is different from the Lingxiao art of flying, which can only be learned in the 4th realm of spiritual energy, the Tongyin realm. The highest flying skill is only 100 feet, which is just an ordinary flying skill. The Lingxiao flying skill can reach a height of 1,000 feet directly into the clouds and leap 100 miles, which can be said to be truly flying in the clouds. And these herbal farmers in the valley will never be able to learn the Lingxiao flying skill in their lifetime. It's just because their talents are mediocre. The spiritual vein talent is divided into 3 levels: upper, middle, and lower grades. And the upper grade spiritual veins are further divided into 3 grades, which will not be elaborated for now. Generally speaking, the higher the talent of both parents, the higher the probability of giving birth to highly talented offspring. This is also in line with the saying, "Chickens give birth to chickens, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and mice's sons can dig holes." Therefore, most of the marriages in the Shuangji continent require that the talents of both parties are matched, and it is rare for those with lower grade spiritual veins to marry those with middle or upper grade spiritual veins. The group with the highest talent in each domain is, without exception, the domain master family. As the ruling class of a region, they would certainly try their best to choose people with high talents to marry, to ensure that their offspring's talents are not mediocre and have the capital to continue to serve in the ruling class. And the young man who was dazed on the hillside at this time was a member of this elite group. And he was of good family background, that he was the 8th son of Su Jinhuan, the current domain master of Song, Lei Domain Su Wangting. His mother was Feng Su Aping, the 5th wife of Su Jinhuan, and his spiritual vein talent was the same as Su Jinhuan. Both of them were of the top grade. So he, who was about to turn 14 tomorrow and was about to awaken his spiritual vein tomorrow, was highly anticipated by Su Jinhuan. At this time, the guard with the sword urged again in a low voice, "Sir, go back to the palace early. Tomorrow is your big day. It's better to go back and rest early." What's so good about those herbal farmers? After your spiritual veins awaken tomorrow, you will soon learn the art of flying in the air. After entering the middle 3 realms, you can also learn the art of flying in the sky. How can these mediocre herbal farmers compare? Sir, there is no need to envy them. Instead, they should envy you. Su Wangting scratched his nose and said faintly, "I envy a hammer. I am afraid of heights. I'm worried. I'm afraid that after tomorrow, my father will force me to practice every day, and I won't have a good life anymore." What you said, hasn't it been like this for thousands of years? Su Wangting shook his sleeves and said sadly, "Go back and bring my horse." "Sir, it's getting late. Let me take you back to the palace." "Are you deaf? I'm afraid of heights." "Horses." The next day, north of Ziding City, Lingye Palace City. In the study room of Chengxing Hall, where Su Wangting lived, the domain master Su Jinhuan sat upright. Su Wangting knelt in front of his father and did not dare to look up without permission. An old man with white hair and beard stood silently beside Su Jinhuan, smiling, looking at Su Wangting kneeling on the ground, nodded slightly, and coughed a few times. Su Jinhuan then withdrew his gaze from his son, looked at the old man beside him, and said, "Tinger, raise your head." "Yes, father." Su Wangting dared to straighten his body a little, but still did not dare to raise his head. "Besides being your birthday, do you know what day it is?" Su Wangting bowed and replied, "Father, today is the day when my son turns 14 and awakens his mortal veins to spiritual veins." "That's good to know." Su Jinhuan pointed to the old man beside him. "Elder Songlu once assisted your grandfather, and now he has assisted my father for many years. He is a veteran of 2 dynasties and is highly respected. Today, Elder Songlu will personally help you awaken your spiritual veins. From now on, he will be your master. 8th brother, it is your blessing to be able to worship Elder Songlu as your master. Why don't you quickly pay homage to him?" Su Wangting immediately turned to Songlu and kowtowed 3 times. "Master, I, Su Wangting, pay my respects." Songlu stroked his long beard, smiled, and raised his hand. "Get up and talk." "Yes." Su Wangting stood up and bowed to one side. Songlu bowed to Su Jinhuan. "Domain Lord, the auspicious time has come. Why don't you start now?" Su Jinhuan nodded. "Thank you, Elder Songlu." Songlu slowly walked to Su Wangting's side, rolled up his sleeves, and said, "Domain Lord, don't worry. I predict that Wangting's spiritual veins after awakening should be of the highest quality." Su Jinhuan was refreshed when he heard this, and asked hurriedly, "Why are you so sure, Elder?" Songlu looked up and down at the jade-faced young man in front of him, and smiled. "Domain Lord, why do you ask knowingly?" "I'm afraid. The Domain Lord has already explored Wangting's meridians, hasn't he?" "Haha, Wangting is worthy of being the Domain Lord's bloodline. I also explored his pulse 2 years ago. Among the ordinary veins I have explored in my life, his ordinary veins are the strongest and rare in the world. Domain Lord, you know that the stronger the ordinary veins, the higher the spiritual veins awakened. So in my opinion, after awakening, his spiritual veins must be of the highest quality. And it is the best of the best. As Su Jinhuan had a smug smile on his face. Then, he'll rely on the elder's good words. If so, my Songlei territory will have another strong man with a top-grade spiritual vein, which is a good thing. Then I'll start now. Songlu slowly stretched out his right palm and pressed it against Su Wangting's abdomen. The master will inject a small amount of spiritual energy to stimulate your dantian. At that time, you'll feel a slight spasm in your dantian, and then your dantian will turn into a spiritual pool. When a spiritual pool is formed, spiritual energy will be born. After this spiritual energy flows through your meridians, your mortal meridians will soon awaken into spiritual veins. Haha, don't panic. The awakening process will not cause any pain. It will be very fast. Hearing this, Su Wangting secretly breathed a sigh of relief and bowed his hands and said, "Thank you, master." After speaking, Songlu's palm against Su Wangting's abdomen was slightly shaken, but a trace of spiritual energy was injected into Su Wangting's dantian. Don't panic, my disciple. I have helped many people in your Su family awaken in my life, and no one has ever felt uncomfortable. You should. Songlu stopped talking halfway, because he saw Su Wangting's cheeks suddenly bulge. Songlu frowned and asked in confusion, "Disciple, what are you doing? What's in your mouth?" Puff. A mouthful of blood was sprayed out. Songlu, who was close at hand, was sprayed in the face. Huh. Songlu was shocked and took a step back. "You, an old liar." Su Wangting spit out a few mouthfuls of blood again, and then fell straight on his back. "Disciple, what are you doing that it hurts?" "It hurts." Su Wangting rolled his eyes, tilted his head, and had no reaction. Chapter 2. A Farewell to Two Worlds Elder. What is the meaning of this? Su Jinhuan rushed forward, leaning down to check Su Wangting and Appo's breath. Songlu furrowed his brow as he gazed at the unconscious Su Wangting, inhaling sharply. "This is peculiar." After speaking, Songlu crouched down, grasping Su Wangting's right wrist to feel his pulse. About the time it took to brew half a cup of tea later, Songlu rose and began to pace back and forth in silence. "Elder, what exactly is wrong with Tinger?" Su Jinhuan inquired anxiously. Songlu halted his steps, remaining silent for a moment before uttering 4 words. Unheard of? Su Jinhuan was taken aback. Unheard of? What do you mean? Is there a danger to Wang Ting's life? Song Lu waved his hand, his expression grave. His life is not in jeopardy, but, Elder, please speak plainly. Song Lu narrowed his eyes, looking down at Su Wangting, and solemnly stated, Wangting and Apos. S mortal pulse is unable to awaken into a spiritual pulse. In other words, he is an absolute mortal. Upon hearing this, Su Jinhuan was left speechless. How is this possible? In the Xuanjie continent, how can there be a mortal? Even those common folk, beggars, can awaken a spiritual pulse by the age of 14, albeit of the lower grade. Yet, both his mother and I possess superior spiritual pulses. How could we give birth to a mortal? If the domain lord does not believe, you may personally probe Wangting's dantian and meridians with spiritual energy. Disregarding whether Su Wangting could withstand the stimulus of spiritual energy again, Su Jinhuan extended his palm, forcibly injecting spiritual energy into his body. Instantly, blood gushed from Su Wangting's mouth once more. Soon after, Su Jinhuan abruptly withdrew his hand, looking at Song Lu in disbelief. Indeed, this boy's dantian and meridians showed no sign of change or assimilation under the influence of external spiritual energy. Rather, they exhibited a strong rejection. This is indeed a characteristic of a mortal and amp, Apos, S meridians. How is this possible? Song Lu turned his back, shaking his head. This may not be pleasant to hear. I believe there is only one possibility. What? Song Lu spun around, pointing at Su Wangting. That is, Wangting possesses the bloodline of a mortal, and not that of the domain lord. Nonsense. How can this be? In a furious roar, an orange spiritual light, signifying his profound cultivation, erupted from Su Jinhuan's body. The powerful spiritual pressure instantly filled the study. The beams and pillars of the room creaked under this terrifying pressure. Domain lord, quickly retract your spiritual energy. If this chamber collapses, the news of Wangting's failure to awaken will spread, which would be detrimental to the Su family's reputation. As he spoke, a deep azure spiritual light flickered around Song Lu. He had to summon his own spiritual energy at the Dongshu realm to slightly counterbalance Su Jinhuan's furious and overwhelming pressure. After all, Su Jinhuan was a domain lord, the head of a clan. He understood the weight of these words. Thus, he forcibly suppressed his boiling rage and slowly retracted his spiritual energy. With a grim face, he sat down, grinding his teeth. Family disgrace must not be aired. Elder, please personally bring Fang Suiping here. I will not instruct the guards. Very well. Before long, Su Wangting and Apos, S biological mother, Fang Suiping, rushed into the study with Song Lu. Upon seeing her son covered in blood, collapsed on the ground. Fang Suiping immediately rushed over, cradling Su Wangting in her arms, and hastily pulled out a pill from her bosom, placing it in his mouth. What has happened to Wangting? Su Jinhuan fixed a cold gaze on Fang Suiping, speaking each word with precision. When did you go to the mortal realm? Fang Suiping was taken aback. The mortal realm? Why does my husband ask this? Why would I go to the mortal realm? Then, how could you give birth to a mortal? What? Fang Suiping stared at the Su Wangting in her arms. Wangting, he is a mortal. How? Is this possible? Su Jinhuan narrowed his eyes, sneering. You ask me, but who should I ask? In the Xuanjie continent, no mortal has ever set foot here. Both you and I possess superior spiritual pulses. If we were to have a child of intermediate or inferior grade, that might be acceptable. But how could you give birth to a mortal? It is utterly absurd. Fang Suiping gasped, exclaiming, Husband, do you mean to say I have been unfaithful? Su Jinhuan pointed at the unconscious Su Wangting. Then I ask you, how could I, Su Jinhuan, a superior spiritual pulse wielder, give birth to a mortal? Is this my failing, or yours? There must be an explanation. Fang Suiping vigorously shook her head, tears streaming down her face. I have never been to the mortal realm, nor have I ever interacted with mortals. Please, husband, see the truth. It is well known that if a person from the Xuanjie goes to the mortal realm, they risk regression in their cultivation. Why would I take such a risk? Furthermore, the technique to access the mortal realm, the void break, can only be performed by those at the Hunyuan realm. My cultivation has been stagnant in the Mid-Dongshu realm for many years. How could I go to the mortal realm? Su Jinhuan waved his hand dismissively. The 4 domain lords of the Xuanjie all possess cultivation above the Hunyuan realm. And in addition, there are several Hunyuan experts in each domain. So, does that mean a Hunyuan cultivator from another realm assisted you in going to the mortal realm? What connection do you have with this cultivator? Why did they help you go to the mortal realm? Speak. I have never been to the mortal realm. I am innocent. Despite the overwhelming evidence, she remained obstinate. In a fit of rage, Su Jinhuan unleashed a palm strike, sending a wave of orange spiritual energy directly at Fang Suiping. Fang Suiping tightly protected Su Wangting, using her Dongshu realm energy to shield herself. She let out a muffled groan, enduring the blow. A trickle of blood flowed from her mouth. Though she was trying to hold on, her heart vessel had sustained severe damage. No, do not harm my mother. At this moment, Su Wangting, who had been cradled in her arms, began to regain consciousness. If you wish to kill, then kill me. Do not harm my mother. Bastard, do you think I hesitate to kill you? Stop. Song Lu intervened, positioning himself in front of Su Jinhuan. Domain Lord, until we uncover the truth. Do not take a life. If it is indeed an external expert who assisted the lady in going to the mortal realm, it would be a conspiracy against our domain. It is better to leave a living witness to ascertain the identity of that cultivator. Therefore, I suggest we temporarily detain the lady and interrogate her later. And what of this bastard? Song Lu glanced back at the frail Su Wanting and then quietly stepped aside. He dared not advise further. Who would have the courage to do so in such matters? Su Jinhuan strode over to Fong Suaping, lifting Su Wanting from her embrace, then kicked the injured Fong Suaping aside. However, as he grasped Su Wanting's slender neck, he hesitated. At that moment, the image of Su Wanting and Apos' chubby little face and his babbling childhood memories floated before his eyes. With a soft sigh, Su Jinhuan shook his head. Though you are immortal, you share a bond of father and son with me. You have called me father for 14 years, and I have regarded you as my son for 14 years. Enough, enough. With that, he swiftly formed several hand seals with his left hand, reciting incantations, and then drew a line in the air with his left index finger. Suddenly, the air in front of him began to twist, and a black tear appeared where his finger had passed. The air seemed to be sliced open by a sharp blade. The edges of the tear rippled with the air flowing out from within, revealing a void of unfathomable darkness. Su Jinhuan, stop this. Fong Suaping cried out in despair, fully aware of his intentions. Put down Wanting, let him go. The child is innocent. I have done nothing wrong to you. At this moment, Su Wanting also began to grasp what lay within the gaping tear. He had also surmised that his time remaining in the mystical realm was limited, as was the time he had to see his mother. Thus, his gaze upon her was imbued with profound reluctance. He understood that the moment of their separation was imminent. Mother, Wing Tiang, listen to me. Listen to me. No matter where you are, survive. Live well, do you hear me? A mortal should dwell within the realm of mortals. The mystical realm is not a place for you. As he spoke, Su Jinhuan lifted Su Wing Tiang with one hand and cast him into the abyss of darkness. Mother, survive. Mother. The anguished cries of Su Wing Tiang echoed faintly from within the void. The rift swiftly vanished. From that moment on, the mother and son were parted for 2 lifetimes. My son. Fong Suaping gazed at the place where the rift had disappeared, her wails ringing out in sorrow. Su Jinhuan raised his hand to his chest, as if the void rupture he had just conjured had inflicted some toll upon him. If anyone inquires, simply state that the 8th young master has awakened his spiritual pulse and gone on a journey. This matter is known only to us. It must not be made public. Song Lu cupped his hands in acknowledgement. And what of Madame Fong? Shall she be imprisoned? Su Jinhuan turned away, speaking in a somber tone. Enough of this. She will never divulge anything, no matter the circumstances. How dare she commit such an act that brings shame upon the Su family? Merely killing her would not suffice to quell my resentment. Inform the punishment hall to strip her of her cultivation, pour boiling oil upon her face, sever her tongue, deafen her, and then exile her to the desolate western lands. Furthermore, annihilate her entire clan. Song Lu glanced at the fainted Fong Suaping on the ground and sighed softly. Understood. If anyone asks about the punishment, we shall say that Madame Fong conspired with the outsiders to seize power. Indeed. Chapter 3. Fong Booping in the Mortal Realm, in the northeastern part of Yangzhou, lies Shaolon Village. As dawn breaks, the mist in the mountains begins to dissipate. A young boy, dark-skinned and drenched in dew, is trudging down the hill with a bundle of freshly cut firewood, panting heavily. The boy appears to be around 14 or 15 years old, robust and somewhat naive, easily identifiable as a farmer's child accustomed to the mountains and rivers since childhood. Just as he prepares to set down the firewood for a brief respite, the sturdy lad suddenly halts. He has caught sight of a young gentleman, dressed in splendid garments, reclining on a nearby rock, while a venomous green bamboo viper slithers perilously close to the young man's head, poised to strike his pale cheek. Danger! The sturdy boy shouts and rushes forward with his hatchet. With a resounding thud, the hatchet falls, and the viper's head rolls away. He nudges the elegantly dressed youth with the hatchet, calling out, "Hey, wake up! What are you doing sleeping out here so early in the morning?" Yet, the young gentleman remains unresponsive, eyes tightly shut despite the vigorous shaking. Upon closer inspection, the sturdy boy notices traces of blood on the youth and Apos' face, prompting a gasp of alarm as he steps back. Could it be a corpse? How could a nobleman end up dead in the mountains? After a moment's hesitation, the sturdy boy gathers his courage and approaches once more, extending 2 fingers to check for the young gentleman's breath. To his relief, warmth still radiates from him. However, his gaze is drawn to a jade pendant hanging from the young man and Apos' waist, sparking a thought. Such fortune lies before him. It would be remiss to disregard the generosity of the god of wealth. With that, the sturdy boy bends down and lifts the jade pendant from the young gentleman and Apos' waist. After a moment and Apos' contemplation, he stoops again, this time retrieving a small pouch from the young man and Apos' embrace. Inside, he discovers a string of red agate prayer beads. Just as he is about to continue his search, a gruff voice calls out from behind, nearly causing the sturdy boy to lose his wits. "Hey, no. What are you doing?" "Our way, family. once a respected lineage in the martial arts community, may have fallen from grace, but our teachings and traditions endure. How can you engage in such disgraceful thievery? The boy, known as Hanyo, hastily places the jade pendant and pouch back on the young gentleman, sheepishly replying, "Father, I was merely thinking of exchanging them at the pawn shop in Tonga County for some money to buy good wine and meat to honor you. You foolish child. Return home and recite our family teachings 100 times." The similarly dark-skinned man sets down the firewood and strides over to assess the young gentleman's condition. After checking his breath and pulse, he hoists the youth onto his shoulder, declaring, "It seems he has sustained some internal injuries, but fortunately, they are not severe. Let us head home." The dark-skinned boy, feeling aggrieved, lets out a sigh as he balances 2 bundles of firewood on his shoulders, reluctantly following his father down the mountain. The Wei family home is a modest compound at the eastern edge of Shaolan village, consisting of merely a fenced courtyard and 4 earthen rooms. The man, named Wei Zhenhai, makes a living for himself and his son by scavenging mountain goods to sell in the county town. Now in his 40s. He has remained a widower since his wife died during childbirth, unable to remarry due to poverty. The dark-skinned boy, known as Wei Gang, nicknamed Hanyo, has shared a deep bond with his father for over a decade, relying on one another. Whenever Hanyo misbehaves, Wei Zhenhai would proudly recount their family heritage and teachings, reminding his son not to tarnish the honor of their ancestors. Indeed, Wei Zhenhai speaks truthfully. His family once held a modest reputation in Yangzhou. Their ancestors had built a name for themselves through their skills, eventually establishing a prosperous escort agency in Tonga County, employing numerous martial artists. However, misfortune struck during Wei Zhenhai's grandfather's generation. After a critical escort mission, they were ambushed, resulting in the near annihilation of their kin and martial artists. To compensate, the escort and Amp, Oppo's client, Wei Zhenhai and Amp, Oppo's grandfather had no choice but to relinquish the agency and return to their ancestral home in Shaolan village, leading to their decline. Returning to the present, after bringing the young gentleman home, Wei Zhenhai and his son first fed him some hot soup, then laid him on a bed to rest. By evening, the young gentleman stirred awake, sitting on the bed in silence, tears streaming down his face. No matter how Wei Zhenhai and his son inquired, he offered no response. Assuming the youth was merely in shock, Wei Zhenhai offered some comforting words and encouraged him to rest further. The next morning, the young gentleman rose from the bed. Wei Zhenhai and his son stood with bowls of porridge, watching him closely, fearing he might contemplate ending his life. To their surprise, the young gentleman surveyed the humble earthen home and then bowed respectfully to them, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you both for saving my life." "Ah, you seem to be recovering," Hanyo exclaimed, pulling the young gentleman to sit beside him and serving him a bowl of porridge. "Indeed, it was I who saved your life. If I hadn't intervened, that viper would have surely poisoned you. Hurry and eat while it's warm. I'll catch some good fish later today to help restore your strength." As the young gentleman gazed at the coarse porridge in the ceramic bowl, he frowned. "Live on." A haunting admonition echoed in his ears. Clenching his teeth, he grasped the bowl and began to eat fervently. "Child, eat slowly. There's more in the pot," Wei Zhenhai advised, offering a piece of pickled vegetable. "What on earth happened to you? How did you end up injured in the mountains?" "I do not wish to speak of it," the young gentleman replied, chewing on the pickled vegetables. Wei Zhenhai paused, then chuckled. "Well, if you prefer not to say, that is fine. But where do you hail from? What is your name? Surely you can share that much?" "My home is far away. Even if I told you, you might not know it. Perhaps it's better not to say. My name is Su." The young gentleman abruptly ceased, setting down his bowl and staring blankly at the smoking earthen stove, lost in thought. "Su. There's a Su family in Dawang village, north of Tonga County. Could you be from there?" "Ah, no, I am not from there." The young gentleman snapped back to reality, once again lifting his bowl. "I do not bear the surname Su. You must have misheard. Then what is your surname?" "Fong." At that moment, the despairing visage of Fong Sweeping flashed before the young gentleman and Amp, Oppo's mind. "Fong." Wei Zhenhai pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I have not heard of any Fong family within 100 miles. Perhaps there are some to the south of Yangzhou. What is your full name?" The young gentleman hesitated before declaring, "My name is Fong Buping." "Things of the Fong family are certainly not at peace," Hanyo jested. "Enough, eat your porridge," Wei Zhenhai chided, playfully tapping the back of Hanyo and Oppo's head. "So, your home is quite far?" The young gentleman nodded. "Very far." "How will you return?" A tear slipped from the corner of the young gentleman and Oppo's. I do not know. Do you have any money with you? If not, do you possess any valuable items? I could go to the county town to exchange something for you, enabling you to set out on your journey." With tears brimming, the young gentleman shook his head. "No amount of money will bring me back." What a peculiar statement. No matter how distant, it cannot surpass the horizon. Surely there must be a way? Even if the farthest place, Fengzhou, is 3,000 miles away, as long as there is sufficient fare, one could reach it eventually, albeit taking longer. Yet the young gentleman did not respond, instead asking, "May I know how to address you, uncle?" Wei Zhenhai patted Hanyo and Amp, Oppo's shoulder, smiling. "We both bear the surname Wei. You may simply call him Hanyo, as he is of similar age to you." The young man in splendid attire wiped away his tears, rising to stroll to the doorway, where he gazed vacantly at the chicks pecking at each other in the courtyard. He spoke softly. "Might I inquire, Uncle Wei, if you have ever heard of the Xian realm?" "I have indeed heard of it." The young man in splendid attire suddenly turned around, his expression one of astonishment. He could scarcely believe that a mere villager from this mundane world was aware of the existence of the Xian realm. Wei Jinhai seemed to glean something from the young man and Appo's expression and smiled broadly. It would be quite normal for an ordinary person to be unaware of the Xian realm. The term is primarily known among the martial arts community. To be candid, my Wei family may be down on its luck now, but we were once a renowned family of martial arts. Then, may I ask, Uncle, do you know how one might reach the Xian realm? The young man in splendid attire inquired excitedly, so much so that the jade token engraved with the character and Appos, Su and Appos, at his waist swayed slightly. Who else could this young man be but the illegitimate son cast into the mundane realm by Su Jinhuan? Su Wangting. No. Now. He is known as Fong Buping, for he feels an overwhelming sense of injustice regarding the plight of himself and his mother. An injustice that is unbearable. Chapter 4. Legends. How does one reach the Xian realm? Wei Jinhai seemed taken aback by the question. Indeed. Fong Buping nodded emphatically. This. Wei Jinhai scratched his head, a wry smile on his face as he lifted his bowl of porridge for a sip. My child. Let me put it this way. The journey from the mortal realm to the Xian realm exists solely in legends. Fong Buping spread his hands. A look of unwillingness on his face as he remarked, since martial artists in the mortal realm are aware of the Xian realm and Appos' existence. They must have encountered someone from there or witnessed others successfully reaching it, correct? At that moment, Black Bull nodded vigorously in agreement, exclaiming, Yes, father. I too am quite intrigued by the tales of the Xian realm. Do share. Go practice your internal skills. Wei Jinhai waved his hand at Black Bull, suggesting he should later stroll by the river to catch some fish, shrimp, and wild vegetables. Black Bull sighed and reluctantly got up to leave. Once he confirmed that his son was indeed beginning to practice in the courtyard, Wei Jinhai's expression suddenly tightened, and he spoke gravely. My child, I do not understand why you, at such a tender age, are so deeply concerned with matters of the Xian realm. I suspect there must be some reason behind it. There is. Fong Buping replied succinctly. What reason? It and Appos, as hard to say. Fong Buping curtly declined to answer again. Wei Jinhai was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, saying, Quite amusing indeed. Your straightforwardness is refreshing, my dear nephew. I appreciate it. Very well. Since we have some idle time, I shall regale you with the tales of the Xian realm. Consider it a story for your amusement. Fong Buping clasped his fists, a serious expression on his face. Thank you, Uncle Wei. Do you know what the ultimate pursuit of martial artists is? What is it? Wei Jinhai stood up, a look of admiration on his face. To attain enlightenment. Enlightenment? Wei Jinhai nodded. Yes, enlightenment, which is the path to the Xian realm. It is the dream of all martial artists. Upon hearing this, Fong Buping suddenly understood. So that is it. Just like the cultivators of the Xian realm. Ascending to become immortals is their shared ultimate dream. At this moment, Wei Jinhai continued. The reason it is called a dream, the reason it is a legend, is because to successfully attain enlightenment, 1 in 10,000 may succeed, and in a millennium, perhaps only one. It is said that one of the ancestors of the Yangling Mountain Sword sect, one of the 4 great martial arts sects, successfully attained enlightenment. Thus most discussions of enlightenment in the martial world are passed down from those who witnessed that ancestor and Appos' success. What conditions must one fulfill to successfully attain enlightenment? Wei Jinhai popped a piece of pickled vegetable into his mouth and chewed as he spoke. In general, there are 3 primary conditions. What are the 3 conditions? Fong Buping immediately pressed for an answer. Wei Jinhai raised a finger. First, your martial arts and internal cultivation must reach the pinnacle. The martial artist's vitality is divided into 6 realms, ascending from the lowest to the highest, shattering stone, breaking gold, shaking earth, transforming wind, retaining sparrow, and half-shang immortal. To put it plainly, the current leaders of the 4 great martial arts sects are all at the transforming wind stage. While only 500 years ago was there a monk from Iron Mountain Temple who reached the retaining sparrow stage. As for the half-shang immortal, only the ancestor of Yangling Mountain, who succeeded in attaining enlightenment over 1,000 years ago, achieved that. So, it means that finding someone who can cultivate their vitality to the half-shang immortal stage is a rare occurrence in a millennium? Fong Buping followed up. Wei Jinhai nodded, raising 2 fingers. Correct. However, even if your vitality reaches the astonishing half-shang immortal level, that alone does not guarantee enlightenment. There are further conditions. The second condition is, those who reach the half-shang immortal stage must attain enlightenment. Once successful, it is said that the Dantian transforms into a spiritual pool, and the mortal veins become spiritual veins, with the surrounding vitality dissipating and being replaced by spiritual energy. At that point, one can say that this person is no longer an ordinary mortal. Fong Buping nodded slightly, seemingly contemplative. This is quite similar to the cultivation system of the Xian realm. If one wishes to ascend to become an immortal, they must first cultivate to the pinnacle of the 9 realms of spiritual energy, the primordial realm. Upon successful enlightenment, the spiritual pool will give birth to immortal roots. And at that time, what flows through the meridians will no longer be spiritual energy, but immortal energy. Fong Buping silently thought that if he was not mistaken, the third condition that Uncle Wei was about to mention would be opportunity. After all, opportunity is one of the 3 conditions for cultivators of the Xian realm to ascend to immortality. Indeed, at this moment, Wei Zhenhai raised 3 fingers and said, the third condition is opportunity. Specifically, this opportunity refers to the 9 pieces of ink jade scattered across the 9 provinces, also known as the 9 chapters of enlightenment. Once they manifest, they become the coveted treasure of all martial arts sections. Their pursuit of the ink jade is not for the impractical goal of enlightenment. Rather, they believe that if their sect possesses the chance for enlightenment, it would greatly enhance their reputation and make them seem more formidable. Where are these 9 pieces of ink jade scattered? Wei Zhenhai shook his head. Unknown. They have yet to manifest. In the extreme northern frigid lands, there exists a towering ice mountain reaching 1,000 zhang, with an indestructible iron gate frame at its peak. This is the gate to enlightenment. When a person reaches the half-zhang immortal stage and successfully attains enlightenment, they can place the 9 pieces of ink jade into the 9 grooves on the gate frame, and then the gate to enlightenment will open, allowing entry into the Xian realm. Once someone who has attained enlightenment steps through the gate, the 9 pieces of ink jade will ascend into the sky and scatter throughout the 9 provinces. So it means, since the last enlightenment over 1,000 years ago, the 9 pieces of ink jade have yet to manifest? Yes. Is that so? Fong Buping lowered his head, counting on his fingers. 1 must reach the pinnacle of vitality, 2 must attain enlightenment, and 3 must gather the 9 pieces of ink jade. It seems that any one of these 3 conditions is indeed of legendary difficulty, let alone fulfilling all of them. Who could argue otherwise? Thus, even the leaders of the current prestigious sects regard the matter of enlightenment as mere idle chatter, not genuinely pursuing it. After all, it is simply too difficult. So much so that it seems unrealistic. Even in another millennia, a successful ascendant may not emerge. Although it is difficult to the point of being unimaginable, it remains the only way to return to the Xian realm from the mortal realm. At this moment, Fong Buping clenched his fists tightly, secretly contemplating, it is also the only way to see my mother once more. What do you think, young man? The matter of enlightenment. Just hearing about it is thrilling. ISN and Oppos. Tiet? What? Could it be that you also hail from a family of martial artists? Fong Buping hesitated for a moment, stammering, I have practiced a set of sword techniques. The Xian realm consists of 4 domains, 2 of which utilize swords and 2 that employ blades. The Songlei domain is one that employs blades. Thus, Fong Buping began practicing the external blade techniques of the Songlei domain, the Thunderbolt blade technique, from a young age. Have you ever practiced internal skills? Wei Zhenhai inquired further. Fong Buping shook his head. No. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhenhai immediately spread his hands. Oh dear, how can that be? No wonder you were injured and fainted in the mountains. It must have been due to neglecting your internal skills. Internal cultivation is the foundation. External techniques are merely the fade. If you do not cultivate your vitality to enhance your internal skills, then no matter how sharp your external techniques are, they will be of no use. Martial artists must begin with internal cultivation. That is the proper path. How does one commence the cultivation of vitality? Naturally, one must enter a martial arts sect and then practice the internal cultivation methods of that sect. May I ask, uncle? Fong Buping pointed to Black Bull, who was squatting outside in the courtyard, holding a large stone in both hands. What is he doing? Practicing our Wei family's internal skills. Fong Buping raised an eyebrow, holding a large stone, to practice internal skills? Shun and Amp, Oppos, T1 be sitting cross-legged? Wei Zhenhai let out a light scoff, a proud look on his face. What do you know? This is our Wei family's unique internal cultivation method. Though it may seem somewhat unrefined in posture, it is highly practical. Fong Buping suddenly knelt down, clasping his fists as he implored, I earnestly beseech Uncle Wei to impart this internal skill to the younger generation. Wei Zhenhai was taken aback. Chapter 5. The greatest misfortune is to have no descendants, child. Please get up, Wei Zhenhai urged in a fluster, trying to pull him up. Yet, Fong Buping stubbornly refused, lamenting, if the uncle is unwilling to pass on his teachings to the younger generation, then I shall not rise. Wei Zhenhai sighed lightly, shaking his head. You truly are a peculiar child. Given your attire, one would assume you hail from a wealthy family, with a mere 1,000 taels of silver. It would be an easy task to seek out a prestigious sect. Why, then, do you wish to learn the humble martial arts passed down in my family? I am anxious. Fong Buping blurted out. Anxious? About what? In short, I implore you, uncle, to impart your internal cultivation techniques to me. Upon finishing, Fong Buping began to bow repeatedly. Oh dear, this one and Oppos, T-do. Wei Zhenhai exerted his internal strength, forcibly lifting Fong Buping. It is not that I am unwilling, but this is my family's treasured art. How can I casually share it with someone outside my clan? My ancestors would condemn me. Hearing this, Fong Buping grew increasingly agitated, pacing like an ant on a hot stove. Suddenly, he halted, surveying the earthen dwelling anew. He looked up at the thatched roof. "Child, what are you looking at?" Wei Zhenhai asked, perplexed. Fong Buping nodded. "I have discerned something." "Discerned what?" "You are quite poor." Wei Zhenhai nearly lost his footing. "What if I could help you become less poor?" Wei Zhenhai was taken aback. "What do you mean? If I could ensure that you and your son live a prosperous life henceforth, would you then share your internal techniques with me?" Wei Zhenhai scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. "That is out of the question. It is said that poverty cannot sway one and oppose as principles. How could I casually pass on what my ancestors have bequeathed to me to an outsider? Is that so?" Fong Buping chuckled lightly, turning his gaze toward Hanyu, who was practicing in the courtyard. "Uncle Wei, if I am not mistaken, with your current poverty, it is likely that Hanyu will find it difficult to marry in the future, one and oppose, teehee?" This statement struck a chord with Wei Zhenhai. Ever since Hanyu and Appo's mother passed away, he had not remarried. Did he not desire companionship? Nonsense. A man would naturally yearn for such things. However, due to his dire financial situation, no matchmaker was willing to approach him. After much inner turmoil, Wei Zhenhai chuckled sheepishly. "Though you are young, your words cut straight to the heart." "Indeed. You speak the truth. Hanyu's future prospects weigh heavily on my mind. If he cannot marry and bear children, our Wei family line will come to an end. Compared to passing on our family's martial arts to an outsider, I fear that the end of our lineage would provoke my ancestors' wrath even more." Noticing Wei Zhenhai's softening stance, Fong Buping smiled subtly and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, as the saying goes, there are 3 forms of unfilial conduct, and having no descendants is the gravest." "Precisely," Wei Zhenhai said, assisting Fong Buping to sit down. Rubbing his hands together, he wore an increasingly obsequious expression. "But how could you possibly help us escape this poverty?" Without hesitation, Fong Buping produced a small pouch that Hania had previously found. He poured out a string of red agate prayer beads onto the table. "This is a rare string of red agate beads. In my hometown, it could easily fetch 2,000 taels of silver." Wei Zhenhai and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. "Such a trinket is worth that much? Do not believe me? Feel free to take it to a pawn shop or jewelry store. Afterward, you can impart your internal techniques to me. I believe you, I believe you." Wei Zhenhai carefully cradled the beads in his hands, inspecting them closely. "Once sold, 1,000 taels will serve as payment for your family's internal techniques, while the other 1,000 will cover my expenses during my time training at your house. Is that sufficient?" Wei Zhenhai nodded vigorously. "Yes, absolutely. Oh, this means Hania won't have to worry about marriage, and I can build a few brick houses and acquire some livestock and land. We will no longer suffer from poverty." After speaking, Wei Zhenhai fetched a handkerchief to carefully wrap the beads, tucking them into his robes. "While the day is still young, I will head to Tonga County to exchange these beads. It's not far. I should return before nightfall." "Wait." Wei Zhenhai paused at the doorframe, turning back with concern. "Young Master Fong, are you perhaps having second thoughts?" Fong Buping waved his hand, smiling. "It is not that. I noticed that Hanyu is wearing a patched coarse cloth garment. When you return, please bring him a few new clothes, and also a few for me. My attire is hardly suitable for training." Wei Zhenhai looked him over, sighing. "I must say, your outfit is worth quite a sum as well." "Very well, I shall bring you both some new garments." Watching Wei Zhenhai exit with a spring in his step, Fong Buping chuckled softly to himself, muttering, "Indeed, it is worth it. My attire alone is worth at least 300 taels. My jade belt is worth 3,000 taels. The gem-encrusted golden crown upon my head is worth 2,000 taels." And, as he spoke, Fong Buping removed a jade pendant intricately carved with a totemic pattern from his waist, gently caressing the character Su surrounded by the carvings. His jaw tightening. "This trinket is utterly worthless." With a sharp crack, the exquisite jade pendant shattered into pieces. Once Wei Zhenhai departed, Fong Buping felt a wave of boredom wash over him. After meandering through the earthen rooms a few times, he noticed Hanyu, who had been practicing with a large stone. Finally moving. "Let today's training conclude here," Hanyu announced, placing the stone down and wiping the sweat from his brow. "Phew, I'm exhausted." Seeing this, Fong Buping hurried over, grinning. "Hanyu, are there any amusements in this village? Take me to see." Though he had faced great trials, he still retained a youthful spirit. However, Hanyu shook his head, a wry smile on his face. "As a child of a poor family, I spend my days either working or training. I have no time for leisure. You can rest here. I must go catch some fish and gather wild vegetables, or else there will be no dinner tonight." With that, Hanyu strapped a machete to his waist, grabbed a fishing net, and hurriedly headed toward the river. Thus, left with nothing to do, Fong Buping amused himself by playing with some chicks in the courtyard before stepping out of the gate to wander through the village. Xiaolan village was small, with only around 40 households, so the sight of a finely dressed young man strolling about quickly drew the villagers' attention. They whispered among themselves, speculating about the handsome stranger's sudden appearance. Fong Buping was acutely aware of their reactions and regretted not changing out of his elaborate attire. Just as he felt awkward, the sound of rapid hoofbeats approached. He turned to see a dozen galloping horses bursting into the village, each rider wielding a broad blade. An elder in the village raised his arm and shouted, "This is grave. Bandits are here." The scoundrels from the Yu Mountain gang have returned. Those with daughters or young wives, hurry and hide. Before he could finish, the elder suddenly froze. An arrow had pierced his chest. You old fool, shout again. A burly man wielding a short bow charged forward, reining in his horse and grinning wickedly as he surveyed the frightened villagers. Thud. The elder fell backward, blood gushing from his mouth. The bearded giant cast a glance at the approaching comrades and bellowed, Villagers, both young and old, there is no need for alarm. We, the mountain bandits, seek only riches and mean no harm. At this moment, another burly man, with a sly grin, interjected. And let us not forget our interest in the fair maidens. Upon hearing this, the band of robbers erupted into hearty laughter. Their raucous guffaws echoing like the roars of wild beasts in the mountains, instilling a deep-seated fear within the trembling villagers. Chapter 6. The Spirit of Youth at this moment. The burly man with a beard waved his hand, signaling his companions to cease their laughter. He then bellowed, Fear not, villagers. Do not let my brother intimidate you. This time, our wandering mountain gang seeks only riches, not women. Is that not a benevolent offer? Ha ha. If there are any valuables within your homes, do present them voluntarily. It would save us the trouble of searching each house, and perhaps spare you the loss of your lives, would it not? Upon hearing these words, the villagers hesitated not a moment before returning home to retrieve their wealth, presenting it with both hands. They understood the grim reality. Resisting and risking death was far less appealing than surrendering their possessions. After all, life itself was the most precious commodity. This seemed to be a lesson the villagers had learned all too well, for they were clearly not strangers to the misdeeds of the wandering mountain gang. However, after the bearded man and his accomplices collected the silver, they did not fulfill their promise to depart. A dozen ravenous gazes roamed hungrily over the young wives and maidens present. Observing this, the bearded man laughed heartily. Ha ha. Look at you pathetic creatures. Losing your wits at the sight of women. Very well, let us indulge this time. Seize a few of the more comely lasses to take back and relieve our brother's frustrations. Shameless scoundrel. A sudden outburst interrupted him. The bearded man paused, scanning the crowd of villagers, and roared, Who dares insult me? The villagers immediately parted, creating a path, revealing a lone figure standing defiantly in the center, Fong Buping. You, Fong Buping. He spun around, incredulous, staring at the villagers who had chosen to hide away. The disbelief was etched on his face. He could not fathom how they would so readily betray him. An elderly woman sighed, gazing at the lifeless body of an old man on the ground, and softly said, Young man, do not hold it against us. It is not that we lack loyalty. But if we were to protect a foreigner like you, who knows how many of our own would pay the price? Alas, why must you seek to display your bravado? Meanwhile, the bearded man scrutinized Fong Buping from head to toe, grinning widely to reveal his yellowed teeth. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a delicate young master has emerged from this rustic village. Oh my, quite handsome indeed. Come, search this young lord. He may possess something of value. Yes. A bald man dismounted from his horse, swaggering toward Fong Buping with a sinister grin. Fear not, young master, we shall not kill you. By your attire, it is evident you hail from a wealthy family. It would be far more profitable to extort a ransom from your parents than to offer you as a sacrifice. However, we shall certainly give you a thrashing for your disrespect towards our wandering mountain gang. As the hulking figure approached, Fong Buping swallowed hard and instinctively took a step back. What kind of hero bullies an unarmed man? Oh, and what do you propose? Give me a knife. Despite feigning composure, Fong Buping and Appo's voice quivered. The bald man halted, feigning a wounded expression. Brother, this young lord wishes to practice with me. Ha ha. The bandits erupted into laughter. A seemingly fragile scholar dared to challenge a seasoned rogue. It was indeed amusing. The bearded man clutched his stomach, laughing until he could hardly breathe, waving his hand dismissively. Let the young master have a knife then. Let him play a little. It will be a source of entertainment. The bald man turned, shaking the broad-bladed knife in his hand. Young master, this knife is not to be trifled with. One wrong move, and you may well sever your own throat. You want a knife? Very well, I shall lend you this one. I shall entertain you unarmed. Fong Buping shook his head. I am not accustomed to wielding such a broad blade. Oh, are you being choosy? The bald man laughed, gesturing to his comrades. Come, choose from among my brother's weapons. Fong Buping's gaze darted among the bandits until it settled on a narrow-sheathed long knife hanging from a saddle. It was a goosewing knife, a type of slender blade, and it closely resembled the knife he had practiced with since childhood, the Thunderstrike blade technique. That one. Fong Buping pointed to the black-sheathed long knife hanging from the saddle. The bald man turned to look and chuckled. Hey, old six. This young master has taken a liking to your knife. What say you? Let him have a go. Without hesitation, the man named Old Six retrieved the knife from the saddle and tossed it to the bald man. Third brother, just entertain him. Do not accidentally kill this young master. We still need to extort a ransom from him. The bald man caught the knife and turned, shaking it before Fong Buping. Young master, I have brought you the knife. But I worry that with your delicate limbs, you may struggle to wield it. Survive. Fong Tsuaping's final words echoed in Fong Buping's ears once more. Drawing a deep breath, he clenched his jaw and extended his right hand fiercely. Hand it over. The bald man scoffed, tossing the goosewing knife toward him. Snap! Fong Buping caught the blade with one hand, swiftly tucking it into his belt. He then positioned himself sideways, knees slightly bent, leaning forward, his left hand steadying the hilt, while his right hand slowly grasped the handle. This sequence of movements flowed seamlessly. Oh? The bald man raised an eyebrow, taking in Fong Buping's stance, surprised to find it somewhat impressive. Surely, this young master had often hosted performances at his estate. The pose resembled that of an actor. Haraha! The raucous laughter of the bandits erupted once more, their mocking gazes filled with anticipation, eager to see how their comrade would toy with this pretentious young master. If you are a man, grant me one request. Fong Buping suddenly shouted. The bald man raised his hand, sneering, Speak, young master. If I win, you shall leave the village at once, taking not a single woman with you. Furthermore, you are never to return to plunder again. At this, the bald man was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter as though he had heard the grandest joke. These villagers just betrayed you, and yet you wish to risk your life to protect them? Should I call you foolish or simply naive? Fong Buping found himself at a loss for words. Momentarily speechless. Indeed, he could not comprehend why he would stand up for those who had betrayed him. It made no sense. Regret washed over him. He wished he had restrained his impulsive outburst. The bald man, now appearing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. Fine, fine. If you win, we shall depart. Is that agreeable? TSK. Why must you seek to be a hero? Remember, when calamity strikes, even spouses flee from one another, let alone a foreigner such as yourself. Do you really think they will remember your kindness? Nonsense. They blame you for provoking us, fearing you will bring them to ruin. Do you not believe it? Hearing this, Fong Buping turned to the villagers who had retreated to the edges. Indeed, the looks in their eyes revealed no trace of concern or gratitude, only venomous disdain. In that moment, he fully understood. His seemingly righteous act had rendered him a laughingstock. At this moment, to admit a mistake and submit in hopes of avoiding a severe beating? Impossible. The proud young man could never stoop to such acts of humiliation for the sake of saving face. Even if he knew he was wrong. Even if regret gnawed at his heart, he would stubbornly persist in his folly. This is the folly of youthful pride, impulsive and obstinate. Thus, Fong Buping, with a resolute demeanor, waved his hand defiantly and gritted his teeth, saying, Then, come, let us see what you've got. The bald giant, suppressing a chuckle, took a step forward. Coming to a halt about 3 paces away from Fong Buping, he yawned lazily, standing in a relaxed manner, showing no signs of readiness to engage. Starkly contrasting with Fong Buping's unwavering stance, poised to draw his sword. Fong Buping fixed his gaze on the crimson-sheathed sword slung over the giant's shoulder and asked in a deep voice, Aren't you going to draw your sword? The bald giant shook his head, not drawing. If I were to draw against a mere child like you for a bit of sport, how could I ever hold my head high in the martial world? Just be careful not to slice your own throat. I still hope to collect a ransom from you. I will, of course, be cautious. Just as the words fell from his lips, the bald giant felt a sudden jolt in his chest. Furrowing his brow, he slowly looked down and gasped in shock. A glimmering long knife had already penetrated his chest. You! The bald giant jerked his head up, staring wide-eyed at the young man before him, but a sweetness flooded his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. I never expected you to possess such skill. You should not have underestimated me. With that, Fong Buping forcefully withdrew the blade. Swish! The long knife emerged, dripping crimson, raised high. As that bright red cascaded onto the muddy ground, a thud resonated. The bald giant fell back, lifeless. I was careless. The giant's chest gradually ceased its rise and fall. His wide eyes remained unclosed. Witnessing this scene, the bandits stood agape, while the villagers gaped in shock. For a moment, silence enveloped Xiaolan village, broken only by the occasional snort of horses. Now, for the first time wielding a blade to kill, Fong Buping gasped for breath, unable to believe he had truly done it. Swish! The long knife was sheathed. The young swordsman closed his eyes, exhaled deeply, and with a grim smile towards the heavens, murmured, Mother, I never imagined my first encounter with an adversary would be against a mere mortal in this small village. Before long, the young man slowly opened his eyes and gazed directly at the bearded man on horseback. I have one. You may leave. Chapter 7. The joke. The burly man with a beard roared, leaping high from his horse and landing squarely atop Fong Buping's head. I shall slay you, you little brat. With both hands gripping his sword, he raised it high, and with a whistling sound, the blade descended like a mountain crashing down upon Fong Buping's crown. Clang! Sparks flew as Fong Buping hastily raised his goose-feather knife to block the blow. With a loud crash, the knife slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. He staggered backward, nearly toppling over, feeling as though every bone in his body would shatter under the impact. A sudden wave of nausea overcame him, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the ground. The burly man twirled his sword and squinted at the youth who had fallen so easily, his brow furrowing. Just moments ago, the boy had drawn his blade with such confidence and precision, yet now, he exhibited no internal strength whatsoever. Fong Buping, with his right hand trembling and blood trickling from his mouth, defiantly declared, If If I had practiced internal martial arts, your fate would be the same as that bald man's? Oh, indeed. The burly man kicked the corpse of the bald man and stomped his foot in frustration. Old 3. You were careless. To die at the hands of a boy devoid of power. If this gets out, where will the face of our wanderer gang be? Therefore, we must silence him. With that, the burly man suddenly turned, glaring at the dazed villagers, intent on wiping out every last one, leaving no survivors, including this brat. As his words fell, the massive sword in his hand swung down, aimed directly at Fong Buping and Amp, Apos' face. At that moment, the dazed Fong Buping, sprawled on the ground, lacked the strength to defend himself, let alone evade or flee, and could only watch in horror as the sword soared toward him. Ding! A flash of cold light suddenly appeared before Fong Buping and Amp, Apos' eyes. The blade was mere inches from his forehead when it abruptly halted. He swallowed hard and dared to raise his eyes. Before him stood a long sword that had pierced the burly man and Apos' weapon. Looking at the burly man, he noticed the sword had slipped from his grip, and he was now clutching his numbed right hand, staring in shock at the sword that had caught his own. Clang! The burly man's sword was casually tossed aside by the newcomer, who surveyed him coolly, stating, "You are robbers, are you not?" It was then that the burly man snapped back to reality, assessing the sudden appearance of this man. Clad in a white robe and appearing to be in his 20s, he possessed striking features, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an aura of heroism. A scabbard intricately adorned with floral engravings hung from his waist, while his left hand rested behind his back, and his right hand held a similarly engraved long sword. Poised and ready. "Who are you?" the burly man asked, his voice trembling slightly, awed by the strength emanating from this individual. The man in white chuckled softly and leisurely uttered 3 words. "Nie Yunfei." The burly man gasped, taking several stumbling steps back, exclaiming, "You are the first disciple of the Yangling Mountain Sword Sect, the Storm's Swordmaster Nie Yunfei?" Nie Yunfei nodded in affirmation. The burly man felt darkness cloud his vision, nearly collapsing. The profound martial arts heritage of a prestigious sect was not something a mere rogue or bandit could contend with. An elite disciple from such a revered sect could easily annihilate a small faction, let alone the first disciple of the foremost sect, known as the Storm Swordmaster. Taking a deep breath, the burly man suppressed his fear and bowed respectfully, saying, "I was unaware that the Storm Swordmaster was here. I apologize for any disturbances caused." Nie Yunfei waved his sword casually, his voice icy. "I am asking you a question. Are you robbers?" The burly man swallowed hard, forcing a grin. "My brothers are merely trying to make a living." Nie Yunfei replied with an "oh," and continued, "Are you aware of the rules of our righteous sect?" The burly man bowed deeply. I am somewhat ignorant. Please enlighten me, Storm Swordmaster. If we encounter evildoers, we slay one if there is one. 10 if there are 10, an entire gang if there is a gang. This is the rule of our righteous sect." Upon hearing this, the burly man was taken aback. We brothers only seek some wealth. We mean no harm. I implore the Storm Swordmaster to show mercy. And I swear that we will turn over a new leaf and never engage in robbery again." Nie Yunfei pointed toward the old man who had been shot dead by an arrow. "Is that so? Then, how did that elderly man die? That is of no consequence. Will you take action, or shall you let us end our own lives?" The burly man retreated continually, pleading, "No need to trouble yourself. Before I die, I wish to ask the Storm Swordmaster for one favor." "Speak. I am willing to die, but could you spare my brothers?" "Impossible." After a firm refusal, Nie Yunfei shook his sword and stepped toward the burly man, resolutely stating, "They must be eradicated. Master, please wait." At that moment, a young girl in white attire floated down from the hillside, gracefully landing beside Fong Buping. Fong Buping looked up in astonishment at the girl, who appeared to be around 15 or 16, her beautiful eyes reflecting the stars and moon, gently rippling. Her skin was as fair as snow, and a few strands of hair danced in the wind. "Junior sister Lin, what is it?" Nie Yunfei turned his head to glance at the girl behind him. "Have you forgotten? Our master is devoted to Buddhism. The other day was her birthday, and she vowed before the Buddha not to take life for 10 days. Hasn't Apos, our master, repeatedly reminded us of this? We must not kill during these 10 days." Nie Yunfei clicked his tongue lightly, sheathing his sword. "Indeed, I had temporarily forgotten." Upon hearing this, the burly man felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his shoulders and suddenly knelt down, clasping his hands together and weeping profusely. "Thank you, Buddha, for granting my brothers a chance to be reborn. Thank you." Ling Yun raised her right hand, lightly brushing off the dust on her sleeve, and stated coolly, "You should be thanking my master." The burly man repeatedly bowed, crying out, "Yes, yes, thank you, Madam Sect Leader of Yangling Mountain, for your mercy." Unexpectedly, Nie Yunfei shifted his tone, sneering, "But my master merely forbids us from killing." The burly man froze at these words. "What do you mean by that?" Nie Yunfei waved his hand and declared, "Leave one ear behind and depart swiftly. Should you engage in wrongdoing again in the future, I shall not spare you." As soon as he finished speaking, the burly man seized his sword and, without hesitation, cut off his left ear. It seemed he feared delaying would cause the Storm Swordmaster to change his mind. Swish. Blood splattered. Nia Yunfei quickly retreated a few steps. Avoiding the spray. Thud. An ear fell to the ground. Hurry. The burly man shouted at his brothers, as if the pain of severing his ear was now insignificant. Urging them to do the same, quickly. Cut off your ears and thank the Storm Sword Master for sparing our lives. The sound of blades echoed as the dozen or so bandits gritted their teeth and turned their knives on their own ears, cries of agony ringing out. Nia Yunfei pointed toward the village entrance, commanding, "Leave." "Thank you." The burly man galloped on horseback. And soon the sound of hooves echoed as over 10 swift steeds burst forth from the village entrance. Glancing at the bloodied ears strewn across the muddy ground, Nia Yunfei furrowed his brow. Just as he turned to depart, a sudden clamor erupted behind him. Upon looking back, he beheld the villagers of Xiaolan kneeling on the ground, bowing deeply in reverence to him. Without uttering a word, Nia Yunfei merely nodded slightly, acknowledging their gratitude. He then turned and approached Fang Buping, who remained slumped on the ground. Gazing up at the young man, whose mere reputation had frightened off the bandits, Fang Buping and Apos' teeth clenched audibly in frustration. At that moment, he comprehended a vital truth. Without true strength, one's attempts to stand out would only render them a laughingstock. "Have you never cultivated internal energy?" Nia Yunfei inquired. Looking down at Fang Buping. With a sullen expression, Fang Buping grunted in response and struggled to rise. Nia Yunfei appraised the youth, who was of similar stature to himself, and remarked with a faint smile, "I observed your sword-drawing technique from a distance. It is commendable. The speed at which you drew your blade without internal energy is rare, indicating your diligent practice of external swordsmanship. If you diligently cultivate your internal energy in the future, I believe your sword will become swifter still." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Fang Buping begrudgingly replied, "Thank you for your guidance." His reluctance to express gratitude was palpable, for in the eyes of those from the Xian realm, even the mightiest of mortals were regarded as insignificant as ants. Thus, it was exceedingly difficult for Fang Buping, once a noble son of the Xian realm, to accept counsel from a mere mortal. He had yet to fully come to terms with the fact that he had been reduced to a commoner. He refused to believe that he truly bore the blood of a mortal. Nor could he accept the notion that his mother had once traversed the mortal realm and betrayed Su Jinhuan. Remember, one must begin martial arts with internal cultivation. Mere external techniques will not suffice in the Jianghu, Nia Yunfei concluded, and with a sharp command, he leaped gracefully into the dense woods on the mountainside. To Fang Buping's surprise, a young girl bent down to retrieve the Yinling blade, delicately presenting it to him with her fair hands. In a soft voice, she remarked, "Your heart is good, but next time, think carefully before attempting to save someone. Do not engage in foolish acts that may cost you your life." With that, the sound of her garments fluttering in the wind filled the air as she too leaped into the forest. A piece of white silk drifted down from above. But the girl, unaware, vanished into the trees. Fang Buping looked up, and the silk landed squarely on his face. A faint fragrance of orchids wafted from the silk, enveloping his features. The boy and Apos' heart trembled, and in a fluster, he hastily removed the silk from his face, clutching it in his palm as he stared blankly in the direction where the girl had disappeared. At that moment, Fang Buping found himself less averse to the teachings of mortals. Chapter 8. The 6 Realms of Vitality under the indifferent gazes of the villagers. Fang Buping trudged toward the humble abode of the Wei father and son, his head hung low. To his surprise, he discovered that the Black Bull had also appeared among the observing villagers. The Black Bull scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Brother, I didn't mean to." "Enough," Fang Buping interjected, waving his hand to cut him off. "Had you recklessly rushed out to save me just now, you would undoubtedly have met your demise. Preserving one and Apos' life is not a matter of shame, so do not burden yourself with guilt." "Huh, I am the more foolish one." With that, Fang Buping resumed his path forward, while the Black Bull followed behind, his expression filled with remorse. Upon returning to the Wei household, the guilt-ridden Black Bull immediately busied himself around Fang Buping. He first brewed a cup of coarse tea for him to rest, then retrieved a piece of cured meat from the earthen wall of the stove, something their family would only indulge in during the new year, and set it to steam. He then hurried to the riverside to gather a net, preparing a bowl of fish soup, and finally sought a bowl of river shrimp and what appeared to be long-preserved lard. He presented Fang Buping with a sumptuous lunch, a feast considered extravagant by rural standards. To claim that Fang Buping was not upset with the Black Bull would be disingenuous. However, seeing the extent of the Black Bull's efforts in preparing the meal, his anger dissipated significantly. He took a piece of cured meat and, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "Are those brigands truly formidable?" The Black Bull nodded vigorously. "Indeed. The reason that Bald Fellow was slain by you was entirely due to his carelessness. Had he fought you seriously, with your lack of internal energy, you would have stood no chance against him. In our village, my father was not the only one with some skill. There was also an Uncle Song, whose abilities were comparable to my father and Apos'. When the mountain robbers first invaded our village, Uncle Song was the first to stand up. And then, guess what happened?" "What?" Fang Buping inquired. With a sigh, the Black Bull shook his head. The leader of the mountain robbers, a burly man with a beard, did not even use weapons. With just a few punches, he effortlessly killed Uncle Song. My father remarked that the fellow and Apos' internal energy far surpassed that of Uncle Song. Therefore, over the years, whenever the mountain robbers returned to plunder, my father dared not act rashly. It is not that he fears death, rather. He worries about me becoming an orphan without both parents. Fong Buping nodded slightly. Thus, it was prudent of you not to recklessly rush out to save me today. Otherwise, your father would lose his only heir, and the Wei family might face extinction. Upon hearing this, the Black Bull grinned foolishly. So, does that mean you are not angry with me? Fong Buping sipped the fish soup, savoring its delightful flavor, and waved his hand. Let it go. Given this meal, I shall forget the matter. Oh, by the way, what does your father believe about that burly leader and Apos' internal energy level? The Black Bull munched on his rice, replying indistinctly. My father said that fellow's vitality should be at the late stage of the stone-shattering realm, close to the metal-breaking realm. Metal-breaking? Fong Buping rolled his eyes, recalling what Wei Zhenhai had mentioned before leaving about the 6 realms of a warrior and Apos' vitality, specifically the 2nd realm. Indeed. Could you explain to me how these realms of a warrior and Apos' vitality are delineated? Fong Buping asked curiously. He was genuinely intrigued. In the Xian realm, practitioners could easily distinguish spiritual energy levels by the color of the aura emitted when they harnessed spiritual energy. Different levels produce different hues, making identification straightforward. But how was one to discern the levels of vitality in the mortal realm? The Black Bull looked at Fong Buping and Apos' earnest expression and chuckled. It's quite simple. Take the first realm of vitality, stone shattering. The name itself is quite self-explanatory. It means one can shatter a stone the size of a watermelon with bare hands, indicating that one's vitality has reached the stone-shattering realm. Fong Buping exclaimed, oh, so the 2nd realm, metal breaking, means one can break copper and iron with bare hands? Exactly, the Black Bull affirmed. Now, what about the 3rd realm, earth shaking? The Black Bull put down his chopsticks and clapped his hands. That is indeed impressive. If you place a bowl of water on the ground and stomp your foot from a distance of 10 feet, if you can make the water splash out of the bowl, then you have reached the earth-shaking realm. Fong Buping raised his hand. Continue. What is the next realm? The next realm is called wind transformation. As he spoke, the Black Bull stood up, his demeanor turning serious. Currently, only the leaders of the 4 major clans possess this realm. When one and Apos' internal energy reaches a certain level, they can project their energy outward. When throwing a punch, one can create a punch wind. When wielding a sword, one can generate a sword wind, capable of injuring an opponent from afar. To be recognized as having reached the wind transformation realm, one must be able to, well, how should I put it? One must attain the level of wind transformation itself. Fong Buping was taken aback. Your explanation is as good as nothing. The Black Bull scratched his head, looking perplexed. How do I put it? For instance, if a gust of wind carries flower petals, and you stand 2 yards away when you strike with your palm, if you can use the force of your palm to counteract the incoming wind, causing the petals to fall to the ground 2 yards away, then that is considered reaching the wind transformation realm. Now that makes sense. Please, go on. What is the next realm called? Bird retention. Yes, bird retention. What does this mean? Wind transformation indicates that vitality can be projected outward, while bird retention means one can retract the outward projected vitality, controlling it at will. If you hold a sparrow in your hand, and you can open your palm without allowing the sparrow to fly away, that signifies you have reached the bird retention stage. Fong Buping furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before asking, is this truly impressive? The Black Bull raised an eyebrow. To reach this stage is not merely impressive, it is downright terrifying. Imagine this, before you even approach someone. They could use their left palm to pull you toward them from a distance, controlling your body, while their right palm sends a gust of energy your way, rendering you a mere puppet, helpless against their assault. Before you even get close, you could meet your end. Would you not consider that impressive? Fong Buping nodded slightly, pondering. If that is the case, well, among mortals, it is indeed formidable. What are you saying? Every person in this world is mortal. Are you implying you are a celestial being? Haha. Fong Buping waved his hand. Enough with the banner. Please, tell me about the final realm, a half-yard immortal. What does that signify? The Black Bull began to pace dramatically, shaking his head and nodding. The half-yard immortal. That is extraordinary. Tell me, in the imagination of the world, immortals are all capable of flight, correct? Fong Buping shook his head. Not necessarily. Not only immortals can fly. The Black Bull paused. Not necessarily? What do you mean? Fong Buping scratched his head, uncertain how to explain. In the Xian realm, all beings could indeed fly, a concept beyond mortal comprehension. He couldn't very well claim to be from the Xian realm, for the Black Bull would surely think him mad. He shrugged his shoulders, feigning nonchalance. Right? Immortals can indeed fly. And then? The Black Bull, with a mysterious air, continued, what if I told you that? Mortals can fly too. Mortals can fly. Fong Buping exclaimed in astonishment. The Black Bull chuckled softly. Of course, it is not real flight. That would be an exaggeration. When your vitality is powerful and your control reaches an extraordinary level, no, that term is too crude. It should be said that when you reach an unfathomable state, you can manipulate your vitality from any part of your body at will. At this stage, one can emanate vital energy from the soles of their feet, allowing the body to levitate half a foot above the ground, facilitating swift movement akin to gliding. Thus, it is aptly termed the half-foot immortal. Fong Buping squinted his eyes. To have practiced to this extent, merely to lift one's feet off the ground and drift about like a specter? I would rather call it the half-foot ghost. Ah, how could you say such a thing? The realm of the half-foot immortal signifies a mastery over the ebb and flow of vital energy, a formidable achievement. Let me elucidate, should you attain this state. You could remain stationary and still vanquish foes from afar. Fong Buping raised an eyebrow. Remain still? How does one defeat enemies then? For at that moment, every part of your being would be capable of manipulating vital energy with ease, requiring neither strikes nor weapons. Even before approaching, your adversaries would be under your distant control or already vanquished. With but a single gesture, one could take a life. Does that not resemble divine prowess? Hence, those who reach the half-step immortal realm are often referred to as immortals among men. Immortals among men, Fong Buping murmured, staring blankly at the glistening, steam-cured meat, lost in thought. To successfully penetrate the mysteries and cultivate vital energy to the level of the half-foot immortal is a requisite condition. Yet, even the current leaders of the 4 great martial arts sects in the mortal realm have only attained the 4th realm of vital energy, transforming wind. Thus, the difficulty of cultivating vital energy to the realm of the half-foot immortal is beyond comprehension. No, it is unfathomable. Chapter 9, A Heavy Heart by Nightfall, Wei Zhenhai, who had gone to Tonghe County town to sell pearls for money, had yet to return. Why hasn't he come back yet? Hanyo sat at the entrance of the courtyard, having gazed towards the village road countless times. Eventually, he set a stool at the village entrance, waiting vacantly for his father's return. Perhaps the journey is too far, and with the darkness, your father has found a place to rest, intending to return early tomorrow. Fong Buping consoled him. Hanyo shook his head. In the past, no matter how late it was, my father would always hurry back. Tonghe County town is merely over 30 miles away. At my father's pace, he could reach there in less than half a day. Considering the time spent selling pearls, he should have returned by now. It seems someone is coming, Fong Buping suddenly remarked, pointing to the path outside the village. Upon hearing this, Hanyo quickly rose and squinted into the darkness. Indeed, he could faintly discern a figure hastening towards him along the dimly lit path. Father, you finally returned. Hanyo rushed forward, but upon recognizing the person's face, he froze. The figure approaching in the dead of night was not his father, nor anyone from his village, but rather a man named Su Sankai from a neighboring village, who often accompanied Wei Zhenhai into the mountains. Uncle Su, why have you come here so late? Hanyo inquired. Oh dear. Hanyo, this is terrible. Su Sankai stumbled forward, nearly colliding into Hanyo. Your father is dead. You must hurry and retrieve his body. What? Hanyo gasped. I said your father is dead. Hurry and collect his body. Su Sankai shouted, his words punctuated by spittle flying from his lips. My father is dead. Hanyo felt darkness engulf him, his legs buckling beneath him. Fong Buping quickly supported him and asked, what on earth happened? Su Sankai, voice heavy with sorrow, recounted, this morning, I was driving my ox cart to the city to sell grain when I encountered your father, and we traveled together. Later, on our way back, we were ambushed by the Yushan gang. Fong Buping was taken aback. The Yushan gang? Su Sankai nodded vigorously. Yes, the Yushan gang. But curiously, I noticed that they were all missing an ear. They demanded to rob us. To save my life, I willingly handed over the silver I earned from selling grain and even gave them my ox cart. But your father, he clutched a few silver notes and refused to part with them. And as a result, unexpectedly, Fong Buping waved his hand and spoke candidly. I do not have the time to haggle with you, nor am I inclined to watch your theatrics. This jade belt is worth at least 3,000 taels. I am in urgent need of money, so let us settle at 2,500 taels, shall we? Enough with the idle chatter. If you agree, provide me with the banknotes. If not, I shall promptly head to the jade shop across the street. 2005. The shopkeeper furrowed his brow, appearing quite troubled. Although his hopes of swindling had been dashed, he nonetheless felt a surge of joy within. It is worth noting that he could easily sell this jade belt for 3,200 or 300 taels more. How could he not rejoice at a pure profit of 7 or 800 taels? Refusing, are we? Very well, then, I bid you farewell. Fong Buping grasped the jade belt and turned to leave. Wait. The shopkeeper exclaimed, hastily blocking Fong Buping's path, his face adorned with a forced smile. Let us not be hasty. 2,005 it shall be. I will give it. 1,000 taels per note, 2 notes, 100 taels per note, for notes. That totals 2,400 taels. What of the remaining 100 taels? The shopkeeper calculated swiftly. I shall take that 100 in cash. Small coins will suffice for my expenses. Very well. I shall prepare that for you. After receiving the banknotes in cash, just as Fong Buping was about to leave the pawnshop, he seemed to recall something, turned back, and inquired, what about the clothes I am wearing? Will you accept them? The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, then examined Fong Buping from head to toe before nodding. Indeed, they are of fine material and exquisite craftsmanship. I will accept them. And how much will you offer? The shopkeeper raised a finger. 100 taels. 200 taels, no bargaining, and I require 4 sets of ordinary clothing as well. What say you? The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment before clapping his hands. Agreed. Will this 200 taels be in cash or banknotes? Fong Buping smirked. 100 in banknotes, 2 notes. Understood. Chapter 10. 5 years later the following noon, Hania wrapped Wei Zhenhai's body in a straw mat and placed it on a plank. Just as he was about to step out to seek help from the villagers to carry his father to the back mountain for burial, he was pleasantly surprised to see Fong Buping returning with a cart. Even more astonishing was the sight of a finely crafted coffin and a large basket filled with paper money and other funeral supplies on the cart. How much could this possibly cost? Hania gently caressed the coffin, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Such an exquisite coffin quickly drew the attention of the villagers. Seated on the cart, Fong Buping pulled out a handful of silver coins and said nonchalantly, I need 2 people to dig the grave and cover it, 2 taels each. Who will do it? We brothers will. 2 strong young men stepped forward immediately. Fong Buping tossed 1 tael of silver to each of them. After completion, I and Appos, LL give you another tael. All right. The 2 young men joyfully hurried home to fetch shovels and hoes, heading straight to the back mountain. At that moment, Fong Buping inquired, Is there a stonemason? I am. An old man stepped forward. How much for a good tombstone? The old man pondered for a moment before replying it would require 5 or 6 taels. I'll give you 8 taels if you can make a good one in a hurry. Good. The old man was elated. Fong Buping threw 5 taels of silver to him. Upon completion, I and Appos, LL give you 3 more. Then Fong Buping patted the coffin beside him and asked, Who is willing to carry the coffin? A burly man stepped forward, chuckling awkwardly under normal circumstances. It is our duty to carry the coffin when someone dies in the village. Talking about money makes it feel distant. Fong Buping waved his hand. Enough of the pretense. You were just robbed clean by the U Mountain gang. How could you not want to earn some money? How about 2 taels each? The burly man thumped his chest. I'll find the people. I'll take this job. Very well. Next, who will handle the Suona and the rituals? I will. A woman stepped forward. My brothers specialize in playing the Suona for funerals. I will go find them. They know a few masters, and I can bring 1 or 2 along. Fong Buping nodded slightly. Very good. Go find them. You will not be shortchanged. At this moment, Fong Buping stood up on the cart and announced loudly, Next. On behalf of the Wei family, I invite the entire village to feast for 3 days. Each table will be arranged according to the standard of 3 taels. Who will take this on? I. Suddenly, the atmosphere became lively. The cart was immediately surrounded by the village women, all eager to take on this lucrative task. Once all the tasks were assigned, the villagers dispersed to prepare. At that moment, Hania stood at his courtyard gate, utterly astonished. Brother, this kindness is too great. How can I ever repay you? Fong Buping jumped off the cart and patted Hania and Appos, as shoulder. You've called me brother. Saying such things feels distant. Moreover, both you and your father saved my life. Giving Uncle Wei a grand send-off is nothing. 3 days later, after a grand funeral, Wei Zhenhai's coffin was buried in the back mountain. Thanks to the silver, Wei Zhenhai departed with great honor. And Hania felt a deep sense of comfort. To the surprise of the villagers and Fong Buping, after the 7th day of mourning, Hania set fire to the humble earthen house where he had lived with his father for over a decade. Watching the fierce flames, Fong Buping calmly asked, Does this mean you are leaving the village? Hania nodded. Until this revenge is avenged, I, Hania, do not deserve to be called a son. But seeking revenge against the U Mountain gang now would only lead to your demise. If Uncle Wei knew, he would surely fault you for your recklessness. Hania closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face. I understand. Therefore, I shall make the world my home, honing my skills in the martial realm until I am strong enough to slay those beasts. Fong Buping sighed deeply, contemplatively saying, Indeed. If certain deeds are not undertaken, one is not worthy of being a son. I am the same. Hania wiped his tears and turned to the resolute Fong Buping beside him. Then shall we brothers set forth together? All right. Shall we depart now? Let us go. And so, under the bewildered gazes of the villagers, the 2 young men, with grim smiles on their faces, strode out of the village together, leaving Xiaolan village behind. Hania, to what level have you cultivated your internal strength now? My father often scolded me for being slow-witted. After practicing for over 10 years since childhood, my internal energy has yet to reach the stone-breaking stage. But do not worry. Along the way, I will thoroughly explain to you the Wei family's internal cultivation technique. The holding stone skill. You are undoubtedly more intelligent than I, and in just a few years, you will surely reach the stone-breaking stage. All right, then I shall. Give it a try. Oh, by the way, what is the external skill practiced by your Wei family? It's a boxing technique called Wei Family 24 Paths of Mountain Opening Fist. I can teach it to you as well. Never mind. Learning your Wei family and Appos' internal and external skills would be rather greedy. I wish to, who would dare to say otherwise? At that moment, the setting sun painted the sky blood red, and the laughter of the 2 youths gradually faded along the dusky country road. 5 years later, in the northwest of Yangzhou, amidst the Tiansong Mountains, a tall and robust man with dark skin, donning a pair of black iron gauntlets, stood panting in the center of a dirt courtyard of a mountain stronghold. At his feet lay the bodies of over 10 burly men. Their gruesome deaths evident from Taizan Temple stands as one of the 4 great martial arts sections. Observing the profound interest of a certain monk, Hanyu decided to recite some key phrases from the Baoshi Gong technique to the monk, hoping to receive valuable insights. To their surprise, the monk, after listening attentively, advised them to abandon the pursuit of this particular internal cultivation method. Consequently, both Hanyu and Fang Buping inquired about the reasoning behind his counsel. The monk explained that the internal cultivation method was overly simplistic and crude, originating from a local martial arts lineage that lacked sophistication. He further articulated that the speed of cultivating vital energy was painfully slow, starkly contrasting with the superior techniques of renowned martial arts schools. Eager to learn the esteemed internal cultivation methods, they pressed the monk for guidance on how to acquire such knowledge. After a hearty laugh, the monk proclaimed that one must first enter a prestigious sect and become an official disciple to access the internal cultivation techniques of that school. Upon hearing this, Hanyu and Fang Buping resolved to seek enrollment in a prominent sect. However, the monk dashed their hopes by revealing that they had forfeited their chance to join a major sect, as these esteemed establishments typically do not accept individuals who have already practiced other schools' internal and external techniques. Generally, they only accept those with potential and no prior martial arts foundation. Following this revelation, Fang Buping and Hanyu ceased their practice, feeling lost and directionless, spending day and night idly by the river, uncertain of how to continue their training. Yet, 5 days later, in the depths of the night, Fang Buping suddenly sprang to his feet with the vigor of a leaping carp, startling the half-asleep Hanyu. In that moment, an intriguing possibility dawned upon him. Chapter 11. The Ink Jade Fragment in the realm of the mystical. Fang Buping, aside from his childhood dedication to practicing external martial arts and knife techniques, had also diligently memorized the foundational qi refining techniques of the Zhang Lei domain, the purple gold scripture. All of this was a preparation for the cultivation that would follow the awakening of his spiritual veins. However, to his dismay, all these preparations proved futile, as he inexplicably descended into the realm of mortals and was expelled from the mystical realm. That fateful night, a thought struck him, whether in the world of mortals or among the practitioners of the mystical realm. Both utilized their respective internal cultivation methods in a specific sequence and at particular times to circulate qi through their meridians and acupoints. The distinction lay in the essence being circulated. For practitioners, it was primordial energy, while for cultivators, it was spiritual energy. What if he employed the methods of the mystical realm and Appos, qi refining techniques to cultivate primordial energy? Would that be feasible? Thus, Fang Buping risked damaging his meridians and began circulating primordial energy through his body using the purple gold scripture. The result was astonishing. Not only did he feel no discomfort, but he also sensed that the speed of his primordial energy cultivation far surpassed that of the Baoshi Gong. The two methods operated on entirely different levels of efficiency. From that point onward, Fang Buping and Hanyu continued to cultivate primordial energy using the purple gold scripture. The most immediate consequence was that Hanyu, a man of average talent, managed to elevate his primordial energy to the breaking gold realm within 5 years. Initially, Hanyu had inquired about the name of this internal cultivation method and its origin. Fang Buping, caught off guard, concocted a tale, claiming it was an internal technique from a small sect in his homeland, and after much deliberation, named it the supreme method of thunder and fire. The absurdity of the name was apparent, yet the honest and simple Hanyu believed him wholeheartedly, nearly causing Fang Buping to collapse in disbelief. At that moment, Hanyu had scavenged over 1,000 taels of silver notes and some loose change from the bandits and Appos corpses, which he eagerly thrust into Fang Buping and Appos as hands before resuming his search among the remains. Just as Fang Buping was joyfully counting the silver, Hanyu and Appos, as sudden exclamation startled him, causing him to jump. What is it now? Look. Hanyu rushed over, pressing an object into Fang Buping's palm. Upon closer inspection, Fang Buping gasped in astonishment. The object was a rectangular piece of pitch-black jade, an ink jade fragment. Could it be one of the 9 fragments of the Tong Xian 9 chapters? Hanyu shook his head in confusion. I don't and Amp, Appos, Tino. I and Amp, Appos, VE only heard rumors that there are 9 fragments. But I can't and Appos, T be sure if this is one of them. Could it be the long-lost Tong Xian 9 chapters has resurfaced? Where did you find this? Fang Buping asked, his curiosity piqued. Hanyu gestured towards the bandit leader's body. It was hidden on him, close to his person. Fang Buping took the ink jade fragment and gazed up at the sun. Under the sunlight, he could faintly see emerald green wisps of energy swirling within it. Heavens! If this truly is one of the Tong Xian 9 chapters, we may be in grave danger. Hanyu looked puzzled. What do you mean? Isn't it said that once the Tong Xian 9 chapters appear, they become coveted treasures pursued by martial sects? Just imagine, if others find out we possess this. We would be hunted down by countless experts. Goodness! Let's dispose of it quickly, he exclaimed. Dispose of it? Not a chance. Fang Buping carefully tucked the ink jade fragment into his robes, a smug smile gracing his face. This is exactly what I was dreaming of. Who would have thought I and Appos, D actually come across one? Hanyu chuckled. So, you plan to gather all the Tong Xian fragments and attain transcendence? Fong Buping smirked. Transcendence or not, can't I keep it just for my own amusement? Hanyu waved his hand, nearly striking Fong Buping in jest. I don't care what you intend to do with that trinket. If you like it, keep it. Now, let us go for a drink. If anyone dares to come after it, I, Hanyu, will protect it with my life. Haha, let us go drink. Thus, the two mounted their horses and galloped towards Tonga County, which they had not visited in 5 years. Upon entering the largest tavern in Tonga County, known as Frost Moon Tower, Hanyu had long heard tales of its renowned braised pork, said to be so exquisite that it attracted gourmands from afar. Eager to experience this legendary dish, they made their way directly to Frost Moon Tower. However, upon their arrival, Hanyu was taken aback by the overwhelming crowd inside. Ah! Esteemed guests, a young waiter rushed over, his face contorted with embarrassment. Unfortunately, the place is fully booked today. Hanyu frowned. Fully booked? The waiter nodded vigorously. Yes. Today is the 60th birthday celebration of Lord Su from the Yoshing Escort Agency, and they've reserved the entire venue. Would you gentlemen consider returning another day? The mention of the Yoshing Escort Agency caused Hanyu and Appo's teeth to clench. It seemed this agency held significant weight in his past grievances. Fong Buping recalled that Hanyu had mentioned this agency was founded by his ancestors. During his great-grandfather and Appo's time, they had fallen victim to a conspiracy, losing a precious escort mission, resulting in the near annihilation of their lineage's martial practitioners and ultimately their agency being handed over to the mission's owner, who bore the surname Su. Though it was later uncovered that the escort mission was a scheme orchestrated by the Su family. The already diminished Wei family could do little but watch as the Su family expanded their business, even establishing branches in other cities of Yangzhou. It could be said that Hanyu and the Su family of the Yoshing Escort Agency were sworn enemies. Seeing the disappointment and indignation on Hanyu's face, Fong Buping patted his shoulder and then tossed a silver ingot to the waiter. Today, we intend to savor your braised pork, no matter what. So, find a way for us to sit. A tavern of your size should be able to accommodate 2 more, don't you think? The waiter, holding the silver ingot, looked troubled. To be honest, while it wouldn't be difficult to find a place for you, today is Lord Su's birthday banquet. If they discover we've seated other customers, it might lead to trouble for us. Very well. Fong Buping pretended to reach for the silver ingot. If that and Appo's, that's the case, we won't impose further. We'll take our business elsewhere. Wait. The waiter quickly dodged Fong Buping and Appo's hand, then tucked the silver into his own pocket. How about this? If you two don't mind, I can move a small table to the kitchen, and you can dine there. What do you say? Fong Buping raised an eyebrow. The kitchen? Is there enough space? With a banquet in progress, the chefs and helpers will likely be quite busy. Wouldn't we be sitting right next to the stove, risking a ladle swinging at our faces? The waiter waved his hands repeatedly. Not at all. You'll see for yourselves. Our kitchen is quite spacious, and the area you would sit in is a good distance from the stove, at least 2 yards away. Even the longest ladle wouldn't reach you. After a moment of hesitation, Fong Buping shrugged. All right then, the kitchen it is. Lead the way. Certainly. Please watch your step, gentlemen. Chapter 12. The trouble arising from the braised pork hock. Indeed, as the waiter had mentioned, the kitchen of Shuangyue Tower was vast and spacious. The stove and preparation table were situated on the western side, while the eastern expanse lay completely empty, merely piled with firewood. Here we go. The waiter huffed as he brought over a small table, diligently wiping it down with a cloth. Gentlemen, please sit. The tea will arrive shortly. What would you like to eat? You order, Fong Buping suggested. With the raucous laughter and chatter of the members of the Yoshing Escort Bureau echoing from outside, Hanyu appeared somewhat displeased and replied sulkily, You choose. I can eat anything. Very well, Fong Buping agreed, turning to the waiter. 2 plates of braised pork hock. We'll each have 1 and indulge ourselves today. Understood. 2 plates of braised hock. The waiter called back to the kitchen. After a moment's thought, Fong Buping added, 1 plate of braised beef, a whole chicken, and a few side dishes for drinking. Oh, and 2 jars of Huadia wine. Got it. Please wait a moment. I'll arrange it right away. Before long, the dishes were served. Fong Buping devoured the meat and drank heartily, exclaiming how delicious it was. In contrast, Hanyu hardly touched his food, choosing instead to drink silently. Hey, brother, this braised hock truly lives up to its reputation. Hurry and eat. It won't taste as good once it cools down. It's all about that warmth. You eat. Don't mind me. Hanyu downed another bowl of liquor. If you keep drinking without eating, you and Appo's get drunk quickly. Then let me get drunk, Hanyu retorted, pouring another bowl down his throat. Fong Buping sighed and placed a hefty piece of braised hock into Hanyu's bowl, urging, Think of it this way. Take it 1 step at a time. You've avenged your great grievance, which is indeed something to celebrate. Why the long face? We have enough silver, if you wish to revive your family business. I'd be happy to help you start another escort bureau. We have thousands of taels to spare for that. Upon hearing this, Hanyu finally picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the braised hock, chewing thoughtfully as he said, It's not about reviving the family business. It's just seeing those who harmed the Wei family reveling outside. That weighs heavily on my heart. What are your plans moving forward? You need to find a way to make a living. Fong Buping tactfully shifted the topic. And you? Fong Buping took a sip of wine and smiled. Whatever you wish to do, I will accompany you. You may set aside your martial pursuits, but I still need to keep practicing. Haenyo, taking a sip of his drink, inquired, what drives you to train so diligently? You've never disclosed it over the years. Can you not share it now? To comprehend the profound, Fong Buping replied casually. See, you and Appos, being evasive again. Haenyo did not believe him. Knowing that even if such words came from a master of a great martial sect, most martial artists would be skeptical. Fong Buping set down his chopsticks and said nonchalantly, let me put it this way. I wish to return home. Haenyo furrowed his brow upon hearing this. You just reminded me. You've never told me where you come from. Why not just go home? What does that have to do with martial arts? Fong Buping chuckled lightly, picked up his chopsticks again, but instead of food, he fiddled with a peanut. Your father has asked me before, and I merely said it was inconvenient to discuss. After that, he stopped inquiring. Don and Amp, Appos, press me on it, brother. I have my reasons for not saying. One day, I will tell you. Haenyo raised his wine bowl, hesitating for a moment before nodding firmly. All right. Whenever you wish to tell me, do so. I want to ask again. Come, brother. Let us drink. Today, I am happy, so let us not mention any grievances. Cheers. Fong Buping lifted his bowl and downed his drink. At that moment, a robust middle-aged man stumbled into the kitchen, and his unsteady gait revealed that he was quite intoxicated. Who made the dry-fried yellowfish? The middle-aged man shouted upon entering. A chef, smiling nervously, replied, Sir, that was my creation. The drunken man waved his hand dismissively and slurred. Do you even realize how salty it is? Today is Lord Su's 60th birthday, and you made the dish salty. What does that mean? Are you looking down on our Yoshing Escort Bureau? The chef quickly shook his head. Oh dear, I would never dare to offend the Yoshing Escort Bureau. I truly did not intend for the dish to be salty. As the chef approached to steady the drunken man, he awkwardly smiled. Sir, why don't you go sit down? The kitchen is smoky. You Don and Amp, Appos, want to choke. I'll send over a few dishes as a birthday gift for Lord Su. How does that sound? Choke me? I want choke. The drunken man pushed the chef aside, then staggered toward Fong Buping and Haenyo, exclaiming, Hey, look at this. Xuanyue Tower, huh? Today, we booked the entire place, and you dare entertain others in the kitchen? As he bent down to steady himself on the small table, he splashed the wine from their bowls. Am I not right? You dare to entertain guests in the kitchen when we booked the place, right? Indeed, Fong Buping replied, taking a bite of food nonchalantly. You are quite bold. Do you even realize today we booked the venue, yet you still dare to come in and eat and drink? But you Haven Tea booked the kitchen, Fong Buping quipped with a sardonic smile. Bold, how dare you talk back to me? Do you know who I am? Fong Buping nodded, I know. Oh, ha, you know? Then tell me, who am I? Fong Buping beckoned with his finger, come closer, and I shall whisper it to you. Whisper? You little rascal. The drunken man leaned in closer. Suddenly, Fong Buping seized his ear and declared, word by word, a person who ought to leave immediately, lest he be beaten. My brother says you should leave. Haenyo, unable to contain himself any longer, grasped the drunken man by the neck and effortlessly lifted him off the ground with one hand. You, how dare you? Let go of me. Do you know who Lord Su of the Yoshing Escort Bureau is to me? You cannot afford to provoke me. The drunken man's face turned crimson as he struggled, but no matter how he tried, he could not budge Haenyo's grip. If you dare mention that wretched Escort Bureau's name in front of me again, I will crush you. Do you believe it? Haenyo and Appos' forehead throbbed with veins. Barely containing his fury, I am the esteemed lord of the Yoshing Escort Bureau. With a sharp crack, the drunken man's head tilted, his eyes glazing over. Fong Buping raised an eyebrow. I hope you Haven Tea killed him, have you? Haenyo released his grip, and the drunken man slumped to the floor like a pile of goo. Fong Buping crouched to check his pulse and found he was indeed lifeless. Haenyo stared blankly for a moment before asking, is he really dead? Fong Buping glanced at the astonished chefs and shook his head. Feigning nonchalance, no, he has merely fainted. Haenyo let out a sigh of relief, sat down, and took a sip of wine. Then it's no problem. Let us continue drinking. TCH. What a buzzkill. How about we just call it a day? As Fong Buping spoke, he retrieved 2 ingots of silver and placed them upon the table. He then gave Haenyo a knowing wink, suggesting that it was time to retire for the evening, and that they could indulge in further libations the following day. Haenyo cast a glance at the motionless drunkard on the ground, and it seemed he grasped the implication. Promptly rising to his feet in agreement, saying, indeed, let us rest first and drink again tomorrow. However, just as they were about to take their leave, a sharp-featured chef, having discerned their intent, hurled his large spoon aside and bolted from the kitchen, shouting frantically at the guests of the banquet, This is terrible. A murder has occurred. A murder. Someone has been killed in the kitchen. Members of the Yoshing Escort Agency have been slain. Chapter 13. The inability to master lightness skills at the utterance of that voice. The once boisterous hall of Xuanyue Tower fell into an abrupt silence. The protagonist of this birthday banquet, Su Tianrong, the current master of the Yoshing Escort Agency, furrowed his brow and fixed his gaze upon the chef, in a low voice demanding. What did you just say? Someone has been killed? Someone from my escort agency? The chef nodded repeatedly. Yes, in the kitchen. How audacious. To kill a member of my escort agency during my birthday banquet? Who is responsible? Su Tianrong rose abruptly, his eyes blazing with fury. The chef pointed behind him, too. Young men, unfamiliar faces, I do not recognize them. Who killed a member of my agency? Su Tianrong pressed. I do not know the deceased. I also do not recognize. Su Tianrong flicked his sleeve towards his eldest son, Su Kuan. Hurry and check the kitchen. Yes. Su Kuan hurriedly left the table and dashed towards the kitchen. Before long, Su Kuan returned, his expression fraught with anxiety, exclaiming, It's bad, father. The deceased is. Having his birthday banquet disrupted, Su Tianrong was already in a furious state, and upon seeing his son hesitating, his ire intensified. He slammed his palm onto the table, demanding, Speak. It's my brother-in-law, who has been murdered. What? Your brother-in-law has been killed? Su Tianrong was momentarily stunned, then swiftly turned to look at his daughter beside him. She rolled her eyes and fainted instantly. What about those two men? Su Tianrong inquired again. Father. Those two fled through the small door of the kitchen. Su Tianrong waved his hand fiercely, shouting, All of you go chase them. Everyone. If we do not catch those two rascals today, what use is there in supporting you all at Yoshing Escort Agency? With that, a clamor erupted as the male guests swiftly exited Shuangyue Tower, mounting their horses and splitting into several groups to pursue the two individuals. The vast Shuangyue Tower became desolate in an instant. To the astonishment of the Yoshing Escort Agency members, they managed to easily corner the two. Fang Buping and Hanyu had barely left the city when they were overtaken by over 20 martial artists from the escort agency, who surrounded them within a sparse grove of willows. The ease with which they were caught was attributed to two reasons. First, their horses were tied at the front of Shuangyue Tower, leaving them to flee on foot through the back door. Second, despite their progress in internal skill training over the past 5 years, they had not mastered lightness skills. Seeing that the two were incapable of lightness skills, the martial artists immediately regarded them with scorn. After a cacophony of insults, two martial artists boldly approached to bind them. However, unexpectedly, Hanyu easily dispatched them with a few punches. It is important to note that while these martial artists were not the top experts of the Yoshing Escort Agency, they were seasoned veterans, having traveled extensively and bested numerous rogues. Witnessing the ease with which Hanyu knocked them down, the surrounding crowd ceased to underestimate them, encircling them tightly. With no one daring to act rashly, Fang Buping, observing the two dazed martial artists on the ground, felt no surprise. In his view, although the Wei family and Amp, Appo's, internal skill techniques were lacking, Hanyu and Amp, Appo's, Wei family 24 mountain opening fist was far from trivial. Over the past 5 years of wandering the martial world, Fang Buping had encountered many practitioners of various styles, yet he believed none could compare to Hanyu's mountain opening fist in terms of sheer external technique. In Fang Buping's eyes, the mountain opening fist was unadorned. It possessed neither the overwhelming might of grand movements nor the dazzling grace of light-foot maneuvers, yet every strike was brutally direct, targeting vital points with lethal precision, each blow a deadly close combat technique. At that moment, Fang Buping gestured dismissively at the encircling crowd, stating coolly, Either come at us or disperse and let us leave. What purpose does this standoff serve? A martial artist brandishing a pair of short blades retorted, Foolish. You have wantonly slain our master's son-in-law, and now you injure our men. How can you utter such reckless words? Then let us proceed, to error upon error. Hanyu remarked, removing a pair of black iron gauntlets from his waist, surveying the men of the escort agency with a piercing gaze. If you do not disperse, then splendid. I shall settle an old score with you, Yoshing Escort Agency. As he spoke, Hanyu turned to Fang Buping, asking, What do you think? Fang Buping chuckled lightly, waving his hand, enough with the idle talk. Regardless of what we choose to do, whether right or wrong, we brothers have always supported each other unconditionally. No need for further words. Will you go first, or shall I? Or shall we go together? Hanyu stepped forward, his voice low, of course, as per our usual practice. I shall go first. Very well. Fang Buping stepped back a few paces, leaning against a willow tree, then let it be the usual practice. In the 5 years they had fought together, Hanyu always took the lead. Fang Buping remained an observer, stepping in only if Hanyu could not hold his own. As Hanyu had vowed to stand in front of Fang Buping for life, determined to repay the debt of gratitude for the dignified farewell given to his father and the superior internal skill taught that avenged his father's murder. Clang. Sparks flew. Hanyu's gauntlet fists clashed together as he strode towards the martial artist who had spoken earlier, declaring, Now, let us settle the score for the betrayal of my Wei family's ancestors. How could the illustrious Yoshing Escort Agency be intimidated by two young rascals? Suddenly, a voice boomed, accompanied by the sound of thundering hoofs. Fang Buping squinted towards the sound, spotting Su Tianrong, the head of the Yoshing Escort Agency, arriving with his 2 sons and several elite martial artists. Why haven't you bound them yet? Su Tianrong demanded as he reined in his horse. A martial artist pointed to the 2 unconscious individuals on the ground, bowing slightly, Master. We never anticipated that Tang Ming and Su Liang would be so easily subdued by that kid. I suspect that the black-skinned lad's vitality has reached the shattered stone level, hence we. Oh? Su Tianrong paused, scrutinizing the stout Hanyo. Although Tang Ming and Su Liang were of mediocre talent, years of training had brought their vitality close to the shattered stone level. If you could easily subdue them, then it is clear your vitality must have reached the shattered stone level. Hanyo scoffed lightly. And so what? Su Tianrong shot a glance at Fong Buping, who appeared utterly bored, picking his nose, and asked, Who killed my son-in-law? Hanyo pointed to himself. I did. My brother is innocent. Su Tianrong sneered. How noble of you. You have slain my son-in-law, and I shall not spare you. However, to attack you two young men collectively would tarnish the reputation of my Yoshing escort agency. As he spoke, Su Tianrong nodded towards a martial artist beside him. Tan Rang. Go meet this lad and teach him what it means to be beyond mere mortals. Tan Rang immediately dismounted, clasping his fists. May I ask, master, should I kill him or capture him? Su Tianrong replied coolly, capture him first. I want to spill his blood before my son-in-law's spirit. Then sever his head as an offering to his soul. Tan Rang acknowledged with a yes, then stretched his arms, pushing aside the crowd, and strode into the encircled area. After coming to a halt approximately 2 yards in front of the formidable black bull, the equally robust Tan Rang scrutinized the beast with a cold gaze, letting out a derisive snort. Youngster, do not presume that just because you have recently stepped into the realm of shattered stone, you are invincible. Today, I shall demonstrate to you the vast disparity in strength between those in the early and late stages of this realm. With that, Tan Rang retrieved a pair of crimson bronze hammers from his lower back, grasping one in each hand. His stance gradually lowered. His unwavering gaze fixed upon the black iron gauntlets adorning the bull's fists. He intoned solemnly, Now, let us see whether your fists possess greater fortitude or if my twin plum blossom hammer shall prevail. Chapter 14, The Stench of the Mouth Gazing at Tan Rang, who brandished a copper hammer. The onlookers from the escort agency exhibited expressions of reverence and anticipation. At the age of 42, Tan Rang was the chief escort of Yoshing Escort Agency, a prestigious figure renowned for his formidable energy cultivation at the late stage of the rock fragmentation realm. A presence that no ordinary rogue would dare provoke. He was a figure of admiration among all the escorts in the agency. You, black scoundrel. I advise you to kneel and surrender to spare yourself further suffering before your demise, Tan Rang said in a low voice, secretly gathering his energy. The black bull beckoned dismissively. If you wish to fight, then come at me. Why waste words? Such a bold lad. With a swift motion, Tan Rang kicked up dust beneath his feet and instantly closed the distance to the black bull. Clang. Sparks flew as the black bull quickly raised his left fist, blocking Tan Rang's copper hammer aimed at his face with his gauntlet. Tan Rang furrowed his brow in surprise. He hadn't expected his opponent to stand firm against the full force of his strike, and even more astonishing was the fact that the impact resonated through his right arm, leaving it slightly numb. Quite impressive, he remarked, retracting his right hand swiftly. With a push of his left foot, he executed a rapid spin, sending his left hand's copper hammer whistling toward the black bull's waist. This time, the black bull did not attempt to block with his gauntlet. He had gauged his opponent's energy from the previous strike, and thus chose to seize the hammer's handle directly. Hey, you dare to catch my plum blossom hammer barehanded? Tan Rang exclaimed, quickly channeling all his energy into his left arm to wrest the copper hammer from the black bull and amp Apos' grasp. Yet, the hammer remained immovable, firmly held. You are merely at the early stage of the rock fragmentation realm, yet you can easily suppress me? The black bull smirked. When did I ever claim my energy cultivation was at the early stage of the rock fragmentation realm? From beginning to end, it has only been you talking to yourself. What? Realization dawned on Tan Rang, his pupils constricting as he abruptly released the hammer and retreated. Could it be you? Enough of your noise. The black bull hurled the copper hammer back, and Tan Rang, summoning all his energy to his right arm, lifted his own hammer to intercept it. Clang. The incoming copper hammer was deflected by Tan Rang and Apos' weapon, but the force jolted through his right arm, causing excruciating pain that left him momentarily dazed and ringing in his ears. You have lost. Huh? Tan Rang snapped back to reality, only to find the black bull had already closed the distance. Thud. A heavy sound echoed as the rushing black bull drove his right elbow forcefully into Tan Rang and Apos' chest. Wah! Tan Rang cried out in agony as he was sent flying, crashing against a willow tree 2 yards away. Crack. The willow, thick as a bowl, was splintered by Tan Rang and Apos' impact, showcasing the sheer force of the blow. As the broken tree toppled, Tan Rang lay silent on the ground, his eyes vacant, blood spewing from his mouth. His chest was concave from the impact, while his back bulged grotesquely. His ribs collapsed, the force penetrating to his back, shattering his heart and lungs. The forest fell into an eerie silence. The astonished members of the escort agency could hardly believe that their chief, the most formidable figure, had been effortlessly defeated by this young man resembling a black giant. Chief Tan. At that moment, Su Tianrong dismounted and rushed over. But upon seeing the concave and bulging areas on Tan Rang's body, he closed his eyes and grit his teeth, shaking his head. He understood that such injuries were beyond even the most skilled physician's help. With great difficulty, Tan Rang managed to open his eyes. summoning his last ounce of strength to utter, "Lord, I was careless. This scoundrel, he is at the broken gold mirror." As his words trailed off, Tenrank's gaze became fixed. Su Tianrong knelt beside him, gently stroking his face to help him close his eyes. "Su, do you know who I am?" The deep voice of the Black Bull echoed from behind Su Tianrong. Those who could cultivate their energy to the broken gold realm invariably hailed from one of the four great sections. Su Tianrong rose but did not turn around. "I wonder. Young hero, from which of the four great sects do you come? And may I ask how I have offended your sect? I hope you will enlighten me." "I belong to no sect." "What?" Su Tianrong spun around. You belong to no sect?" The Black Bull nodded. Su Tianrong spread his hands. "To belong to no sect means you have no access to superior internal cultivation techniques, without the means to cultivate the esteemed techniques of the major sects. How could one achieve the broken gold realm?" The Black Bull scoffed coldly. "Whether you believe it or not is your choice. Tell me, is there any disciple of a major sect who cannot perform lightness skills?" "Indeed, my lord, those two cannot perform lightness skills. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so easily chased down," a member of the escort agency chimed in. Su Tianrong let out a soft gasp, frowning. Even within the four great sects, there are only a handful of individuals capable of reaching the broken gold stage at such a young age. I have lived long enough to know that it is a rare phenomenon for a wandering hero to achieve the broken gold realm at this age. The escort member nodded repeatedly in agreement. "It truly is a rare occurrence. Then what shall it be? Continue to fight, or will you let us go?" At this moment, Fang Buping spoke up suddenly. Su Tianrong snorted softly and shook his head. "You have killed my son-in-law and slain the chief of my escort agency. If I let you go, how shall my Yoshing escort agency survive in the world of martial arts?" Fang Buping raised an eyebrow. "Knowing my brother's energy realm is at broken gold, you still refuse to let us go? Do you think there is anyone in your agency capable of facing my brother?" Su Tianrong shook his head again. "In my agency, there is none." Fang Buping clasped his fist. "Then, I shall take my leave. But my matter with the Su family is far from over." The Black Bull shouted. "Fang Buping, hold on." Fang Buping firmly grasped the Black Bull's arm and whispered in his ear, "Today, we have indeed made a mistake. It would be best to cut our losses and leave quickly. I suspect these escort agencies have some connections with the martial world. If you seek revenge, it won't be as simple as facing just one escort agency. There will be plenty of time to plan in the future. I will accompany you. But among the guests at my banquet today, there are still those who do not fear this black scoundrel." Su Tianrong's voice rang out again, loud enough as if to draw attention. Upon hearing this, the Black Bull pounded his chest and looked around at the members of the escort agency, bellowing, "If anyone dares to fight, step forward. What are you waiting for? Yoshing Escort Agency is one of my master and Appos as patrons, and that is why I was sent here today to celebrate Lord Su's birthday." A deep voice emanated from beyond the crowd. The members of the escort agency parted to create a path upon hearing this voice. The Black Bull narrowed his eyes to see a man, around 30 years old, clad in a white robe with a long sword hanging at his waist, standing outside the crowd with his hands clasped behind his back. "Since Yoshing Escort Agency is a patron of my master, witnessing Lord Su's beloved son being slain, I naturally cannot remain indifferent," the man declared as he stepped forward into the encircled throng. The Black Bull scrutinized the man, whose temperament starkly contrasted with the members of the escort agency, and inquired, "Who are you?" The man gently caressed the hilt of his sword and calmly proclaimed, "I am Fei Wei, a disciple of the Yongling Mountain Sword sect." "What?" Upon hearing this, the Black Bull gasped in surprise, turning to glance at Fang Buping. Could it be that he was from the foremost of the four great sects, the Yongling Mountain Sword sect? What should we do now? Fang Buping exhaled deeply, a bitter smile spreading across his face as he shook his head. "See, brother, I was right, wasn't I? My words truly hold power. Your words are indeed foul." Fang Buping shrugged, chuckling as he stepped closer to pat the Black Bull and Appos' shoulder. "This time, allow me to take the lead." "No, as per our usual custom. I shall go first." "No." Fang Buping and Appos' expression abruptly darkened, a glint of coldness flashing in his profound eyes. Knowing that the other possessed the cultivation of the broken gold realm, he dared to approach, indicating that his own energy was at least at the same level. It was likely that he had already reached the later stages of the broken gold realm. Fei Wei chuckled lightly, an air of disdain upon his face. "You guessed correctly. Indeed, my energy currently resides in the later stages of the broken gold realm. Now, allow me to make a guess of my own. Since you have discerned my energy level and still dare to confront me, does that imply that your energy level, like that of your brother, has also reached the broken gold realm?" Fang Buping raised an eyebrow with a smirk. "You are quite the guesser yourself. As for your brother, I could tell at a glance that he has only just stepped into the broken gold realm. Do you really believe that the two of you, mere early-stage practitioners of the broken gold realm, could possibly triumph over me? Rest assured, I alone shall take action." With that, Fang Buping shot a glance at the Black Bull. The Black Bull seemed to immediately understand the weight of that look, relinquishing his stubbornness to go first. "Be careful," he said softly before retreating to the side. "Only you?" Fei Wei looked at the Black Bull, who had now stepped aside, somewhat surprised. He then burst into hearty laughter. "Now I believe that you truly are wanderers of the martial world without a sect or teacher. Otherwise, how could you be unaware of the vast disparity in power between the early and late stages of the same realm? Humph, such ignorance. Swish. The long sword was drawn. Fei Wei performed a flourish with his blade before pointing it directly at Fong Buping, his voice low and serious. Since you seek death, I shall grant you 3 moves. Lest it be said that our Yangling Mountain Sword sect lacks the grace befitting a prestigious sect. 3 moves? Are you certain? Fei Wei nodded. Indeed. However, after those 3 moves, I will swiftly take your life and that of your brother, avenging the grievances of the Yoshing Escort Agency. What a pity it is. Seeing that you are still so young. If your parents were to learn of your demise, they would surely be heartbroken. Alas, do not blame me for being merciless. It is the rule of our esteemed sect to eradicate evil when encountered. Blame your unfortunate luck for crossing paths with me while engaged in wrongdoing. As for right and wrong, I am not versed in such matters. With that, Fong Buping slowly turned to the side, his knees slightly bent, his posture poised to spring forth. I do not comprehend your esteemed sect's rules. All I know is that you have made a grave error. Fei Wei raised an eyebrow. What error? Fong Buping inhaled deeply, his slender fingers gradually resting upon the hilt of his sword, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. You should not have mentioned my mother. Chapter 15. Impossible. Fei Wei brandished the long sword in his hand, pointing it menacingly at his opponent, and scoffed. What will you do now that you've provoked me? Suddenly, Fei Wei narrowed his eyes, sensing an inexplicable gust of wind rushing towards him. As the wind ceased, he inhaled sharply, for before him lay a dagger glinting with a chilling light, already unsheathed. Startled, Fei Wei instinctively took a step back. When did you draw your blade? I didn't even see a flicker of movement. Naturally, it was drawn at the right moment, Fong Buping replied, sheathing his long knife with a calm demeanor. At that instant, Fei Wei felt a sudden lightness in his shoulder. A soft thud echoed as something fell to the ground beneath him. He lowered his gaze, his pupils contracting in horror. There, at his feet, lay a severed arm still clutching a long sword. Turning to examine his own right arm, he was met with a ghastly sight. His arm had been cleanly severed at the shoulder. You! Fei Wei exclaimed, his gaze darting back to Fong Buping, as a wave of delayed pain surged through the stump of his shoulder. Your blade is remarkably swift. Who are you? Fong Buping merely replied, unperturbed. If you do not staunch the bleeding, your life may be forfeit. In a flurry, Fei Wei pressed several acupoints on his severed arm, managing to halt the gushing blood. He then retreated rapidly, his once proud visage now marred by terror. To draw a blade with such speed, your inner strength must be exceptionally profound. What realm is your vital energy in? And your swordsmanship is exceedingly rare. Which school or sect do you belong to? I do not wish to divulge. Fong Buping retorted. You. Fong Buping grinned, revealing his teeth. But you can observe for yourself. With that, Fong Buping inhaled deeply and raised his right leg, bringing it down forcefully upon the ground. Boom. The leaves scattered like ripples across water, emanating from where he stomped. The onlookers felt the ground tremble violently beneath them, some nearly losing their balance. Is that the earth-shattering realm? Su Tianrong gasped. And no. Fei Wei, in a daze, shook his head. It's the latter stage of the earth-shattering realm. How is this possible? Su Tianrong exclaimed again. Yes, how can this be? Fei Wei suddenly lunged forward, seizing Fong Buping's collar, demanding, tell me, how could a wandering rogue like you cultivate to the latter stage of the earth-shattering realm? This is impossible. You look no more than 20, yet our genius, Nie Yunfei, from Yangling Mountain Sword Sect, only entered the latter stage of the earth-shattering realm at 25. This is inconceivable. There cannot exist anyone with greater talent than Nie Yunfei. Absolutely impossible. Shut your mouth. Fong Buping retorted, wiping the spit off his face. He then shoved the deranged Fei Wei aside. Hey Nyo, let us withdraw. Understood. Hey Nyo glared at Su Tianrong before following Fong Buping. The crowd of onlookers hastily dispersed, too fearful to linger around these 2 formidable men. Fong Buping gestured toward the 2 horses tethered to a tree, chuckling. Our horses are tied at the entrance of Frost Moon Tower. You may retrieve them. We shall take these 2 for now. Consider it in exchange. One of the nearby guards raised his hands in surrender, backing away nervously. Why, you may take them. Thank you. Thus, amidst the terrified gazes of the crowd, the 2 mounted their horses and departed leisurely without so much as a crack of the whip. Hey Nyo. We ought to find a way to practice some lightness skills. Today, we were almost caught up to, which was quite bothersome. Indeed, brother speaks true. Let us seek out a lesser sect. Perhaps we can learn something with a bit of coin. So, where shall we go now? I still wish to return and seek vengeance at Yoshing Escort, to avenge my ancestors. Don't be foolish. We have already made enemies with the Yangling Mountain Sword Sect. Do you want to become a public enemy of the entire Jianghu? Let us consider our options, brother. If one day I find my way home, I will certainly help you avenge this wrong. Huh? First, you refuse to tell me where you live, and now you claim you cannot find your way home. Oh, I see. When you fainted in the depths of Xiaolan village, you must have had your head knocked about, right? You remember nothing, do you? Go away. It's your head that's damaged. Anyway, I do not wish to discuss it. Fine. If you choose not to speak, then I shall not pry. Haha. I appreciate your straightforwardness. I too take delight in my own character. As their laughter faded into the woods, Fei Wei bent down to retrieve his severed arm, wandering away in a daze, muttering incessantly about impossibilities, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Su Tianrong gazed in the direction where Hein Niu and Fang Buping had vanished, his brows furrowing in contemplation. Could it be, based on what that black-clad rogue just mentioned, that I have encountered him before? Why else would he inquire if I recognized him? Dad. At that moment, Su Tianrong's daughter rode in, weeping profusely. She dismounted and dashed into Su Tianrong's embrace, crying, "Have they caught the one who killed my husband? Father, you must take a stand for me." Su Tianrong gently stroked his daughter's back, sighing softly. "Listen to father. Let us first return and properly attend to the aftermath. As for revenge, I promise you, we will find a way." A month later, in the central region of Yangzhou, at the Yangling Mountain Range, the home of the foremost sect of the Jianghu, the Yangling Mountain Sword Sect. Around midday, a carriage approached and halted beneath the grand marble archway. Inside the carriage sat Su Tianrong, the head of Yoshing escort, who had come seeking justice from the Yangling Mountain Sword Sect. Upon alighting, Su Tianrong clasped his hands together in greeting toward the two disciples guarding the gate, awkwardly smiling. "I am Su Tianrong from Yoshing escort, here to pay my respects to Master Hong of your esteemed sect." One disciple gave Su Tianrong a sidelong glance, coldly stating, "Su Tianrong, I do not recognize you." Upon hearing this, Su Tianrong hastily produced a black wooden token from his pocket, presenting it with both hands. The disciple took the token, and upon examining it, a smile spread across his face. Chapter 16. The Sword Sect of Yangling Mountain. This ebony plaque serves as a credential issued by the Sword Sect of Yangling Mountain to various patrons, allowing them to visit at any time. Small sects and escort agencies in the martial world often send representatives to deliver substantial silver offerings to the four prestigious sects during major festivals, seeking the protection of a powerful ally, hoping that when faced with oppression, a grand sect will uphold justice on their behalf, particularly for escort agencies. Aligning with a renowned sect is essential. It not only intimidates potential bandits during their journeys, ensuring safety, but also enhances their reputation, attracting more escort business under the auspices of a respected sect. At this moment, a disciple returned the ebony plaque and smiled. "Master Su has arrived at a fortuitous time. The sect leader has been away for several days and just returned yesterday. I shall escort you to him now." "Ah, I appreciate your assistance, young hero," Su Tianrong said, understandingly producing several silver ingots from his pocket and placing them in the hands of the two mountain guarding disciples. The disciples gratefully accepted the silver, smiling as they ushered Su Tianrong through the mountain gate. In a small valley at the northernmost part of the Yangling Mountain Range, there lay a 3-entry courtyard, the residence of the sect leader and his wife. In the study located at the northwest corner of the courtyard, the current sect leader, Hong Tao, age 58, was savoring a volume of Taoist scriptures. At this juncture, the mountain guarding disciple brought Su Tianrong to the study and Dapo's entrance, bowing respectfully through the curtain, reporting to the sect leader. Su Tianrong from the Yoshing escort agency requests an audience. Hong Tao set down the scriptures, lifted his teacup for a sip, and replied slowly, "Since my old friend Su has come, please invite him in promptly." "Certainly." The curtain was slightly lifted, and Su Tianrong bowed as he entered, clasping his hands in greeting. "I apologize for disturbing your tranquil studies, sect leader Hong." Hong Tao smiled warmly and inquired, "How is everything at your esteemed residence, Master Su?" "I received the invitation to your 60th birthday last month, but due to pressing sect affairs, I was unable to attend and offer my congratulations. I hope you do not take offense." Su Tianrong waved his hands repeatedly. "Your disciples have already sent their regards, which has greatly honored our Yoshing escort agency, for which I am immensely grateful." Seemingly pleased with Su Tianrong's words, Hong Tao nodded slightly and said, "Please, have a seat. What brings you here today, Master Su?" Suddenly, Su Tianrong knelt down, bowing his head to the ground, and cried out, "I implore sect leader Hong to take charge on my behalf." Hong Tao was taken aback and quickly raised his hands. "Master Su, what is the matter? Please rise. Speak of your troubles slowly." However, Su Tianrong remained resolute, refusing to stand, lamenting, "Our Yoshing escort agency has had the fortune of being a patron for your sect for over 20 years. Yet we have never requested anything from your esteemed sect. But this time, I must shamelessly seek your support." Hong Tao rose and personally helped Su Tianrong to his feet, saying, "After 20 years of your patronage, this is the first time you come to seek assistance. It is I who should feel ashamed. What troubles have befallen you? Please speak freely. If it does not violate the principles of the martial world, our sect will certainly take action on your behalf." Thus, Su Tianrong, with tears and sorrow, recounted the incident involving the unyielding troubles with Hein Niu, who had harmed his son-in-law, and the confrontation with the escort agency's head. Upon hearing this, Hong Tao furrowed his brow in contemplation and asked, "How could two nameless drifters humiliate your agency to such an extent? What are their capabilities?" Su Tianrong promptly replied, "One is a brawler at the initial stage of the crushing gold realm." Hong Tao was taken aback. "How old are these two individuals?" "I estimate they are no more than 20, Su Tianrong responded. Hong Tao let out a soft gasp, visibly moved. A mere 20-year-old drifter, without any formal training, has achieved the crushing gold realm. Remarkable, exceedingly remarkable. And the other? The other is a swordsman at the late stage of the earth-shaking realm. Su Tianrong exclaimed. Hong Tao inhaled sharply, narrowing his eyes. Did I hear you correctly? A 20-year-old drifter at the late stage of the earth-shaking realm. Su Tianrong nodded vigorously. Absolutely true. Ah, this is indeed a marvel of the world, Hong Tao declared, rising to pace the room. It is well known that our sect's most gifted disciple, Nie Yunfei, has unparalleled talent. Yet even he only reached the late stage of the earth-shaking realm at the age of 25. How can this drifter, without the benefit of superior inner cultivation techniques, surpass someone 5 years his senior? Su Tianrong nodded earnestly. I too cannot fathom this mystery. Oh, by the way, I wonder how Fei Wei's injuries have healed. I feel guilty and have prepared a substantial gift to visit him later. Hong Tao was taken aback. Fei Wei? Injuries? How is it that I am unaware of this matter? Su Tianrong shook his head. I am afraid you are not informed. Fei Wei has yet to return to the sect since he visited to celebrate your birthday over a month ago. Do you perhaps know where he is? Upon hearing this, Su Tianrong slapped his hand in distress, lamenting, now I understand why sect leader only learned of the escort agency's troubles from me today. Fei Wei has not returned. What on earth happened? Hong Tao exclaimed. You must understand. Fei Wei stepped in to advocate for our escort agency. But who would have known that the swordsman was at the late stage of the earth-shaking realm? With a single strike, he severed Fei Wei and Appo's right arm. Afterward, Fei Wei seemed to be unable to accept this reality, muttering incoherently, and then vanished without a trace. That scoundrel severed the arm of my disciple. Hong Tao was furious. After a brief moment of pacing, he declared, a young man with such prowess, unrestrained by any master. It is no wonder he is so arrogant. Yet, the legacy of Yangling Mountain Sword Sect, built over thousands of years, cannot be tarnished by a mere punk. Does he not understand the gravity of his actions? Do you know where those two rascals are now? Su Tianrong nodded earnestly. I do. After they left, I secretly sent people to follow them, and now they're in Linjiang city of Lianzhou. According to my informants, they are idling by the riverside, frequenting taverns and drinking every day. Su Tianrong took a deep breath, suppressing his mounting rage, and said solemnly, since they have already gravely injured my disciple, this matter extends beyond mere agency concerns. Master Su, I have my own arrangements. Rest assured and return home, awaiting the moment when my disciples present the heads of these two scoundrels to you. Upon hearing this, Su Tianrong was filled with joy, expressing his profound gratitude before departing with eager anticipation. Chapter 17, The Enchanting Shadow on the River after Su Tianrong's departure. Hong Tao contemplated alone for a moment before dispatching a messenger to summon his prized disciples, Nie Yunfei and Lin Shuyun. After informing them about the affairs of the escort agency, Nie Yunfei inquired, should those two be dealt with ruthlessly, or should we capture them for the master's judgment? Hong Tao hesitated briefly before replying, as for the one wielding the knife, given that he severed a limb of your senior brother, you may kill him on the spot. The other, the blackguard, is an enemy of the Yoxing escort agency. He should be taken there for them to handle, granting Lord Su the opportunity to exact revenge on his foe. Nie Yunfei bowed respectfully. The disciple will obey the master's orders. Hong Tao nodded slightly and added, do you understand why I have chosen to send you two? Master, please enlighten us. The two are still young, and so, we at Yangling Mountain also dispatch our new talents to confront them. Lest the world of Jianghu claim that we resorted to old fogies to eliminate a couple of mere youths, which would be unbecoming. The disciple comprehends. Then go forth. The sooner you depart, the sooner you shall return. Yes. However, Nie Yunfei, though he acknowledged the command, lingered and did not turn to leave. Yunfei, is there something else? After a moment of hesitation, Nie Yunfei stated, I wish to confirm once more, Master. Did you mention that the knife wielder appears to be merely 20 years old yet has already attained the late stage of the earth-shaking realm? Hong Tao affirmed, indeed. Just like you. What? Is it too much for you to go with just the two of you? It is not so much pressure. The disciple understands that you sent only Shuyun and me to avoid the accusation of our Yangling Mountain Sword sect overwhelming the few. I merely find it hard to believe that a wanderer without a sect could elevate his cultivation to the late stage of the earth-shaking realm? Hong Tao shook his head slowly, initially. I too found it hard to believe. Yet upon further reflection, the Jianghu of the 9 provinces teems with hidden talents. Not all capable individuals reside within the 4 great sections. While it is rare, extraordinary talents have indeed emerged from the ranks of Jianghu wanderers over the centuries. You need not be overly concerned. Had you not entered the sect late and then been delayed by illness, with your innate talent, you too could have reached the late stage of the earth-shaking realm before the age of 20. However, I believe that fellow S talent does not surpass yours or Shuyun and Appo's. It is likely that he has experienced some fortuitous encounters that have propelled his cultivation to such heights. Fortuitous encounters. Nie Yunfei murmured, deep in thought. Go now. You are among the finest of the new generation within the 4 great sects. With Shuyun following closely behind, one of you at the late stage of the earth-shaking realm and the other at the early stage, as long as you are cautious. Eliminating those 2 rascals should pose no challenge. Nie Yunfei nodded, then turned to Lin Shuyun beside him, junior sister, as the master has indicated, in single combat. You may not be a match for the knife wielder. Once we locate the 2, you shall deal with the blackguard, and I shall handle the one with the knife. Lin Shuyun gazed at Nie Yunfei with admiration and softly replied, I shall defer to my senior brother's judgment. The southern part of the 9 provinces is divided into 5 states, while the north comprises 4. Between the north and south lies a great river that traverses east to west. Over a month ago, after leaving the grove of willows outside Tongha City, Fong Buping and Hania journeyed north until they reached the riverbank, and then rode east along the river. Yangzhou and Lianzhou are both located in the south. And within Lianzhou's center lies a mountain range known as Feiying Gorge, where many leaders of minor sects have recently gathered, ostensibly to engage in martial exchanges, but in reality to negotiate the formation of alliances to stand against the 4 great sections. The son-in-law who was killed, in truth, was the leader of a small sect with only a few dozen members in Yangzhou. After Hanita accidentally killed him in the kitchen of the Shuangyue building, Fong Buping, before fleeing, searched the man and Appo's corpse and found a letter. The letter extended an invitation for him to gather at Feiying Gorge. Upon reading the letter, Fong Buping pondered. If he were to cause trouble and be pursued, and then forced to confront them, would that not be a tiresome affair? It would be better to master lightness skills, so that in the future, should trouble arise, he could slip away effortlessly. Thus, Fong Buping and Hania decided to visit Feiying Gorge, hoping to learn some lightness skills from one of the minor sects during the gathering. When they passed by the docks outside Linjiang City in Lianzhou, Hania was tempted by the sight of freshly caught fish. They dismounted to rest for a while, and, after parting with a few coins, asked a fisherman to prepare a pot of fish soup using the freshly caught fish, along with some rice, so they could eat and continue their journey. However, just as the fish soup was served, Fong Buping was taken aback. He spotted a red figure skimming across the river, moving with astonishing speed and grace, effortlessly crossing the wide river and landing on the opposite shore. Such lightness skills, remarkable, Fong Buping couldn't help but exclaim. The fisherman, upon hearing this, looked out and chuckled. I wondered who you were speaking of. It is she. Her lightness skills are indeed extraordinary. Her? The fisherman nodded. Her real name is Duwan and Appos. Just look at her flowery name. She adorns herself like a flower every day, so everyone calls her Flower Lady. There's a tavern by the riverside called Jiangwei Tower, which she and her brother run. Higi, this pair of siblings is truly remarkable. Fong Buping grew increasingly intrigued and took out some more coins to give to the fisherman, asking, could you elaborate on this pair of siblings? What makes them so extraordinary? And what about their lightness skills? The fisherman quickly pocketed the coins and, with a proud smile, said, this flower lady is around 25 now. Although she dresses flamboyantly and appears charming, it is rumored she is still a maiden. There is a saying that she is waiting for a man. Fong Buping sighed, brother, let us not indulge in such trivial matters. Just tell me how this pair of siblings is remarkable. The fisherman, beaming with pride, recounted, over 100 years ago, a flying thief emerged outside Linjiang City. His skills were unremarkable, yet his lightness was astonishing. It is said that this thief infiltrated the 4 great sects multiple times to steal, as if entering a realm unguarded, evading even the most formidable of experts. Consequently, the 4 great sects bestowed upon him the title Flying Mouse. It is said, this pair of siblings are descendants of the Flying Mouse. Fong Buping's eyes brightened at this revelation, such formidable lightness skills. The 4 great sects could not capture him? What about this flower lady's elder brother? Does he possess similar skills? The fisherman shook his head. The uniqueness of the flower lady lies in her lightness skills. As for her elder brother, Du Pongzi, he has no interest in the family's lightness techniques and has not learned them. He possesses no martial skills at all. However, he is known in the Jianghu as Endapos, Poison Doctor. Endapos. Fong Buping raised an eyebrow. Poison Doctor? Indeed. Since childhood, Du Pongzi has only been interested in 2 things. One is how to save lives, and the other, is how to use poison to kill. Therefore, his medical skills are remarkable, but his talent for poisoning is even more formidable. It is said that anyone he wishes to poison will inevitably succumb, regardless of how cautious they may be. Is it truly that formidable? Hania questioned. The fisherman nodded vigorously. Yes. Allow me to share a tale that will convince you. A few years ago, the owner of a medicinal shop in Linjiang City fell ill and sought numerous renowned doctors to no avail. Eventually, his family sought the poison doctor for help, but he claimed he was in a bad mood and did not wish to save anyone. Later, as the shop owner lay gravely ill, he cursed the poison doctor as a fraud, claiming that his refusal to assist was due to a lack of skill, and asserted that if the poison doctor sought to harm him, he would certainly be able to see through his methods. Fong Buping chuckled, remarking that this was evidently a case of provocation. What happened next? Did the poison doctor fall into the trap? The fisherman spread his hands, saying that the poison doctor was hardly concerned with whether he was ensnared. He was simply too stubborn. Anyone daring to criticize his medical skills or his expertise in poisoning would certainly incite his wrath. Upon hearing the apothecary's remarks, he promptly devised several remedies and swiftly revived the apothecary. Following this, he entered into a life and death agreement with the apothecary, stipulating that if he did not poison the apothecary within a month, he would take poison himself. Conversely, should he succeed in poisoning the apothecary within that month, the apothecary's family would not pursue him for liability. And what do you suppose happened? Merely 3 days passed before the apothecary succumbed to poison. Given that he was aware of the impending threat, one would assume the apothecary took precautions. How then did he meet his demise? The Black Bull looked on, perplexed. Chapter 18. The Poison Doctor. The fisherman clicked his tongue a few times, a look of regret on his face as he remarked, "This is no longer known to anyone. It is said that the proprietor of the apothecary had anticipated that the Poison Doctor would seek to eliminate him. Hence he instructed his family to procure a large quantity of vegetables and stockpile water the day before signing the death contract. After all, it was winter, and any food and water stored at home would freeze and remain unspoiled. He thought that by secluding himself, the Poison Doctor would be powerless against him. Strangely, however, on the third day after signing the death contract, the apothecary owner was found dead in his sleep. The coroner could only conclude that he had been poisoned, but the specific toxin remained unidentified. Fong Buping smirked slightly, a contemplative look crossing his face. I believe I have an inkling of how he was poisoned. Oh, you know? Pray tell, came the inquiry. Fong Buping waved his hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on this matter. I am not particularly interested in the Poison Doctor and Apo's abilities. Tell me, are you certain that the skills of the Flower Lady do not measure up to those of the renowned four sects? The fisherman nodded emphatically. Without a doubt. This is not mere hearsay. A couple of years ago, one of the four great sects, Sueyo Valley, sent someone to seek out the Flower Lady, hoping she would impart her family's lightness technique. They offered any condition she desired, yet she declined without a moment's hesitation, nearly provoking the Sueyo Valley envoy to violence. We witnessed this firsthand. Fong Buping turned to Hein Yo. Brother, what say you? We are in search of a school to learn lightness skills. If we are to learn, why not learn from the best? Hein Yo gestured toward the fisherman. Did he not just say that the Flower Lady would not even entertain the Sueyo Valley? What hope do we, as nameless wanderers, have of gaining her attention? Ah, but circumstances can be manipulated, Fong Buping replied, stretching his arms as he stood at the bow of the boat. Let us go to Jianghua Tower and at least give it a try. Thus, the two mounted their horses and made their way to the two-story tavern by the river. Upon arrival, Fong Buping realized that the establishment was quite expansive. Although it was only 2 stories, it covered a considerable area. Looking up, he saw a large red plaque above the entrance inscribed with the words Jianghua Tower. Numerous carriages were stationed outside, most of which had attendants waiting, and well-dressed patrons were frequently seen entering and exiting. Fong Buping surmised that these guests were likely affluent individuals from Linjiang City or travelers from riverboats taking a brief respite here. Ah, esteemed guests. Are you here to dine or to rest? A lively waiter approached, eagerly taking the reins from their hands and tying the horses to a post. Hein Yo patted his stomach. We just ate. The waiter chuckled. Even so, you may come in for tea and enjoy some music. A few new young ladies have arrived, and one plays the pipa quite well. Fong Buping nodded. Very well then, let us enter and have a moment in Apo's rest. The riverside view here is indeed splendid. Please arrange a table by the window. Certainly, please follow me. Upon entering Jianghua Tower, the waiter guided them to a window-side table. Fong Buping ordered a pot of tea and a few plates of snacks, enjoying the gentle river breeze while listening to the soft melodies. It was, indeed, quite pleasant. Say, brother, have you truly settled into enjoyment? Have we forgotten our purpose for coming? Hein Yo reminded him. Snapped back to reality. Fong Buping wiped the crumbs from his mouth and waved over to the waiter. Coming right up. How may I assist you, esteemed guest? Fong Buping surveyed the spacious tavern and inquired, Pray tell, where might I find the proprietress, the Flower Lady? The waiter chuckled awkwardly. It seems you are not the only one eager to meet her. Many desire to see our Flower Lady. Regrettably, she seldom makes appearances during the day, only gracing us with her presence when in good spirits, usually to attend to familiar patrons in the evening. If you wish for some entertainment, we have plenty of lovely ladies here, but the Flower Lady rarely accompanies guests herself. And how is the Flower Lady's mood today? The waiter hesitated, a wry smile surfacing. I fear it is not good. I just saw her return from across the river, and her expression was quite dark. Is there any other way to meet her today? Hein Yo inquired. Shaking his head resolutely, the waiter replied, I fear there is none, even if one were to offer a fortune. The Flower Lady does not entertain familiar patrons when she is in poor spirits, let alone 2 strangers like you. Fong Buping gazed out at the snoring figure of the Poison Doctor and rubbed his hands together. Worry not, my brother. This is fortuitous. Hein Yo scratched his head in confusion. Fortuitous? What do you mean? Sit tight and enjoy the music. I shall be back shortly. With that, Fong Buping swiftly exited the tavern. Moments later, Hein Yo witnessed him appear outside the window, striding directly toward the slumbering Poison Doctor beneath the willow tree. You are the Poison Doctor? The Poison Doctor squinted, rousing from his slumber, displeasure evident on his face. Who are you? A man. Spare me the nonsense. Do I not have eyes? I can see you are a man. Why do you awaken me? Fong Buping smiled. I have heard that the Poison Doctor has a rule. Anyone who can decipher your method of poisoning shall have a single request granted. At this, the Poison Doctor scrutinized the young man before him, slowly sitting up in his chair, yawning as he replied, Indeed, and what of it? 2 years prior, you poisoned an apothecary owner who questioned your skills in Linjiang City, was it not? The Poison Doctor scoffed, a mocking tone in his voice. Ah, is that so? You believe you know how I poisoned him? Fong Buping began to pace before him, shaking his head. At that time, the apothecary remained indoors, consuming all his food and drink from home, yet he was found dead on the third day. His meals and water were stockpiled and not procured from outside, which implies you had no opportunity to poison them. Furthermore, the death contract you signed stipulated only his demise had you poisoned the food. It would have claimed his entire family. The poison doctor rubbed his eyes, visibly irritated. And so? Fong Buping and Appo's lips curled into a smile. Thus, I believe there was only one moment for you to administer the poison, when you signed the death contract. The poison doctor's eyes widened, and he scrutinized Fong Buping anew. Continue. Fong Buping chuckled lightly. I surmised that during the signing of the death contract, there were witnesses present. Thus you would not resort to powders or toxins that could affect everyone in attendance. So, how did you poison him? The poison doctor now bore a smile, evidently intrigued by this young man before him. Fong Buping asserted with unwavering confidence, aside from inhalation or ingestion, the only method left to administer poison is through skin contact. I ask you, when you signed that death warrant, did you share the pen with the apothecary? The poison doctor nodded. Indeed. Fong Buping spread his hands wide. Then that settles it. You must have coated the pin with poison, a venom that takes 3 days to manifest. However, I also handled that very pin. Why was I not poisoned? The answer is quite simple. Since you, the poison doctor, are skilled in the art of poisoning, you are equally adept at antidotes. You could have easily ingested the antidote prior to signing the death warrant. Furthermore, to prevent poisoning others, you must have employed some method to ensure that the pin was not handled by anyone else after the signing. For instance, you likely made the apothecary sign first. Then you followed suit, and after signing, feigned anger towards the apothecary and either broke the pin or tossed it into the water. Well done, the poison doctor exclaimed, clapping his hands and rising to his feet. Your deductions are remarkably astute, quite impressive. I admit, you have seen through my method of poisoning. Fong Buping chuckled and bowed slightly. Just a coincidence, merely a coincidence. What is your name? Fong Buping. The poison doctor glanced at the black-sheathed long knife hanging at his waist and inquired, which sect do you belong to? None at all. I am but a wandering rogue of the Jianghu. The poison doctor nodded slightly, smiling. Being free from sects is indeed commendable, unrestrained and liberated. Those rigid traditionalists in the major sects could never fathom my methods of poisoning. Now, tell me, what do you wish for me to do? Fong Buping rubbed his hands together, grinning. It is quite simple. I wish to meet with Huanyang. The poison doctor paused in surprise. Is that all? Indeed. The poison doctor squinted. You do not harbor intentions similar to those of other suitors, do you? I must say, you are quite handsome. But you appear to be several years younger than my sister. I am 19. My sister is 25. You see, that's a 6-year difference. Do you truly wish to pursue a woman 6 years your senior? A woman 3 years older is like holding a gold brick. So a woman 6 years older must be worth 2. You truly have ulterior motives. Fong Buping slapped his own mouth and waved his hands vigorously. No. That was merely a slip of the tongue. I have no such intentions towards Huanyang. Then why do you wish to meet her? In short, I have a matter to discuss, and I hope the poison doctor will assist me. If you are concerned, you may accompany her to meet me, should I act improperly. You may poison me on the spot. The poison doctor was amused by this, his tone softening. Must it be today? Fong Buping nodded. It must be today. The poison doctor patted his ample belly, looking up at the second floor of Jiangwei building with a troubled expression. My sister has quite a fiery temper. She seems rather displeased today, and I cannot guarantee that she will agree to meet you. Perhaps, we could wait a few days until her mood improves? Fong Buping cleared his throat and raised his voice. Then I shall spread the word in the Jianghu that I have discerned the poison doctor and Appo's methods. Yet the poison doctor refuses to fulfill his promise. The poison doctor grasped a nearby willow tree for support, nearly losing his balance. You are indeed ruthless. Wait here. I shall summon her at once. Chapter 19. Difficult to enter the charming eyes after a brief interval, akin to the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. The poison doctor descended from the second floor and approached Fong Buping, who was indulging in tea and music. He remarked, shall I state that my sister is in a rather foul mood today? Indeed, she has just given me a scathing reprimand. Fong Buping raised an eyebrow. Is she unwilling to see me? The poison doctor chuckled. As her elder brother, how could she refuse my request? With a wave of his hand, he gestured for Fong Buping to follow. The main hall is bustling with guests. She prefers to meet you in the elegant room on the second floor. Overjoyed, Fong Buping expressed his gratitude repeatedly as he followed the poison doctor upstairs, accompanied by the sturdy black bull. The second floor of Jianyue Tower primarily consisted of guest rooms, with only 2 elegant rooms available. Regular patrons were well aware that only those favored by the flower mistress were granted the privilege of drinking in the elegant rooms, and she would personally accompany them. Upon entering the elegant room, they beheld a woman seated at the table, resting her chin on one hand, seemingly lost in thought. Fong Buping squinted to observe her. She wore a striking red dress, her hair elegantly styled and a high bun adorned with exquisite golden hairpins. Her enchanting face bore only a hint of makeup, yet the innate allure radiated vividly, accentuated by her captivating phoenix-like eyes, capable of mesmerizing most men with a mere glance. This was none other than the proprietress of Jiangyue Tower, the alluring Du Wan'er. Initially, her expression conveyed displeasure, but upon noticing the strikingly handsome man before her, a smile blossomed on her face. Oh my, this young man is exceptionally handsome. I have a penchant for beautiful men. Merely gazing upon you brightens my spirits. It's akin to how men feel joy upon encountering a beautiful woman, Fong Buping clasped his fists in greeting, a smile gracing his face. I am Fong Buping, and I apologize for disturbing your peace, dear sister. Black Bull followed suit, also offering a respectful bow. I am Wei Gang. However, Du Wan'er paid no attention to Black Bull, her alluring gaze fixated solely on Fong Buping's face, as if growing fonder with each passing moment. Fong, dear brother. Do you not find me beautiful? Indeed, you are enchanting. Am I captivating enough? Certainly, but it seems I have not captivated you? Fong Buping shook his head. Not at all. To this, Du Wan'er responded with laughter rather than anger. Oh, I am not boasting, but most men are utterly entranced upon merely seeing me. How do you maintain your composure? Could it be you are not a man? Fong Buping smirked. Of course, I am a man, perhaps. I am one of the few who can resist. Du Wan'er paused, then burst into laughter. That is an amusing remark. Your words, much like your face, are quite pleasing to me. Now, dear brother Fong, may I inquire why you wish to meet me? I am equally curious about why he wishes to meet you. The poison doctor interjected, closing the door and taking a seat. You both should sit down. There is no need to stand awkwardly. Fong Buping took a seat opposite Du Wan'er and Appos, hesitating for a moment before stammering, I shall speak plainly. Seeing Fong Buping's discomfort, Du Wan'er and Appos, chuckled. I am hardly a ferocious tiger. What do you fear? Speak freely. I have long heard that your lightness skill is unparalleled in the realm. Therefore I wish to know if I might have the fortune to learn it? Du Wan'er was taken aback. You wish for me to teach you my lightness skill? Fong Buping nodded earnestly. Yes. Du Wan'er composed herself and moved to the window, gazing out at the expansive river, and said softly, my lightness skill is not entirely impossible to impart to outsiders. However, there are two conditions. Fong Buping immediately stood up. What are the conditions? First, it must not be taught to anyone from the four great clans. My brother and I are merely wanderers of the Jianghu, not affiliated with any of the four great clans. Second, it shall only be taught to those I deem worthy, regardless of gender. She turned to face Fong Buping. To this day, none have caught my eye. Fong Buping sighed. I am uncertain how I might earn your favor, dear sister. Du Wan'er chuckled lightly. Yet her response veered off topic. Why do you wish to learn my lightness skill? Because I lack proficiency in lightness skills. There are numerous styles of lightness skills. Why do you wish to learn mine specifically? Fong Buping pondered for a moment before replying. If I were to learn only a conventional lightness skill, it might not compare to those of the four great clans. And why would you wish to compare yourself to the four great clans? Fong Buping covered his face in exasperation. It is simply because we have already offended the sword sect of Yangling Mountain. If my brother and I acquire your lightness skill, we shall no longer fear encountering them. Oh, you have offended the sword sect of Yangling Mountain? Du Wan'er and Appos, her interest piqued, and she swiftly took a seat beside Fong Buping. How did this come to be? Do tell. Thus, Fong Buping recounted the tale of Black Bull mistakenly killing Su Qianrong's son-in-law, the ensuing conflict with the escort agency's guards, and his severing of Fei Wei's arm. Upon hearing this, Du Wan'er and Appos, could only click her tongue in disbelief. You two, mere wanderers without any sect or affiliation, dare to severely injure members of the sword sect of Yangling Mountain? Do you realize that it is the foremost sect in the world? Fong Buping sighed deeply, shaking his head. Had they not relentlessly pursued us, we would not have resorted to such measures. We acted out of necessity to preserve our lives. Du Wan'er nodded slightly, her alluring gaze appraising Fong Buping once more. To dare sever the arm of a disciple from the sword sect of Yangling Mountain, I must admit, you possess considerable audacity. However, this alone does not suffice to earn my esteem. You just mentioned Fei Wei from the sword sect of Yangling Mountain. What is his cultivation level? At this moment, the poison doctor could no longer contain his curiosity. Late stage of the Broken Gold Realm. The poison doctor was taken aback. You managed to sever the arm of someone at the late stage of the Broken Gold Realm? Then your cultivation level must be at least at the ground-shaking realm? To be honest, my current cultivation level is at the late stage of the ground-shaking realm, Fong Buping admitted candidly. Idon and Appos, believe it, the poison doctor immediately waved his hand, without the opportunity to learn the superior internal skills of a renowned sect at your age. It is impossible for you to have reached the late stage of the ground-shaking realm. Du Wan'er echoed. I too find it hard to believe. Someone at the late stage of the ground-shaking realm would not lack proficiency in lightness skills. Fong Buping raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. But I assure you, I speak the truth. There is no need for me to lie. The poison doctor furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Fong Buping for a moment. Then beckoned him. Extend your left hand. Fong Buping complied, puzzled, extending his left hand. The poison doctor rolled up his sleeve and placed 2 fingers on his wrist, taking his pulse. After a brief moment, the poison doctor gasped softly, staring at Fong Buping for a while before pressing his palm against Fong Buping and Appos' abdomen, his brow furrowing deeper. What is it? Du Wan'er inquired softly, observing the poisoned doctor's serious demeanor. After a prolonged silence, the poisoned doctor withdrew his hand, looking at his sister with a wry smile. It seems, if our lightness skill were to be imparted to him, it would be most fitting. Du Wanner frowned slightly. Brother, what do you mean by that? The poisoned doctor patted Fong Buping on the shoulder, his expression grave. The strength of this young man's meridians is the most robust I have ever encountered. In other words, his talent is unfathomable. Had he been taken in by a renowned sect from a young age, his future would be limitless. Du Wanner was taken aback by this revelation. She understood her elder brother's nature. He was not one to offer praise lightly. Yet, he had just lavished commendations upon Fong Buping. One could only imagine the extraordinary talent possessed by this striking young man. Fong Buping, however, remained unfazed. In the realm of the mundane, Elder Song Lu had once remarked before him that the strength of his mortal vein was exceedingly rare, even among the extraordinary. He further asserted that should he awaken a spiritual vein, it would undoubtedly rank among the finest of the elite. Alas, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself incapable of awakening this spiritual potential, which not only brought misfortune to his mother but also provoked the ire of Su Jinhuan, who cast him down to the mortal realm. Thus, what worth does a robust mortal vein hold? For a mere mortal, what significance does high aptitude bear? Can it alter the undeniable truth of his descent into the mundane? Contemplating this, Fong Buping could not suppress a sigh. Beside him, the Black Bull was unsurprised by Fong Buping's talents, having spent 5 years traversing the world and honing his skills alongside him. Accustomed to the astonishing pace at which Fong Buping's vitality had flourished. But why have you yet to master the lightness skill? Having elevated your vitality to the late stage of the earth-shattering realm, have you perhaps clandestinely studied the inner techniques of a prominent sect? Inquired the poison doctor. Fong Buping waved a dismissive hand, a look of dejection upon his countenance. The reason I have not acquired the lightness skill is that the two of us have always relied on self-study, lacking any formal guidance. As for the origins of our inner techniques, I can only assert that they were neither pilfered nor seized, but rather obtained through legitimate means. I beg your pardon, but I prefer not to disclose the sect to which they belong. Is there a hidden reason? Fong Buping nodded. Indeed. The poison doctor inclined his head slightly and said softly, since there is a hidden reason, I shall refrain from inquiring further. However, it is truly a pity that someone with such talent has not received formal instruction. Alas, what a loss. Fong Buping scratched his head, offering a wry smile. What is there to lament? Both of us have no aspirations to become the world's foremost masters, nor do we seek any renown in the martial realm. We desire merely freedom and a carefree existence, wishing only that, if pursued, we might have the ability to escape. The poison doctor turned his gaze to Dujin and Appos. What say you? Would you be willing to impart the lightness skill to him? Such a character and talent should not be wasted on our family's techniques. Dujinner let out a light huff and rose to open the door. Did I not mention before? I only pass on my lightness skill to those I deem worthy. Just because one possesses great talent does not guarantee my approval. Humph, how unreasonable. Just as Fong Buping was about to speak, the Black Bull interjected, clasping his fists together. Then, I shall not trouble my sister further. We shall take our leave from Jiagui Tower and seek our fortunes elsewhere. With that, the Black Bull grasped Fong Buping's arm. Brother, let us depart. There are many lightness techniques in the world. Why endure such indignation? Unexpectedly, the Black Bull's words ignited a spark of determination within Fong Buping, prompting him to shake off the Black Bull's grip and declare, if I am to learn, I shall learn it well. It seems my sister is not in the best of spirits today. However, we shall remain here at Jiangwei Tower, waiting for the day her mood improves, at which point we shall seek her guidance again. Dujinner leaned against the doorframe, casting a glance at Fong Buping, her face adorned with a playful smile. Oh, you wish to play this game with me? Very well, as you wish. Just remember, this Jiangwei Tower is renowned for its exquisite pleasures and does not welcome those who refuse to indulge in its delights. Fong Buping clenched his jaw and produced a thick stack of silver notes from his pocket, slamming them onto the table. Money, we possess. If my sister does not mind, please take it, allowing us to await your change of heart. Du Jian and Appos raised an eyebrow, a teasing glint in her eye. To accept your silver without providing you with the pleasures of our establishment, what sort of arrangement is that? Then what is your intention? Fong Buping inquired. Du Jian pointed at the pile of silver notes, suppressing her laughter. Of course, I intend to sell you the pleasures of our establishment, so I may accept your silver. I am curious, how long can your wealth sustain you here? Does that mean I must drink every day? Or is it the exclusive pleasures? If you wish for me to accept your silver, it seems you have but one option, she chuckled, observing the flustered expression on Fong Buping's face. Her laughter blossoming like flowers as she gracefully departed. Chapter 20, Introspection. In the days that followed, Fong Buping spent every night at Jiagwei Tower, indulging in the pleasures of wine and company, often carried back to his room in a stupor by the sturdy Hanyu. Du Wanna observed him with a discerning eye, noting that despite his inebriation, he never laid a finger on the courtesans. He seemed less a man seeking carnal pleasures and more like a dear sister among the flowers. As time passed, the atmosphere within Jiagwei Tower transformed. Fong Buping, youthful and charming, possessed a wit that endeared him to the courtesans without taking advantage of them. He He was generous, paying his debts without hesitation and frequently bestowing gifts upon the ladies. Consequently, whenever he descended from his room, the courtesans flocked to him, vying for his attention and leaving other patrons neglected, incurring the ire of many regulars. On the night of the 20th day, as the last of the patrons departed and the establishment prepared to close, only Fong Buping remained, slumped over the table in deep slumber. Just as Hanyu was about to carry him upstairs as usual, the seldom-seen Du Wanner approached with measured steps. Observing the snoring Fong Buping, she shook her head with a bittersweet smile. This fellow, I am truly astonished. I never imagined he would drink so incessantly. Now, the courtesans revolve around him, alienating many of my regulars. Hanyu sighed softly. Sister, do you still refuse to acknowledge him? He has been drinking for over 20 days, and at this rate, his body may not withstand it. Du Wanner paused, her expression contemplative. I maintain my stance. If he does not meet my standards, I shall not impart my skills to him. Yet he has spent considerable sums and has not caught your eye. Hanyu countered. Are not many of my regulars more generous than he? Du Wanner retorted. Just because one drinks here daily does not mean they are worthy of my attention. Hanyu inhaled deeply, suppressing his rising frustration. What must he do to earn your favor? If you have resolved not to teach him, you ought not to entice him so. Should his health deteriorate, I will hold Jiangwei Tower accountable. Du Wanner scoffed, lifting Fong Buping's wine cup and draining its remnants. Only those with pure hearts can capture my gaze. But do you know, such individuals are as rare as phoenix feathers in this world? Even the monks in temples are few in number. At that moment, Fong Buping, still lost in slumber, murmured incoherently, calling out for his mother. The impending argument between Du Wanner and Hanyu quickly ceased as they turned their attention to him. Mother, I will heed your words. I will live well. Mother, you too must survive. Wait for me to return. Du Wanner raised an eyebrow at Hanyu. His mother? What is the matter? Hanyu shook his head, sighing. Would you believe that after 5 years of close companionship, I still know nothing of his origins? He refuses to speak? Indeed. So I have ceased to inquire. Du Wanner sighed, her expression thoughtful. Indeed. How many wanderers in the Jianghu possess no sorrowful past? With that, she gestured to a waiter who promptly approached. From tomorrow on, do not serve him wine, only meals. The waiter chuckled awkwardly. I have been concerned too. At this rate, I fear he may drink himself into trouble. Who could disagree? Du Wanner shot a glance at Hanyu, a dismissive huff escaping her lips as she turned to leave. Stay a moment. Du Wanner halted, looking back. What is it? You claim only those with pure hearts can earn your regard? Du Wanner nodded. Indeed. But what of your ancestor, the Flying Mouse? Was he a man of pure heart? Was he not a thief? Is it not hypocrisy to pass down skills from a thief to one deemed pure of heart? Du Wanner paused, then burst into laughter, her hand covering her mouth. You, dear brother, appear stout and straightforward, yet you speak with such piercing clarity. I am straightforward, yet not foolish. Du Wanner's demeanor shifted, her expression darkening as she pointed at Hanyu. No, you are the foolish one. Are you unaware of the truth behind the Jianghu's rumors? When my ancestor's skills outshone the 4 great clans, they branded him Flying Mouse in disdain. But do you know the name he was given by the common folk? What was it? Flying Heroic Thief. Mark this well, though he was a thief, the people added heroic to his title. Hanyu pondered for a moment, then inquired. Does this imply robbing the rich to aid the poor? Du Wanner nodded, her face alight with pride. Precisely. My ancestor only stole from the unjust and distributed the wealth to the suffering. His aim in robbing the 4 great clans was because they could not tolerate a wanderer's skills surpassing their own and belittled him in the Jianghu. So your ancestor, in a fit of indignation, robbed them all. Indeed. Hanyu nodded slowly. Now I understand. So, this man, known as Flying Heroic Thief by the people, was indeed a man of pure heart? Certainly. Evidently, you are not foolish after all. As Du Wanner turned to ascend the wooden staircase, she posed a question. Can skills derived from a pure-hearted person be learned by those of ill intent? Hanyu gazed at Fong Buping, rendered speechless. Du Wanner's words rang true. He now regarded her as a broad-minded individual, willing to pass on her family's skills to an outsider, something rarely seen among martial families. Yet, the prerequisite for such generosity was that the individual must capture her discerning eye, a person she deemed pure of heart. To safeguard her family's legacy from the hands of the unscrupulous, her caution in selecting worthy students was indeed justified. With a sigh, Hanyu lifted Fong Buping onto his shoulder and made for the staircase. Brother, I know you have treated me well, yet whether your heart is pure, I truly remain uncertain. Chapter 21 Blood Drink 3 Blades. In the following days, Fong Buping noticed that Du Wanner had ceased selling him liquor, yet she did not expel him either, which filled him with secret delight. He believed that perhaps her heart had begun to soften. Thus, he contemplated when he might earnestly plead with her once more. One midday, as the tavern opened its doors to patrons, the poison doctor reclined in his usual chair by the riverside, engrossed in a medical tome, only to doze off shortly thereafter. At that moment, 3 men donning wide-brimmed hats strolled leisurely along the riverbank. As they passed by the poison doctor, one of them suddenly struck without warning, delivering a swift blow to the back of the doctor's neck, so fast it was like lightning. With a thud, the poison doctor fell from his chair, rendered unconscious. Elder brother, we came here seeking the flower lady, yet why did you suddenly attack this rotund fellow? One man with a goatee inquired. The assailant squinted at the fallen poison doctor and replied with a cold smirk. What do you understand? Do you know who this rotund fellow is? Who? The poison doctor. If we do not incapacitate him first, when we go to account for our grievances with the flower lady, he will surely poison us without us realizing it. The goateed man gasped, exclaiming, This man is the poison doctor. Indeed, it's fortunate that elder brother recognizes him. Otherwise, we might have fallen victim to his treachery. It's not just a possibility, it's a certainty. The assailant then tilted his head back to gaze at the signboard above the entrance of the Jiangwei Tower and shouted, Is anyone there? Come out and receive guests. At that bellow, a young waiter rushed out, but his grin quickly froze upon seeing the poison doctor sprawled motionless on the ground. Call the flower lady out. The goateed man commanded. The waiter swallowed nervously, stammering a few affirmative replies before hastily retreating inside. Before long, Duan Er, clad in her customary red attire, burst forth. She cast a glance at the three men before rushing to the poison doctor, bending down to check his breath. Upon confirming that he had merely fainted, she sighed with relief and stood up, her voice icy as she addressed them. Who are you? Why have you attacked my elder brother? The one who had struck walked closer, pointing towards the opposite bank of the river, his voice grave. Over 20 days ago. It was you who injured the young master of the Song family on the northern shore, was it not? Duan nodded. Yes, and what of it? The assailant scoffed lightly, his right hand slowly resting on the hilt of his sword. Do you not recognize your wrongdoing? Duan fixed her gaze on the long blade at his waist, retorting, Song Pingfei, emboldened by drink, brazenly invaded my boudoir, while subsequently slandering Mu Shirlan of Luxia Beach. How could I not strike him? The assailant chuckled mockingly. Everyone knows Mu Shirlan was your former lover. A subject that cannot be broached in your presence. Yet even if young Master Song was in the wrong, your actions of crossing the river to assault him and vandalizing his home are rather excessive. Would you not agree? What is excessive or not has nothing to do with you. The assailant removed his hat, revealing a lean, sullen face. We have come to demand an explanation from young Master Song. May I inquire? The assailant smirked. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gu Tian. Duan Er was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in shock, Gu Tian? You are one of the blood drink three blades. Gu Tian. Yes. At this revelation, Duan Er felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, and her spine tingled. The blood drink three blades referred to the trio of brothers, Gu Tian, Gu Yun, and Gu Hai, who roamed the central regions of the 9 provinces. These three were enough to instill fear in the hearts of many wandering heroes. Each possessed remarkable talent. With their realms currently at the breaking gold stage, particularly Gu Tian, who had reached the latter stages of that realm. Such prowess was indeed terrifying to wandering heroes and small sects alike. They earned the moniker Blood Drink Three Blades because each time they drew their blades, blood would invariably be shed. For over a decade, they had claimed the lives of countless victims. Their swordsmanship was renowned for its swiftness and ruthlessness. Even ordinary disciples from the 4 great sects would think twice before confronting them, unless they had a significant numerical advantage, for otherwise, they might very well lose their lives. These brothers had a notable characteristic. They did not concern themselves with the affairs of the martial world or uphold its chivalric codes. They accepted payment to perform tasks, indifferent to whether their targets were innocent or guilty. I never expected that the Song family would seek you out. They must have paid a handsome sum? Duan Er stammered. Gu Tian nodded. Indeed, a substantial amount was paid. Did the Song family send you to kill me? Gu Tian shook his head. No. Duan Er was taken aback. Not to kill? Then what do they intend to do with me? Young Master Song wishes for you to voluntarily visit him and spend 3 nights in his company to settle this matter. Preposterous. Duan Er exclaimed in fury. Gu Tian smiled darkly. I know your skills as a flower lady are limited. Your lightness skill is unparalleled in the martial world. If you choose to flee, we certainly cannot pursue you. However, mark my words. If you attempt to escape, I shall set your Jiangwei Tower aflame and slay the poison doctor. You must choose. And if I do not flee and meet my end at your hands, Gu Tian spread his hands. If you refuse to accompany young Master Song, death is an outcome the Song family would willingly accept. If I perish, you will let my brother and Jiangwei Tower go. Is that correct? Gu Tian nodded affirmatively. At this moment, Gu Yun, the second brother, whispered, Elder brother, Mu Shirlan is the flower lady's former lover. If we were to kill her, do you think he would seek revenge? Indeed. The third brother, Gu Hai, added quietly, if he acts, we 3. Gu Tian laughed coldly, waving his hand dismissively. Do not fret. Have you forgotten? The affair between Mu Shirlan and the flower lady incited the wrath of the Luxia Beach's leader, Lu Hao Tian, forcing him to swear in front of her that he would sever all ties with her. Many witnessed this event at the time. Humph. As the chief disciple of a prestigious sect, would he dare to go back on his word? Does he not fear tarnishing his sect's reputation? Gu Yun nodded repeatedly, affirming, yes, elder brother, now that you mention it, I recall this matter. Aha. Young Master Mu Shirlan has likely become the favored son-in-law of Luxia Beach's leader by now. So why would he still concern himself with this flower lady? Silence your mouths. Duan Er's sharp cry startled Gu Tian. He looked closely, only to find her cheeks stained with tears. Oh, she weeps. Duan sighed deeply, wiping the tear stains from her delicate face. She then crouched into a stance, her left hand poised in front and her right hand protecting her chest, gritting her teeth defiantly. Even in death, I shall not surrender my neck for slaughter. Gutian, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, stepped towards Du Wan Air. If your martial arts were as astonishing as your lightness skill, even for a generous sum from the Song family, we would not dare approach you. Alas, aside from your lightness skill, you possess little else. Just like your elder brother. Aside from his poisons, he is utterly lacking. As he spoke, Guyun lowered his hand from the sword's hilt, sneering. I could easily end your life without even drawing my blade. Come then, grant me this favor. As the conversation unfolded, Gutian's feet stirred up a spray of mud as he swiftly advanced towards Du Wanner. With a graceful sidestep, he evaded her left palm strike and delivered a powerful kick straight to her chest. A gasp escaped Du Wanner as darkness enveloped her vision, and she was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground some 10 paces away. Humph, aside from your lightness of foot, you are truly a useless being. As he spoke, Gutian leisurely approached the bloodied and struggling Du Wan and Apos, lying on the ground. Such a beautiful woman, it would be a shame to see you perish. Why not reconsider? Spending a few nights with young Master Song is surely better than losing your life. F all nonsense. Du Wanna spat, blood splattering from her lips. Gutian squatted beside her, casually brushing aside her feeble punch before seizing her slender, pale neck in his grip. Then, let me send you on your way. Just as he was about to apply pressure to snap her neck, a walnut struck the back of his head. Gutian turned to look at the walnut on the ground, and then at his 2 younger brothers. Who dares to throw a walnut at me? I do. Came a languid voice from behind Guyun and Gohai. Gutian squinted in the direction of the voice, and from the window of Jiangwei building, a handsome young man holding a teacup leaned out, his expression sternly fixed upon him. Who are you? 3 renowned swordsmen bullying a weak woman. Is this appropriate? Upon finishing his words, the young man leapt from the window, carefully placing the teacup on the windowsill. He dusted off his hands and strode confidently towards Gutian. At that moment, Gutian noticed a slender long sword hanging from the young man's waist, which bore a striking resemblance to his own blade. Gutian released his grip on Du Wanner and slowly rose, his voice low and measured as he asked again. Who are you? Who else could it be? Naturally, it is I, Fong Buping, who has finally traded in 20 days of drinking for a cup of tea today. Chapter 22. Profound understanding to Gutian's astonishment. The man approaching him not only refrained from responding, but also brushed past him directly, making his way to Du Wan and Amp, Apos, side. I and Amp, Apos, am sorry. I thought you could hold your own against him for a while, so I stayed to watch, Fong Buping said cautiously as he helped Du Wanner to her feet. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and, clutching her chest, forced a smile. As he said, aside from my lightness skill, I am utterly useless. I must have disappointed you. There is no disappointment. If my brother had not fainted, they would not have been so brazen, Fong Buping replied lightly. Can you handle this? Although Du Wanner had learned from the poison master about Fong Buping's extraordinary talent, she had yet to witness his prowess firsthand, leaving her uncertain. Especially with his somewhat effeminate but handsome features, he resembled a young noble raised in the confines of a grand estate, which only heightened her anxiety. I will do my best. With that, Fong Buping turned. In that instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his starry eyes. He pointed at Gutian's waist and coldly asked, You wield a knife, do you? Since I have a knife at my waist, it stands to reason that I use it. Are you here to defend her? Fong Buping nodded. Just you alone, and you wish to drive us 3 brothers away? Fong Buping shook his head. No, you misunderstand. Gutian raised an eyebrow. Misunderstand what? Du Wanner is a virtuous woman who guards her heart for love. And she is the sister I wish to acknowledge. If you intend to kill her, then I have no choice but to eliminate you. It will not simply be a matter of driving you away. Upon hearing this, a warm smile spread across Du Wanner's face, but soon worry clouded her expression. She feared that Fong Buping's skills were not as formidable as he claimed. If that were the case, what awaited her would be a tragedy. At that moment, Gutian scrutinized Fong Buping, sneering, You appear to be a dashing young gentleman, yet you relish garlic. What audacity you possess. Do you truly believe you can kill us 3? Fong Buping nodded. I believe so. Gutian scoffed. What is your name? Revealing my name to someone on the brink of death is meaningless. You arrogant fool. Just then, Guyun and Guhai charged forward, shouting, You dare challenge the blood drink trio? You must truly wish for death. Let me handle this. Gutian commanded, halting them. He licked his dry lips. A sinister smile etched on his face as he fixated on Fong Buping, nodding repeatedly. Little brother. Do you know that the size of your bravado should best align with your abilities? Fong Buping nodded again. Indeed, and I understand it profoundly. To step forth without strength is merely a jest. Gutian spread his hands. So you believe your strength surpasses mine? It should, Fong Buping replied. Gutian sighed, tossing his head back. Your ability to say this with a straight face suggests you consider yourself somewhat capable. But do you know how many young men die each year in the martial world due to their hubris? I should not be among them. With that, Fong Buping shifted his stance, his right hand resting on the hilt of his knife. Are you preparing to draw your blade? Gutian chuckled softly, placing his own hand on his knife hilt. So you wish to settle this with a single stroke? Fong Buping shook his head. Not necessarily. The stance is merely a common way to initiate the technique. Regardless of my opponent's strength, I am prepared to continue the fight after drawing my blade. Gu Tian secretly gathered his strength, grinning maliciously. But my knife is swift. You likely won and Oppos, have the chance to engage in a prolonged battle. Is that so? Then I shall await the spectacle. From that point on, neither spoke, maintaining nearly identical stances, their gazes locked. The intent to kill silently coalesced between them. Silence. Suddenly, a hawk's sharp cry shattered the oppressive stillness above. Gu Yun and Go Hai, standing behind Gu Tian, looked up at the hawk. However, when their eyes returned to the two locked in confrontation, they gasped in unison. They beheld the blade of Gu Tian and Oppos' neck protruding with a glimmer of steel. Gu Tian still maintained his stance, yet Fong Buping and Oppos' long knife had already pierced his throat. A single stroke, sealing his fate. How fast? Du Wan and Oppos' exclaimed, nearly screaming. She could hardly believe that the young man who had desperately pleaded for her to teach him lightness skill could draw his blade with such speed. Nearly eluding her watchful gaze, Gu Tian, unable to speak due to the wound, gurgled as blood poured from his mouth. His eyes wide with terror as he stared at Fong Buping, seemingly asking, "Who are you?" Fong Buping let out a soft sigh and replied coolly, "Hubris indeed can lead to death. Your knife is not as swift as you claimed." With that, he decisively withdrew his long knife. A crimson spray erupted from Gu Tian's throat as the blade was extracted. Thud! Gu Tian collapsed, staring upwards. Even in death, his right hand clutched the long knife at his waist that had never been drawn. Gu Yun and Go Hai stood in shock, dumbfounded as they gazed at their brother's lifeless body. Fong Buping glanced at them, preparing to sheath his blade when a thought struck him. He turned back to Du Wan and Oppos' and asked, "Are these brothers the type to seek revenge for even the slightest grievance?" Du Wan and Oppos' nodded firmly. "There is a saying in the martial world, and Oppos, the blood drink trio will repay all grievances in blood. And Oppos, is that so?" Fong Buping said, shaking the blood from his long knife as he stepped over Gu Tian and Oppos' body, striding towards Gu Yun and Go Hai. "In that case, I must eliminate them, or they will pose a future threat to you in Zhongyu Tower. Who dares to harm my brothers?" Suddenly, a furious roar erupted, causing Fong Buping to halt abruptly. A massive figure, resembling a black tower, surged out from Zhongyu Tower like a whirlwind, heading straight for Gu Yun and Go Hai. Black Bull, seeing the imposing figure charging toward them, Gu Yun regained his senses first, swiftly drawing his long knife and stepping back while aiming a downward slash at Black Bull's face. Clang! Sparks flew. Black Bull deflected the strike with his left hand encased in a black iron gauntlet while delivering a powerful punch with his right hand, striking Gu Yun squarely in the chest. Bang! Wah! Gu Yun was sent flying like an arrow, crashing against a large stone by the riverbank. Second brother! Go Hai rushed to the riverside and gasped at the sight. Gu Yun and Oppos' skull was shattered, blood and brains spilling everywhere. There was no sign of life. He was utterly dead. Go Hai turned sharply, staring at Black Bull in disbelief. "You killed him with a single punch?" "Black Bull, leave no survivors," Fong Buping shouted. Black Bull responded loudly, gathering his strength as he lunged toward Go Hai at the riverbank. Seeing this, Go Hai dared not hesitate. Without a second thought, he activated his lightness skill and leaped into the river, skimming across the surface. Although his agility was far inferior to that of Du Wan and Oppos', he nonetheless possessed the ability to traverse with grace. Even if his speed on the water and Oppos' surface was sluggish, Hanyo found himself rooted to the riverbank, helplessly watching as he fled towards the northern shore. "Why aren't you pursuing him?" Du Wan and Oppos' exclaimed anxiously. Fong Buping and Hanyo turned back, casting sorrowful glances at Du Wan and replied in unison, "Because we cannot master the art of agility." At this, Du Wan stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. Chapter 23, The Enigmatic Objects of the Celestial Realm. It matters not. At that moment, a familiar voice floated through the air. The three turned towards the sound, and there they beheld the poisoned doctor slowly rising, brushing off the dust from his garments. He squinted towards Go Hai, who had nearly escaped to the center of the river. "He has been poisoned. I am certain he shall not survive crossing the river." Du Wan rushed to the poisoned doctor's side, concern etched across her face as she examined him from head to toe, only to lift her leg and deliver a swift kick to his rear. "You've been feigning unconsciousness all along." The poisoned doctor rubbed his backside and chuckled. "Oh, my dear girl, how could I remain indifferent while witnessing you being bullied? I only regained my senses when this black brother made his move. It was then that I took the opportunity to poison him as he fled past me." As soon as he finished speaking, a splash echoed from the river. The group turned to see Go Hai sinking beneath the water, flailing briefly before disappearing from sight. The poisoned doctor glanced at the corpses of Gu Tian and Gu Yun, then back at the river, bewildered. What on earth is happening? Why did these three come to cause trouble? Du Wan scoffed. "Cause trouble? They came to kill. They are none other than the bloodthirsty triad." The poisoned doctor gasped. "It is indeed them?" Du Wan proceeded to recount the reasons behind their intrusion and the valiant actions of Fong Buping and Hanyo. After hearing her tale, The poisoned doctor clasped his hands in gratitude towards Fong Buping. Thank you both for saving my sister and the Jiangyue Tower. From this day forth, I shall heed your commands whenever possible. Fong Buping was about to return the gesture when Duan Wan intervened, supporting him with a captivating gaze and her tone returning to its usual charm. It seems such talent as yours would be a pity to waste if you cannot perform lightness skills. Fong Buping was taken aback and then grinned broadly. So, does this mean I have finally caught the eye of the flower mistress? Duan Wan chuckled lightly, refraining from answering directly, and instead posed. Do you truly wish to acknowledge me as your sister? Fong Buping nodded. To encounter an unattainable woman and to be able to call her sister is indeed a great joy. Duan Wan rolled her eyes and flicked her sleeve dismissively. Humph, what a silver-tongued flatterer. Very well, I shall teach you lightness skills. But I am injured today, so we shall wait until I have healed. Upon hearing this, Fong Buping was overjoyed and bowed deeply, exclaiming, Thank you, flower mistress. Eh? Still calling me flower mistress? Fong Buping quickly corrected himself. Thank you, sister. Humph, that is more like it. As she spoke, Duan Wan took the unsheathed dagger from Fong Buping and Apos' hand and examined it closely. Is this dagger of great significance to you? Fong Buping shook his head. Not particularly. I merely seized it from a bandit and have used it since. Then why does it bear so many nicks and rust? As long as it isn't broken, it's still usable. I have no complaints. I have complaints. With that, Duan Wan hurled the dagger into the river. My dagger. Fong Buping stared blankly at the splashes in the water. Duan Wan shot him an exasperated glare before turning to enter the Jiangyue Tower. What a pitiful sight. You mourn a wretched dagger? Follow me upstairs. Fong Buping looked down at the empty scabbard at his waist, feeling a twinge of loss. Although the dagger was damaged, it had accompanied him for 5 years. With a soft sigh, he followed Duan Wan up to the second floor. Meanwhile, He Niu and the poisoned doctor disposed of Gu Yun and Gu Tian's bodies into the river. Thus, the once feared bloodthirsty triad became mere sustenance for the fish. Upon reaching the second floor of the Jiangyue Tower, after navigating several turns, Duan Wan halted before an intricately carved rosewood door and turned to Fong Buping. This is my private chamber, and no outsiders are permitted to enter. With that, she pushed open the door, and a wave of fragrant powder wafted towards him. However, since you have acknowledged me as your sister, you may enter. Well, sister, even if we are family, this is your personal space, and as a man, I shouldn't intrude. Enough nonsense, come in. I have something for you. Duan Wan immediately assumed the authoritative tone of an older sister. Thus, Fong Buping transformed into a dutiful younger brother, acknowledging her command and stepping inside. Once the door was closed, Duan Wan hurried to the embroidered bed, lifting the bedding and then the bedboard, as if searching for something. Fong Buping discreetly surveyed the room, rich with the scent of cosmetics and exquisitely decorated. But he dared not sit, instead standing awkwardly in a corner. At that moment, Duan Wan placed a red lacquered wooden box on the table, its age evident from the cracked and peeling lacquer. Why are you just standing there? Come and sit. Fong Buping complied, taking a seat. Duan Wan lightly tapped the wooden box, smiling, regardless of your deeds today in saving me and the Jiangyue Tower, as you are now my brother. I shall pass this to you. What is it? Duan Wan gently caressed the box, her expression turning somber. My elder brother devoted his life to the study of medicine and poison, single-minded and alone, as you have seen. Now at 35, he remains unmarried. And I fear that I too shall never have descendants. Therefore, this should be passed to you, as it is something you can utilize, rather than let it gather dust. With that, Duan Wan opened the box. Inside lay a long blade, sheathed in a deep blue and violet scabbard. Its design precisely that of the slender blade Fong Buping commonly wielded. Fong Buping stood up in shock, gazing at the long blade with astonishment. His amazement was not merely due to the exquisite craftsmanship of the scabbard. He anticipated that the blade within would also be of exceptional quality. Rather, he was astounded to recognize that this long blade was the favored weapon of the cultivators from the Celestial Realm's Azure Thunder Domain. Furthermore, the scabbard bore an engraved emblem of the Azure Thunder Domain. How did this blade come to be in the mortal realm? Fong Buping asked loudly. Duan Wan, mistaking his astonishment for admiration for the blade, replied with a laugh. Indeed, you are a blade wielder, captivated by a fine weapon. Here, this blade is now yours. Is your sister good to you? Fong Buping slowly extended his trembling right hand, gently tracing the emblem of the Azure Thunder Domain on the scabbard. He could hardly believe he was once again in contact with something from the celestial realm. A wave of bittersweet nostalgia surged within him. As the coldness of the scabbard met his palm, he felt transported back to the Azure Thunder Domain, reliving the moments when he was the esteemed 8th young master. As if his mother was still well, and he had successfully awakened his spiritual veins, a superior quality at that, while Su Jinawan looked upon him with pride, proclaiming that there would be a worthy successor. What a foolish expression. Is it truly so moving that you would cry? This blade is a relic passed down from my ancestor, Duan Wan explained. Fong Buping rubbed his eyes and inquired. Is this the ancestor known as the Flying Mouse by the 4 great clans? Duan Wan nodded. Indeed. But do you know where this blade came from? Chapter 24. Love at first sight. Dujian coughed lightly, placing a hand on her chest, before approaching a copper mirror to delicately arrange her hair with her elegant fingers. I am aware, but I shall confide in you alone. Do not speak of this outside. Very well. My ancestor possessed only average agility. On one occasion, he infiltrated the residence of a notorious tomb raider and discovered this blade, along with a manual on lightness skill. From that moment on, my ancestor's agility became extraordinary. The lightness skill passed down through generations in the Du family originates from that manual found in the tomb raider's home. Fong Buping furrowed his brow. So, you mean to say, both this blade and your family's lightness skill come from a tomb? Du Jian'er nodded. Is there any doubt? The treasures within a tomb must originate from the tomb itself. Where else could they come from? From a tomb, Fong Buping mused, gazing thoughtfully at the long blade. This implies that the tomb's master might very well be a cultivator from the Xian realm. The color of the sheath indicates that its owner must possess a cultivation level above the 3rd stage. But why would a cultivator of such caliber venture into the mortal realm? It makes no sense. After all, if a Xian realm cultivator were to enter the mortal realm, there would be risks of diminishing their power. If they stayed too long, they might regress entirely, returning to the initial stage of their journey. Who would be foolish enough to do that? Certainly not my mother. She would never have come to the mortal realm and committed any wrongdoing against Su Jinhuan. Yet, this blade undeniably hails from the Songlei domain of the Xian realm and has indeed appeared in a tomb within the mortal realm. How does one explain this? It is perplexing. At that moment, Du Jian'er returned to her seat at the table and softly said, as for the manual on lightness skill, it has been passed down orally in our family for generations. I will transcribe it for you later, and once I have recovered, I shall guide you in your practice. Remember, once you have memorized it, you must immediately burn the manual. It must not fall into the hands of those with ill intentions. I understand. With that, Fong Buping slowly retrieved the long blade from its box. With a soft click, he pushed the hilt with his thumb, gripping the handle tightly as the blade gradually emerged from its sheath. It was a long blade, entirely black with a faint hint of azure. Fong Buping was not surprised. From the color of the sheath, he had already deduced that this was a blade wielded by a cultivator of the 3rd stage, distinct in appearance from those used by cultivators of the middle or lower 3rd stage. The long blade used by cultivators from the Songlei domain was crafted entirely from black iron stones that fell from the heavens. Go on. I must bathe with medicinal water to heal. Afterward, I shall transcribe the lightness skill for you, Du Jian'er said wearily. Fong Buping nodded slightly and assured her he was in no hurry before departing with the blade. Upon descending to the main hall, he noticed the poison doctor sharing drinks with Hanyo, their arms slung over each other's shoulders. Come, Fong, my brother. Join us for a drink. The poison doctor exclaimed, rising with a hearty laugh. Just as he was about to pull Fong Buping over, he suddenly halted. What? That blade? Fong Buping quickly removed the long blade from his waist, holding it with both hands and chuckling awkwardly. My sister intends to pass this blade to me. Yet it is a treasured heirloom of your Du family. I cannot accept it without your approval, poison doctor. The poison doctor gazed at the long blade in silence for a moment before waving his hand decisively. If it is given to you, accept it with ease. These matters are decided by my sister, and I do not interfere. If she wishes to impart the lightness skill to you, it is no surprise she would bestow this blade as well. As he spoke, the poison doctor took the long blade and sheathed it at Fong Buping's waist, pouring him a bowl of wine. He raised his own cup and declared, since my sister has acknowledged you as her brother, and you are brothers with Hanyo, I naturally become your elder brother. From now on, we are family. This Jiangwei Tower is your home. So if you and Hanyo ever feel weary while out in the world, remember there is a place for you by the river outside Jiangjiang City. Upon hearing this, Fong Buping felt a warmth in his heart and quickly lifted his wine bowl. Hanyo, with tears brimming in his eyes, once again felt the warmth of family after 5 years since his father and Amp, Apos, murder. Cheers. The 3 bowls clinked heavily together as they drank deeply. After setting down his wine bowl, Fong Buping picked at some dishes, chewing thoughtfully before hesitating to speak. Elder brother, there is something I am unsure whether I should inquire about. Now that we are brothers, why the formality? Speak. It is. I have noticed my sister often presents herself in a, how shall I put it, a flamboyant and alluring manner. The poison doctor waved his hand, interrupting him. I know what you wish to ask. You are curious if, since Du Jian'er has opened this flower house and presents herself as a woman of the world, she truly remains chaste, as the rumors suggest? Fong Buping nodded. Indeed, I find it somewhat perplexing. Is this not contradictory? The poison doctor downed a bowl of wine, sighing softly, his expression turning somber. She has indeed maintained her chastity. The paradox of Du Jian'er's current demeanor is largely my responsibility as her elder brother. Oh, how so? The poison doctor downed 2 more bowls of wine, recounting the tale. Their parents had passed away early. As the eldest brother, he was expected to assume the duty of caring for and guiding his younger sister after their parents' and Apos' demise. However, he was so engrossed in the study of medicine and poison that at the age of 16, he entrusted his 7-year-old sister to a distant relative and set out to seek renowned physicians to learn their craft. That distant relative took Du Jian'er in only for the sake of the silver he provided offering little more than basic sustenance, while allowing her to roam freely with a group of wild children. At the age of 9, Du Jian-er caught the eye of a theater troupe and Oppo's owner, who claimed that the young girl possessed a natural allure and grace, perfectly suited to play a flower girl. Du Jian-er, finding the prospect of performing delightful, insisted on learning the craft, and her distant relative, eager to rid himself of this burden, allowed her to join the troupe. It is worth noting that acting was considered a lowly profession, and no respectable family would permit their children to enter such a line of work. The poison doctor lamented deeply, stating that had he known then, he would have never allowed his sister to join the theater troupe. Within the troupe was an older martial artist, possessing genuine skills, who took a liking to the new girl and, during his leisure time, imparted to Du Jian-er the fundamentals of his martial arts. It can be said that it was this martial artist who taught her the basics of combat. As Du Jian-er turned 16, the troupe was engaged for a performance in Guang'an City in the southern province. A wealthy family was celebrating the patriarch's 80th birthday with a 3-day banquet, inviting the troupe to perform. This wealthy family was one of the 4 prestigious families, the revered of the Falling Sunset Beach, which sent disciples to attend the celebration. Among the disciples attending was Mu Shilan, a rising star of the Falling Sunset Beach, only 17 at the time. Thus, while performing on stage, Du Jian-er met Mu Shilan, who gazed at her in awe from the audience. The two fell in love at first sight. Chapter 25 should have foreseen 3 years later, the affair between Du Wanner and Mu Shilan came to the attention of Lu Haotian, the head of the Falling Sunset sect. Lu Haotian was furious and reproached Mu Shilan for tarnishing the reputation of their esteemed sect by entangling himself with an actress. Consequently, Lu Haotian resorted to threatening Mu Shilan with expulsion from the sect, demanding that he sever ties with Du Wanner. To Du Wanner's dismay, Mu Shilan ultimately chose his sect over her, publicly declaring, in front of numerous disciples, that he would henceforth have no further ties with Du Wan and Oppos. Overwhelmed with grief, Du Wanner nearly fainted, proclaiming that her love for Mu Shilan was as evident as the heavens above, and that her purity of heart was undeniable. She implored Mu Shilan not to forsake her. Yet, under the pressure from the sect, Mu Shilan merely closed his eyes, offering no response. In a final act of despair, he inflicted a wound upon himself, claiming it was merely a return of affection to Du Wanner. Du Wanner, in turn, swore to the heavens that if she was but a lowly actress in Mu Shilan and Oppos' eyes, then she would live her life exemplifying the very definition of lowliness, fulfilling his wishes. Subsequently, she established a brothel outside Linjiang City, catering to men who sought fleeting pleasures, adorning herself like a courtesan and mingling among those who coveted her. Upon hearing this, Fang Buping took several swigs of wine, shaking his head and declaring that Mu Shilan is no true man. The already tipsy physician waved his hand dismissively, his face etched with despair. Do not blame him. He is the foremost disciple of a prestigious sect, burdened with heavy responsibilities. It is a daunting task to forsake one's sect for the sake of personal affection. I doubt anyone could bear such a burden. He lamented, the blame lies with me. I abandoned my young sister, allowing her to join a troupe. If she were not an actress, perhaps she and Mu Shilan would have already married. Black Bull, who had been quietly drinking, suddenly set down his cup and patted the physician's shoulder, offering comfort. That cannot be the case. If sister had not become an actress, she would never have met Mu Shilan. The physician rubbed his weary eyes and sighed. Indeed, it is fate. Henceforth, I vowed never to leave Du Wanner, to protect my sister and ensure she suffers no more indignities. Fang Buping smiled wryly, but sister is now 25. Might she truly remain unmarried for life? Will she live with you forever? The physician shook his head resolutely. Her heart has perished alongside Mu Shilan, and I fear she will never consider marriage again. And you? Fang Buping inquired. The physician smiled softly, raising his cup once more. I have failed my duty as an elder brother, and thus I bear the shame if Du Wanner chooses to remain single. So let it be. We shall support each other through life, and that is not so bad. Enough of these disheartening topics, brother. Let us drink. Black Bull exclaimed. Indeed, let us not dwell on sorrows. Today is a day of celebration, for I have gained 2 brothers. They cheered. However, after 2 cups, Fang Buping rose and strolled to the window, gazing out at the expansive river, murmuring to himself, I should have foreseen this. I should have foreseen. On the table beneath the candlelight lay several sheets of paper filled with written characters. These were the lightness techniques that Du Wanner had transcribed from memory. Fang Buping's late realization stemmed from the fact that he had recognized these techniques as the very principles of air manipulation known to all in the Xian realm, with the only difference being the substitution of spiritual energy for vitality. Having spent years practicing the Oppos, Purple Gold Classic and Oppos, to cultivate vitality, he pondered why he had not attempted to apply the principles of air manipulation to lightness techniques. Regret washed over him. Had he realized this earlier, he might not have wasted so many years alongside Black Bull. Thus, Fang Buping was convinced that the grave containing the Xian realm's long knife and air manipulation techniques belonged to a practitioner from that realm, someone who had achieved significant mastery in life. But what manner of reckless practitioner would risk regression and power to venture into the mortal realm and ultimately perish here? Muttering to himself, Fang Buping burned the papers. Had he memorized them? Of course, he had. The foundational principles of air manipulation were ingrained in him since childhood. Just as he had mastered the Thunder Blade technique in preparation for awakening his spiritual veins. Sighing, he extinguished the candle and stepped outside. Upon leaving the Jiangwei Tower, he wandered to the riverbank. Slowly, he drew his long knife, the dark blade shimmering with an ethereal blue under the pale moonlight. He twirled the knife, a solitary tear escaping the corner of his eye. To think this is my first time wielding a Xian Realm practitioner's long knife in the mortal realm. Mother, are you still alive? Mother, do you know how difficult it is for mortals to step into the Xian Realm? Do you understand how challenging it is to comprehend the mysteries? Can I ever return? The more he pondered, the more distressed he became. The sound of the knife slicing through the air filled the night as he danced beneath the moonlight, attempting to dispel the turmoil within. In the midst of his fervent movements, he suddenly heard a faint sound. Fang Buping paused, scanning his surroundings. Aside from himself and a few willow trees, there was no one else by the moonlit riverside. Could it be he had misheard? Perhaps it was merely the sound of fish leaping from the water? Taking a deep breath, he resumed his dance. Could it be the Thunderblade technique? The voice echoed again. Who goes there? Fang Buping swiftly sheathed his knife, adopting a defensive stance, his sharp gaze scanning the shadows for any signs of movement. Chapter 26. The Immortal of Corpse Disintegration. Yet there was no response for a long while. Fang Buping maintained his stance with the drawn sword, his body taut, not daring to relax, ever ready to engage with the concealed figure lurking in the shadows. However, tonight was a full moon, granting excellent visibility, and the riverside where Fang Buping stood was relatively open, with only a few crooked willow trees providing minimal cover. Where could this person be hiding? Young one. The voice suddenly echoed again. Fang Buping trembled in fright. Who are you? Where are you hiding? Just tell me. Was the technique you just performed the Thunderblade technique? The voice seemed somewhat ethereal, yet it was impossible to discern its direction. Fang Buping inhaled sharply. You actually know the Thunderblade technique? Who are you? I can reveal myself, but you must answer truthfully. Are you from the Xian realm? Fang Buping swallowed hard and nodded. Yes, and what of it? Since you know the Thunderblade technique, could it be that you two hail from the Xian realm? The voice did not respond directly but continued. If you come from the Xian realm, why then are you but a mortal? Fang Buping hesitated for a moment, gritting his teeth. If I say, both my parents possess superior spiritual veins, would you believe me? I do not believe you. The voice replied immediately. A person from the Xian realm cannot give birth to a mortal unless a woman from the Xian realm had an affair with one possessing mortal veins, which could lead to the birth of a mortal. So, did your mother ever come to the mortal realm? Do not speak nonsense. Fang Buping shouted angrily, scanning his surroundings once more. Where are you hiding? Show yourself. Dare to speak of my mother, and I shall see if I do not slay you. Calm yourself, young one. I must ask you, who were your parents in the Xian realm? Fang Buping lowered his gaze, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke softly. My father is the lord of the Songlei domain, Su Jinuan. My mother is his fifth consort, Fang Suaping. Ah, your father is actually a domain lord. Fang Buping scoffed lightly, but he no longer recognizes me as his son, believing I am not of his blood, and cast me into the mortal realm. The voice fell silent for a moment before responding. As a domain lord, having a mortal son is naturally difficult to accept, and he would certainly think your mother has betrayed him. However, I believe that with your mother and Appos, as esteemed status, it is improbable she would commit such an act of betrayal against your father. After a pause, the voice continued, to take a step back. Even if she were to betray, it would not be to seek out a mortal, especially since cultivators risk regression in their abilities when entering the mortal realm. She would have no reason to do so. Perhaps, there are unknown reasons that have prevented your mortal veins from awakening on their own. Upon hearing this, Fang Buping felt somewhat reassured, and slowly lowered his hand from the sword hilt, inquiring, May I ask who you are, senior? A useless person. Fang Buping furrowed his brow. A useless person? What does that mean? Just as he finished speaking, Fang Buping felt the long sword at his waist begin to tremble. Looking down, he saw a plume of green smoke suddenly surge forth from the sword, rushing towards his face. What is happening? Fang Buping involuntarily closed his eyes and hastily tossed the sword away. But when he opened his eyes again, he was astonished to find a figure silently standing before him. Ah! Fang Buping exclaimed, stumbling back and falling to the ground. Young one, do not be afraid. Fang Buping took a deep breath, looking up. The figure was an elderly man with white hair and beard, dressed in a black robe, with wide sleeves embroidered with purple cloud and thunder patterns. This is the attire of a cultivator from the Songlei domain and Appos, as upper three realms. Fang Buping exclaimed. The elder nodded slightly and smiled. Indeed. Then, senior, you. Fang Buping paused, realizing suddenly that the old man's figure seemed to waver, as if reflected upon the water's surface. Even more surprising was that the elder was floating above the ground. You are a ghost? Haraha. The elder chuckled, stroking his beard. Not at all. Since you were once the young master of the Songlei domain, you must have received excellent education since childhood. You are certainly not an ignorant person. Think again. Fang Buping stared at the elder, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a long moment, He suddenly clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Could it be that you are the immortal of corpse disintegration?" Indeed, the elder laughed heartily once more. The ultimate goal of cultivators in the Xian realm is to attain immortality. However, this immortality is classified into 3 tiers. The first tier is what is commonly referred to as ascension. After reaching the pinnacle of the 9th realm, primeval realm, if a cultivator successfully comprehends and finds an opportunity, they may ascend to the immortal realm and become a celestial immortal. The second tier is the earth immortal. Upon reaching the primeval realm and successfully comprehending the path, if one does not find an opportunity before their lifespan ends, they may choose to become an earth immortal. Although earth immortals cannot enter the immortal realm, they possess terrifying strength beyond that of ordinary cultivators, and their lifespan is limitless, making them the strongest existence among mortals in the Xian realm. However, earth immortals seldom reveal themselves and would never involve themselves in the conflicts among cultivators. Having attained enlightenment, they have long since abandoned the mundane thoughts of disputes and interests. Thus, the exact number of earth immortals in the Xian realm and the locations of their cultivation sanctuaries remain a mystery to this day. The third tier is the immortal of corpse disintegration. If a cultivator reaches the primeval realm but has not attained enlightenment before their lifespan ends, they may utilize the method of corpse disintegration to cause their physical body to perish, allowing their primordial spirit to separate. The disintegrated primordial spirit, lacking the support of physical meridians, cannot perform any techniques and can only drift eternally between heaven and earth, essentially harmless to others. The only benefit is that, like earth and celestial immortals, they can share the same lifespan as heaven and earth. At this moment, Fang Buping rose to his feet and clasped his fists. "So you have indeed attained immortality, senior. I have been rude." The elder sighed lightly and waved his hand, saying, "To say I am an immortal. How does this differ from a wandering spirit? It is merely the gift of eternal life. Ha ha. I am embarrassed, truly embarrassed. Yet, senior, as a cultivator, you have indeed reached the primeval realm. This is already an admirable achievement. How many cultivators in the current Xian realm can claim the same? To my knowledge, not a single one, hence. I genuinely hold deep respect for you, senior. However, I have a question, and I hope it is appropriate to ask." The elder raised his hand, smiling. "What question do you have, young one? Speak freely." The immortal of corpse disintegration cannot perform any techniques, so how did you, senior, arrive in the mortal realm after attaining immortality? And why did you come to the mortal realm? Chapter 27. 1,000 years of guilt. Upon hearing these words, the elder first chuckled softly a few times, then turned his back, gazing at the shimmering waves of the river with a melancholic expression. "In the realm of Xian, I had a dear friend who ascended to the level of earth immortal before my own corporeal dissolution." As he spoke, the elder pointed to the dagger cast aside by Fang Buping. "This very blade was once wielded by me. After my transformation into an immortal, my spiritual essence became attached to it. Thus, I instructed my old friend to inter my physical remains along with this dagger in the mortal realm." Fang Buping suddenly understood. "So, the burial site raided by that tomb robber over a century ago was indeed the resting place of your physical form." "Precisely," the elder affirmed. "But, did your friend not fear that his cultivation would regress upon descending to the mortal realm to inter your remains?" The elder waved his hand dismissively. "Earth immortals are not bound by the same constraints as mere cultivators. They traverse freely between the realms, untroubled by such concerns." "Then, why did you insist on having your physical body buried in the mortal realm, while also leaving your spiritual essence there?" Fang Buping inquired. The elder looked once more at the river's surface, murmuring, "It is simply because I owe a debt of guilt to someone. Hence I left my essence in the mortal realm, so I may visit that person's grave from time to time for a measure of solace." Fang Buping was taken aback. "You feel guilt towards a mortal? Was it possible that you had visited the mortal realm before?" Turning to Fang Buping, the elder revealed a bittersweet smile. "Indeed, I was once a mortal myself." "What? You were originally a mortal? So that means..." The elder nodded slightly. "Yes. I successfully transcended over a millennium ago and arrived in the mortal realm." Fang Buping's eyes widened in astonishment. "You successfully transcended over 1,000 years ago? Could it be that you are the renowned elder of the Yangling Mountain Sword sect?" Observing Fang Buping's expression of disbelief, the elder offered a wry smile and waved his hand. "Even if I did succeed in transcending, I hardly consider it a matter of glory now. Yes, I am indeed a disciple of the Yangling Mountain Sword sect from over 1,000 years ago, known in the mortal realm as Jiang Chaozong." With a fist clasped in respect, Fang Buping exclaimed, "Elder Jiang, I had thought the challenge of transcending was comparable to ascending in the Xian realm. Yet you achieved it in the mortal realm and subsequently ascended to the pinnacle of the 9th realm in the Xian realm. I truly admire you." However, Jiang Chaozong dismissed the praise, instead circling Fang Buping thoughtfully and smiling. "Young one, if I am not mistaken, you too wish to transcend and return to the Xian realm?" Fang Buping nodded vigorously. "Indeed, I wish to return to save my mother." Jiang Chaozong sighed softly, shaking his head. "But the path to transcendence is arduous. Mortals have but a few decades of life, and within that time, one must cultivate one and amp, Appos, essence to the threshold of immortality, while also gathering the 9 chapters of transcendence and achieving enlightenment. It is exceedingly difficult. In my time, I learned that in nearly 4,000 years, including myself, only a handful of individuals have succeeded in transcending. Fang Buping scratched his head. But why is it that only your story of transcendence is known in the martial world? I had thought only one person emerged every 1,000 years. Yet it seems there have been over 10 in the past 4 millennia. Jiang Chaozong chuckled. Do you think every successful transcender departed from the mortal realm under the gaze of the masses as I did? Not at all. Most who transcend leave quietly, unbeknownst to the world. Perhaps, there have been others who succeeded in transcending over the past 1,000 years without anyone knowing. Then how did you manage to transcend back then? I beseech you for guidance, Fang Buping implored. Jiang Chaozong shook his head again. I must confess, my success was largely due to luck. The first condition was to reach the pinnacle of essence cultivation. I was naturally gifted and managed to cultivate my essence to the late stage of the wind transformation realm. With the aid of the 9 chapters of transcendence, I ultimately achieved the half-step to immortality at the age of 39. Fang Buping pondered. With the aid of the 9 chapters of transcendence? What does that mean? Is it not merely a means to transcend? Let me explain, my child. Even with the finest inner cultivation techniques, most individuals with decent talent can advance only to the late stage of wind transformation before stagnating. To break through to the sparrow retention realm? Without extraordinary talent, it is exceedingly challenging. Fang Buping raised his hands in exasperation. Then how did you manage to break through to the sparrow retention realm? Jiang Chaozong furrowed his brow in silence for a moment before abruptly waving his sleeve. Enough. You and I both hail from the Songlei domain and have met in this mortal realm. It is fate. Since you wish to return to the Xian realm to save your mother, I shall share this secret with you as a glimmer of hope. Fang Buping clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Elder, for your generosity. I am all ears. The 9 chapters of transcendence consist of 9 pieces of ink jade, each containing indomitable spiritual energy. To elevate one and Appos, essence from wind transformation to sparrow retention, one must first gather 3 pieces of ink jade and stack them together under moonlight. The moonlight penetrating the jade will project a piece of inner cultivation scripture. By practicing this scripture, one can easily break through to the sparrow retention realm. Is it truly so? Fang Buping was momentarily stunned before regaining his composure. Then why did you not leave this inner cultivation scripture for the Yongling Mountain Sword sect? Wouldn't that have greatly enhanced their power? Jiang Chaozong shook his head. Do you think that if the sect leader had learned of my acquisition of the ink jade, he would have allowed me to keep it? Certainly not. He would have demanded I turn it over to the sect. Thus, I kept it a secret from him. I once transcribed the scripture for a junior disciple, claiming it was a technique I stumbled upon in the martial world, encouraging him to practice it. However, he saw no results. Later, I worried I had misremembered, so I placed the 3 pieces of ink jade under the moonlight again, but no text was projected. After I ascended to the Xian realm, I learned that each time the ink jade appears in the mortal realm, stacking 3 pieces together allows for only 1 scripture to be projected. With 9 pieces, at most 3 scriptures can be projected. Moreover, each individual's meridians differ. The scripture projected by the jade is only applicable to the holder. Fang Buping nodded thoughtfully. I see. Then, if I cultivate using this scripture, can I elevate my essence to the half-step to immortality? No, Jiang Chaozong confirmed with a nod. To elevate one's essence from sparrow retention to half-step immortality, one must gather all 9 pieces of ink jade. Similarly, stacking them under moonlight will yield another scripture. Finally, with enlightenment, one can successfully transcend. After a pause, Jiang Chaozong gazed up at the moon, a look of sorrow crossing his face. I referred to luck because, at that time, I had only managed to find 5 pieces of ink jade, while the other 4 had already been gathered by another individual who remained oblivious to the mysteries hidden within the moonlight's projection. That individual was a renowned female hero of the time, who took a liking to me and proposed that if I agreed to marry her, she would gift me the 4 pieces of ink jade as tokens of affection. Knowing that once the 9 chapters of transcendence were completed, one might depart from the mortal realm for good, she was willing to part with them? Fang Buping questioned. Jiang Chaozong waved his hand dismissively. At the time, I believed she was unaware that I had already secured 5 pieces. Otherwise, I was certain she would not have allowed me to gather all 9 and leave her behind. So, in my folly, I agreed to marry her. But after obtaining those 4 pieces, you did not fulfill your promise and marry her? Fang Buping probed cautiously. Jiang Chaozong closed his eyes, clenched his teeth, and nodded. Although I have long harbored deep feelings for that heroine at the time, upon glimpsing the prospect of transcending, I became utterly consumed by the desire to attain enlightenment, neglecting all sentiments of love and attachment. I resorted to any means necessary to gather the 9 chapters of transcendence. After deceitfully acquiring the 4 jade pieces, I repeatedly experimented beneath the moonlight, ultimately discovering that when all 9 were stacked together, they projected an additional technique. Thus, I secluded myself in a remote mountain, engrossed in my cultivation. After 10 arduous years, I successfully elevated my vitality to the realm of a half-immortal. Yet I struggled to find the path to enlightenment. Consequently, I contemplated visiting the Transcendence Gate in the extreme northern wilderness, hoping to uncover any hidden mysteries yet unrecognized. Did you find anything at the Transcendence Gate? At this moment, Jiang Chaozong was in tears, and after a long sigh towards the moon, he mournfully replied, I did find something. Before the Transcendence Gate, I encountered that heroine, but she had been encased in ice for many years. Later, I broke the ice and discovered a letter on her lifeless body. It read, I have long known of your possession of 5 jade pieces. I merely wish to leave behind a bond with you in the mortal realm, and I will never obstruct your aspirations for transcendence. Why must you deceive me? Since we have already pledged ourselves to each other for a lifetime, I remain yours until death. I, in this moment, bid farewell to my husband as you step into the realm of the profound. Upon hearing this, Fang Buping felt a tumult of emotions. Gazing at Jiang Chaozong with a complex expression, after a moment, he sighed softly and said, that was over 1,000 years ago, senior. It is time to let go. How can I let go? Jiang Chaozong suddenly roared, startling Fang Buping, causing him to tremble. Even my enlightenment was bestowed upon me by her. How could I possibly let go? I deceived her, and in the end, she sacrificed her life to aid my transcendence. How can I ever let go? If I could relive those moments, I would choose to forego transcendence and cherish her instead. For over 1,000 years, I have lived with this guilt. Fang Buping was taken aback. Your enlightenment was granted by that heroine? Chapter 28 Reunion. Jiang Chaozong did not respond to the remark, instead turning gracefully towards the riverbank, murmuring, let us not speak of it. Let us not speak of it. A sigh escaped his lips as he continued, I know not why, but upon seeing you, I am reminded of my younger self. Thus, I find myself recounting these unfortunate past events, and for that, I apologize if I have bored you, young one. However, the path to enlightenment is fraught with difficulty. Should you lack the fortune I had in my youth, the hope of attaining such wisdom may elude you. Therefore, I advise you to ease your heart. To live freely in this mortal realm, it can also be a beautiful existence. Fang Buping inhaled deeply, clenching his teeth, and replied, my mother suffers due to my actions and is likely enduring unspeakable torments in the realm of the mysterious. How can I possibly ease my heart? If I were to stand idly by while she suffers, would I still be considered a person? Jiang Chaozong turned to gaze at Fang Buping for a long moment, then sighed softly, pointing to the long sword that Fang Buping had cast aside. This sword, I shall lend to you. When your lifespan draws to a close, please return it to the place where my body lies buried. May I inquire, where lies your resting place, esteemed elder? Fang Buping asked. Jiang Chaozong gestured towards the opposite bank of the river. 50 miles west of here, there is a mountain range known as Qingyuan Mountain, with 7 peaks forming a chain. At the foot of the 3rd peak from the east, under a 1,000-year-old camphor tree, lies my grave, about 15 paces north of the tree. That place is where I once made a lifelong promise with a certain heroine. Fang Buping picked up the long sword and secured it at his waist, clasping his fist in respect. I shall remember this, senior. Jiang Chaozong nodded slightly, then shifted the topic. You may also choose to return this sword elsewhere. On the peak of the ice mountain, where the gateway to enlightenment resides, there is a tomb that has been frozen for a millennium. In front of it stands a white marble monument. It is the resting place of that heroine I once buried before my journey to enlightenment. If one day you attain enlightenment, please place the sword before the monument before you cross into that realm. Fang Buping patted the sword at his waist, declaring boldly, I shall surely return this sword to the heroine's grave. Jiang Chaozong smiled and nodded thoughtfully, indeed. If you can gather the 9 chapters of enlightenment and elevate your essence to the realm of half a celestial, I only hope your ultimate realization is not as painful as mine was. Now, I have lingered here for over a century. It is time for me to wander once more and to seek her. Take care, young one. With that, Jiang Chaozong slowly floated towards the river, his form gradually fading from view. Take care. Fang Buping bowed respectfully towards the river and Appo's surface. As he straightened, a smirk appeared on his lips, and he scoffed. Just a faithless man. You ought to thank that faithless man for revealing to you the secrets of the 9 chapters of enlightenment. Suddenly, an ethereal voice floated from the river. Fang Buping stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, and bowed repeatedly towards the river. Please forgive me, esteemed elder. I know my errors. I shall discipline myself. Thus, Fang Buping struck his own face repeatedly until he felt certain Jiang Chaozong had truly departed. He was indeed a faithless man, he muttered softly, retrieving the piece of ink jade from his pocket and examining it in the silvery moonlight. Beneath the moon and Appo's glow, the swirling energy within the jade seemed to dance more vibrantly. Could this truly be the ink jade of the 9 chapters of enlightenment? The next day, the poison doctor hurried into the kitchen early, preparing medicine to heal Du Jiao, who remained resting in her chamber. Hainiu, having heard from the cook about the abundance of spring bamboo shoots and wild vegetables in the bamboo grove north of Jiangulu, was seized by the urge to forage. Heading straight to the grove with a bamboo basket, claiming he would gather some fine goods for the kitchen, Fang Buping, after finishing his breakfast, sat by the window, gazing at the vast river lost in thought. He was still in disbelief that he had encountered such a rare entity as a transcendent being in the mortal realm, who had shared a plethora of past tales with him. Yet, learning the secret of the 9 chapters of enlightenment was an unexpected boon. Alas, I have only acquired 1 chapter of the 9. Can I truly be as fortunate as that faithless man? He murmured softly, rising to check on Du Jiao. Just as he turned, a faint fragrance of orchids wafted from behind, compelling him to inhale deeply. The scent instantly conjured memories of 5 years ago in Xiaolan village. That ethereal figure, that exquisite visage. Over the past 5 years, he had dreamed of her countless times. The white silk handkerchief had been drawn forth for inspection more times than he could count. Turning slowly to gaze out the window, Fang Buping found himself entranced once more, as if 5 years had not passed. There, in the moonlight, was the face that haunted his dreams, now appearing even more mature and alluring. Lin Xiuyun. Beside her stood Nie Yunfei. He had not anticipated encountering the young lady again, nor did he know how she would address him. Stunned for a moment, he finally stammered, Lin Xiuyun? Lin Xiuyun, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, scrutinized him from head to toe before coldly stating, when have we met? Those words struck Fang Buping's heart like a lead weight. So, the one he had longed for had completely forgotten him. Is this him? Lin Xiuyun turned to Nie Yunfei, her expression still one of admiration. Nie Yunfei seemed to have also forgotten the events of 5 years ago, regarding Fang Buping with a look of slight confusion before his gaze settled on the long sword at Fang Buping's waist. You are the one who severed my senior brother's arm? Only then did Fang Buping snap back to reality. They were disciples of Yangling Mountain Sword sect. Were they here specifically for revenge? Stunned for a moment, Fang Buping forced a bitter smile. So our reunion is to be met with blades? Nie Yunfei raised an eyebrow. What nonsense are you spouting? I ask you again, did you indeed sever Fei Wei's arm? Fang Buping sighed, then sat down again, taking a sip from his tea bowl, and replied calmly, yes, and what of it? Do you know who I am? Fang Buping cracked a sunflower seed, maintaining his composure. I do. The End Oppos, Stormblade Swordsman, and Oppos, Nie Yunfei. Seeing that Fang Buping was not intimidated by his name but rather remained composed, Nie Yunfei furrowed his brow, inwardly pondering, as my master said. This fellow has indeed reached the later stages of the Earth Shatterer realm at such a young age. He appears unperturbed. Perhaps my master and Amp, Oppos, S words hold truth. Meanwhile, Lin Xiuyun was internally lamenting, astonished that this person, aware of her brother and Amp, Oppos, S reputation, remained calm and even somewhat dismissive. Do you know why I've come to find you? Nie Yunfei inquired. Fang Buping nodded. I do. To avenge Fei Wei. Are you willing to surrender? Fang Buping shook his head. Naturally, I am unwilling. Then shall we find a more suitable place to converse? There are many people here, and if a conflict arises, it would be unfortunate to injure the innocent. Fang Buping glanced sideways at Nie Yunfei, then at the long sword at his waist. Where do you wish to go? Nie Yunfei smirked. How about to the bamboo grove where I just subdued your dark brother? Fang Buping sprang to his feet, shouting furiously, what did you say? Chapter 29. Equal shares of autumn. Nie Yunfei shrugged, a cold smile gracing his lips. He murdered the son-in-law of the master of the Yoxing escort, as well as the chief escort himself. Given that the Yoxing escort is a vassal of our Yangling Mountain Sword sect, I deemed it reasonable to hand him over to the Yoxing escort for disposal. Is that not just? You killed him. Nie Yunfei shook his head. I did not. However, the people from the Yoxing escort certainly will. Black Bull. Fang Buping roared as he stormed out of Jianghua Tower. Nie Yunfei, accompanied by Lin Xiuyun, swiftly followed in pursuit using their lightness skills. Watching Fang Buping dash ahead in a frenzy, Nie Yunfei and Lin Xiuyun were taken aback. This person, who could effortlessly sever Fei Wei's arm, could not possibly be proficient in lightness skills. How peculiar. As they burst into the bamboo grove, Fang Buping shouted for Black Bull, frantically darting about. Soon, he stumbled upon several fallen bamboo stalks, their uneven breakage clearly indicating they had been smashed by a blunt object. Your black brother possesses quite the formidable fist technique. Nie Yunfei's voice drifted from behind him, his energy evidently reaching the late stage of the broken gold realm. Such a pity, had he not committed such grave errors. He might have become a notable figure in the martial world. Where is he? Fang Buping bellowed. I knocked him unconscious and entrusted him to the people of the Yoxing escort. He is likely on his way to their headquarters now. Black Bull, with a swift motion, as Fang Buping took a step forward, he suddenly felt a blur before him, as Nie Yunfei moved with incredible speed to block his path. Nie Yunfei and Amp, Oppos, his hand slowly rested on the hilt of his sword as he spoke solemnly, do you think I will allow you to escape? Step aside. Nie Yunfei shook his head. That is impossible. You two have committed a grave mistake. Thus, we shall meet again in death. With a swift sound, Lin Xiuyun appeared behind Fang Buping, and together with Nie Yunfei, they formed a pincer movement against him. Fang Buping glanced back, gritting his teeth. Mississippi. I truly do not wish to draw my blade against you. Lin Xiuyun narrowed her beautiful eyes, coldly stating, even if you refrain from striking, I shall not hold back. You should not harm a member of the Yangling Mountain Sword sect. Xiuyun, Nie Yunfei gently called, you should step aside. This individual is my responsibility, and I would not want him to mock us for overwhelming him with numbers. Xiuyun, who had always heeded Nie Yunfei and Oppos' words, immediately sheathed her sword, softly advising her senior brother to be cautious before stepping back. Do you have 20? Nie Yunfei suddenly inquired. Fang Buping shook his head. It will be 3 months until I turn 20. Nie Yunfei fixed his gaze on Fang Buping and Amp, Oppos' eyes, speaking earnestly, among my peers in the martial world. If you can compel my seriousness, No one younger than I has achieved that thus far. I hope you can. I will do my best. If you can make me serious. Even if you perish by my sword, it shall not be a disgrace. Fang Buping took a deep breath, his right hand slowly resting on the hilt of his blade. I ask you, can I exchange my life for Black Bull's? Nie Yunfei decisively shook his head. Impossible. Is that so? A glint of coldness flashed in Fang Buping's eyes. No matter who is slain, it is a matter of shame. Should you fall to my blade, it would bear the same disgrace. Nie Yunfei smirked. Well said. What is your name? Fang Buping. As he spoke, Fang Buping slightly bent his knees, leaning forward into a traditional sword-drawing stance. Recognizing the familiar posture, Nie Yunfei squinted, recalling, could it be you? From Stalan Village, that one. Fang Buping nodded. Have you finally remembered? Nie Yunfei gasped, astonished. 5 years ago, you were but a novice without any internal energy, and now, merely 5 years later, you have reached the late stage of the earthquake realm? How did you accomplish this? Fang Buping did not answer, instead casting a sidelong glance at Lin Xiaoyun. In that moment, he yearned for Lin Xiaoyun to echo his thoughts with her soft voice from years past. So it is you. How did you achieve this? Nie Yunfei pressed again. Fang Buping shook his head. Difficult to explain. Nie Yunfei's brow furrowed deeper. Could it be, as the master said, the result of some fortuitous encounter? Fang Buping shook his head once more. I do not understand. Then what internal cultivation method did you employ to cultivate your energy? Fang Buping shook his head a third time. I do not wish to speak of it. You either step aside or draw your sword. I have no time to waste with you. Nie Yunfei scoffed lightly. Mysterious games, is it? Regardless of how you achieved your current prowess in a mere 5 years, your fate today will remain unchanged. How ironic it is. 5 years ago, I saved you. And now, 5 years later, I must end your life myself. I and Amp, Oppose, VE said, I have no time to waste with you. Ding. Almost as soon as Fang Buping uttered the word waste, a spark erupted between the two. The long knife had been drawn. Simultaneously, Nie Yunfei's long sword was unsheathed. Z. A sword and a knife clashed. Both wielders channeled their energy into their right arms, pitting their weapons against one another in a contest of internal strength. The friction of blade against blade echoed eerily through the tranquil bamboo growth. Nie Yunfei, who had already made a name for himself in the martial world at 18. Why was he known as the Windblade Swordsman? Because, in the eyes of many, his sword was swifter than the wind. Even those slightly superior in energy cultivation might not survive beneath his blade, let alone peers of lesser skill. At a distance, Lin Xiaoyun covered her mouth in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that this man wielding a knife could keep pace with Nie Yunfei and Oppo's speed. Few can truly see my sword, Nie Yunfei coldly remarked. Fang Buping let out a disdainful hum, returning the cold smile. And few can live after I draw my blade. I once told you that with the support of internal energy, your draw speed would increase. I shall thank you once more for your guidance. Swish. The two simultaneously withdrew their weapons. As they did so, they rapidly turned in place, each holding their weapon behind them and striking out with their left palms. Bang. Their palms met with a forceful shockwave that erupted around them, sending fallen leaves swirling into the air like a flurry. Retreating, Nie Yunfei took 2 steps back, while Fang Buping mirrored him. Clenching his teeth, Nie Yunfei suppressed the blood surging within him, tasting the metallic tang as he spat a small amount of blood. Indeed, you are at the late stage of the earthquake realm. Fang Buping and Amp, Oppose, lips also bled crimson. You too. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Nie Yunfei offered a faint smile. I never imagined that the young noble I saved 5 years ago from Stalan Village would stand equal to me today. Truly, it is difficult to accept. Yet, I must say, had it not been for my master's command, I would gladly have sought your friendship. Fang Buping twirled his knife, coldly declaring, yet at this moment, I have no intention of mutual admiration or the time for it. I ask you once more, will you let me go to save my brother? Nie Yunfei stood firm, his posture resolute, left hand forming a sword seal against his blade, shaking his head. A master and Amp, Oppo's orders are not to be defied. Chapter 30, A Change in Temperament. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Fang Buping took a deep breath, grasped his sword firmly, and assumed a hoarse stance, declaring in a low voice, come. Nie Yunfei responded with a cold smirk. Your swordsmanship is indeed swift. However, mere speed in drawing your blade is of no consequence to me, for my sword strikes with unparalleled swiftness at every move. You would do well to match that speed with each of your strikes. Otherwise, relying solely on fleeting techniques will make it exceedingly difficult for you to prevail against me. I shall do my utmost. With a flourish, both combatants launched themselves forward simultaneously, moving with astonishing speed toward one another. In an instant, the crisp sound of clashing blades echoed as their weapons met, creating a dazzling display of glinting steel that rendered their movements nearly indistinguishable. The air was filled with the sound of clanging, sparks flying in all directions. They alternated between advancing and retreating, engaged in a deadly dance that appeared evenly matched. To Nie Yunfei's surprise, Fang Buping's strikes remained as rapid as when he had initially drawn his blade, perhaps even more so. Gradually, Nie Yunfei found himself retreating more frequently, while Fang Buping pressed forward with increasing vigor, gaining a slight upper hand. In the midst of their fierce battle, Fong Buping suddenly sensed a menacing aura approaching from behind. Senior brother, I am here to assist you. Lin Xiaoyun had stealthily positioned herself behind Fong Buping, her sword aimed directly at his back. In a moment of urgency, Fong Buping unleashed 3 swift strikes, momentarily forcing Nie Yunfei back, before pivoting to deliver a powerful blow toward the threat behind him. Clang! The long sword was knocked from Lin Xiaoyun's grasp, and she clutched her numbed right arm, preparing to retreat, only to find that the dark blade had already been thrust toward her throat. Junior sister! Nie Yunfei was momentarily stunned. From Fong Buping and Appo's perspective, Lin Xiaoyun appeared to have been pierced through the throat by Fong Buping and Appo's blade. Yet, the tip of the sword halted at her throat, barely grazing her fair skin. You mustn't act recklessly, Nie Yunfei shouted in fury, though he hesitated to make a move. Fong Buping ignored the shouts behind him. His gaze fixed intently on Lin Xiaoyun, whose complexion had drained of color. His right arm trembled slightly, his teeth clenched tightly, as if he were struggling to restrain an overwhelming urge to kill. Lin Xiaoyun glanced down at the dark blade pressing against her throat, took a deep breath, and gritted her teeth, saying, "If you wish to kill, then do it. I have already stated that I do not wish to harm you. Do not force my hand." As she spoke, Fong Buping gradually lowered his weapon, retrieving a piece of white silk that he had meticulously preserved for 5 years. "This should belong to you. I am returning it." "You." Lin Xiaoyun hesitated as she accepted the silk, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. "You actually kept it all this time? Junior sister, quickly move away. This fellow cannot perform lightness skill. You must escape. He cannot catch you." At that moment, Nie Yunfei's voice rang out once more. "Rest assured, unless absolutely necessary, I would not harm a woman." Fong Buping turned away, disregarding whether Lin Xiaoyun would attempt to retrieve her sword and attack again, striding toward Nie Yunfei. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoyun indeed did not reach for her sword. She merely clutched the piece of white silk, gazing at Fong Buping's retreating figure with a complex expression. "I no longer wish to fight." To everyone's astonishment, Fong Buping sheathed his sword. Nie Yunfei was taken aback. "What do you mean? If this continues, you will inevitably be defeated." Nie Yunfei and Appo's face darkened as he fell into silence for a moment, then gritted his teeth. "True, I concede that you possess a slight advantage, but until the end, how can you be certain I will inevitably lose?" Fong Buping sighed softly, speaking as if to himself. "If this battle persists, your junior sister will undoubtedly intervene again. And I cannot guarantee that I will be able to stay my hand in time." "Are you implying that my survival today beneath your blade is solely due to a woman?" Fong Buping nodded. "Indeed. Scoundrel, how could I, as the foremost disciple of the Yongling Mountain Sword Sect, be underestimated by you?" "Wait." Fong Buping suddenly raised his hand. "Is there a way to settle the score regarding the incident with the Yoshing Escort Bureau and your senior brother and Appo's severed arm? Naturally, your head must roll." Nie Yunfei charged forward, sword drawn. "What are the Tongxian 9 chapters?" Fong Buping shouted. "What?" Nie Yunfei halted abruptly. Fong Buping sighed heavily. "I cannot afford to waste time here. Hanyu, is a brother I must protect with my life. I must rescue him before he is slain." With that, Fong Buping produced the inked jade piece from his pocket, proclaiming loudly, "This is the inked jade piece for the Tongxian 9 chapters. Can it settle this debt?" Nie Yunfei and Appo's pupils constricted in shock. "You possess the inked jade piece for the Tongxian 9 chapters." Fong Buping nodded. "If I were to present this inked jade piece to your Yongling Mountain Sword Sect, would it suffice to absolve this matter?" "Certainly," Nie Yunfei replied without a moment and Appo's hesitation. Fong Buping raised an eyebrow. "Are you not concerned that what I hold is merely a counterfeit?" "You raise the inked jade piece higher so I may see it," Nie Yunfei urged eagerly. At that moment, he appeared to have shed any semblance of the aloof demeanor typical of a prestigious disciple, his eyes fixated on the inked jade piece with a greedy, merchant-like expression. Once Fong Buping raised the jade piece high, Nie Yunfei bent low, scrutinizing it in the sunlight for a moment before exclaiming with delight, "All right. I accept your terms. As long as you give me this inked jade piece, our Yongling Mountain Sword Sect will not pursue any grievances regarding your brother or the Yoshing Escort Bureau. Nor will we hold your senior brother and Appo's severed arm against you." "Senior brother? You?" Lin Xiaoyun was at a loss for words, her face a canvas of astonishment. This turn of events left her shocked that Nie Yunfei would so readily cast aside his responsibilities. Furthermore, in her impressions, Nie Yunfei had always been solitary and proud. She could hardly believe that the man she had admired for so long now bore a face of obsequiousness. Fong Buping, too, was taken aback by Nie Yunfei's sudden change in demeanor, and he shook the inked jade piece in his hand, eyeing him with suspicion. "How can you be certain that this inked jade piece is genuine? Have you seen it before? You were having second thoughts?" Nie Yunfei and Appo's expression suddenly darkened, as if he sought to evade the question. Fong Buping held his gaze for a moment, then chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. "As the saying goes, words are but air, and tracks are but traces. How can I be certain that you will release me after receiving the inked jade piece? What if you refuse to honor the agreement?" Nie Yunfei stepped forward, furrowing his brow. "Then what do you propose? Do you have paper and ink?" Upon hearing this, Nie Yunfei began searching his person, shaking his head after a while. Fong Buping spread his hands in exasperation. If we cannot leave a written record, how can I trust you with the ink jade piece? That can be arranged. With that, Nie Yunfei rushed to Lin Xiaoyun and Apos' side and snatched the white silk from her hand. Senior brother, you. Lin Xiaoyun instinctively covered her mouth, stepping back. Tears welled in her beautiful eyes, disbelief etched on her face. She could not comprehend how the man she had long admired could treat her so roughly. She wondered why her senior brother had transformed into a stranger upon seeing the ink jade piece. At that moment, Nie Yunfei bit his finger, urgency in his voice. I shall use my blood to draft a written agreement. You merely need to tell me how it should be written. Fong Buping was momentarily taken aback before clearing his throat and pacing thoughtfully. It should be written like this, listen carefully, and Apos, today. Our Yakling Mountain Sword sect accepts one ink jade piece for the Tongshin 9 chapters from Fong Buping, and from this day forth, we will no longer pursue the matters concerning the death of Su Tianrong from the Yoshing Escort Bureau or the severed arm of Fei Wei. Done. Almost as soon as Fong Buping finished speaking, Nie Yunfei shouted in excitement. Fong Buping raised an eyebrow in surprise. Wow, that was quick. To my astonishment, your writing speed rivals that of your sword. It is remarkably swift. Observe for yourself. Nie Yunfei courteously presented the silk cloth with both hands. But what is the name of the recipient of the ink jade piece? It must bear a signature, after all. Very well thus. Nie Yunfei swiftly inscribed the name of the recipient, signing with a few strokes. Fong Buping accepted the white silk, scrutinizing it once more before contentedly tucking it away. Then, as if discarding a coin to a beggar, he casually tossed the ink jade piece aside. Here Nie Yunfei promptly caught it in both hands and hurriedly stepped aside, intently examining the piece. Well then, I shall take my leave. Very well, Nie Yunfei replied absently. However, what he remained oblivious to was that Fong Buping's farewell was actually directed towards Lin Xiaoyun. Lin Xiaoyun gazed at the quietly chuckling Nie Yunfei, her face a mask of disappointment, and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. After a moment and Apos' hesitation, Fong Buping mustered his courage and softly inquired, May I ask how to address you? Miss. Lin Xiaoyun wiped her tear-stained eyes, bent to retrieve her long sword, and sighed gently, I am Lin Xiaoyun. Fong Buping clasped his fists in respect, saying, Farewell. Miss Lin, do stay a moment HM? Fong Buping abruptly halted, turning back. Miss Lin, what is it? Lin Xiaoyun slowly turned her back, and after a brief silence, she spoke softly, Thank you for your mercy earlier. Upon hearing that familiar, gentle voice from years past, Fong Buping felt a shiver run through him, and in a fluster, he uttered a hasty farewell before turning to flee. Chapter 31. Another marvelous use indeed. It was exactly the same. Nie Yunfei gazed up at the sun, intently observing the wisps of gas swirling within the black jade piece, murmuring to himself. Lin Xiaoyun, confronted by the simultaneously familiar yet unfamiliar visage of her senior brother, found herself at a loss for words. She parted her lips several times, unsure of what to say, ultimately uttering a soft call of senior brother before falling into silence. I must have appeared quite foolish just now, mustn't I? Nie Yunfei did not turn around but suddenly spoke. No, not at all. Lin Xiaoyun stumbled over her words. Junior sister. Nie Yunfei tucked the black jade piece into his robe and turned to face her, his expression returning to the cold demeanor she remembered. If you understood how crucial this item is to me, you would not be surprised at my earlier reaction. Senior brother, are you not planning to present this item to our sect? Lin Xiaoyun asked softly. Present it to the sect. Nie Yunfei scoffed, shaking his head vehemently. Tell me. In the eyes of the leaders of the 4 great sects, what is the black jade piece of the 9 chapters of profound understanding? Lin Xiaoyun pressed her lips together in contemplation for a moment before replying. The 9 chapters of profound understanding. ISN and Apos. See it merely an opportunity for enlightenment? Nie Yunfei waved his hand passionately, his expression animated. Enlightenment. It's far too difficult. People wouldn't even dare to contemplate it. In the eyes of the leaders of the 4 great sects, the 9 chapters of profound understanding are merely a display. If they could secure even a single opportunity for their sect, it would be a matter of pride for them. But for the sake of vanity, they remain oblivious to the fact that this black jade piece possesses another marvelous use. Another marvelous use? Nie Yunfei took a deep breath, calming his excitement, and spoke in a softer tone. In any case, this black jade piece is of great importance to me. If you dare not contemplate enlightenment, then what do you intend to do with this jade piece, senior brother? Lin Xiaoyun pressed for an answer. Nie Yunfei remained silent for a moment, revealing a hint of sorrow on his face. In due time, I will naturally inform you. Junior sister, would you be willing to help me keep this matter a secret? Lin Xiaoyun was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Nie Yunfei suddenly grasped Lin Xiaoyun and Apos' arms tightly. Junior sister, I know your feelings for me. If you wish for my well-being, please keep this matter hidden, and do not let our master find out. Once my affairs are settled, I will not disappoint you. Feeling the warmth of Nie Yunfei and Apos' hands on her arms, Lin Xiaoyun and Apos' face flushed crimson, and in a state of panic, she replied, "But you have already left a written pledge for Fong Buping. If he spreads this matter throughout the martial world, what shall we do?" Nie Yunfei released her and turned his gaze toward the direction in which Fong Buping had just disappeared, snorting softly. "There is nothing to worry about. Do you think I truly bit my finger to leave him a pledge with my blood? If I wanted to keep this from our sect, would I act so foolishly?" With that, Nie Yunfei extended the finger he had supposedly used to write the blood pledge, and Lin Xiaoyun was astonished to discover that aside from a patch of red, there were no wounds whatsoever on that finger. "Senior brother, you did not actually bite your finger?" Nie Yunfei shook his finger. "What is on my finger is not blood, but rather a healing remedy I carry with me, 10,000 reds dispersing pulse decoction." He then retrieved a small porcelain vial, no larger than a snuff bottle. "This medicine is crimson like blood and must be sealed tightly. If exposed to light or air, it will lose its color and efficacy within an hour. Just now, I merely dipped my finger in this medicine to write." Lin Xiaoyun gasped in astonishment. "So, within an hour, the writing on that white silk will vanish?" Nie Yunfei smiled slightly. "Indeed, without a trace. Is that so?" Lin Xiaoyun lowered her gaze, staring at the withered leaves beneath her feet. "Senior brother, you truly are meticulous in your thoughts." Junior sister, observing Lin Xiaoyun and Appo's indecision, Nie Yunfei sighed deeply, a tear suddenly slipping from the corner of his eye. "There is a reason I must conceal the existence of this black jade piece from our sect, and one day, junior sister, you will understand my hardships." Having spent over a decade together, it was the first time Lin Xiaoyun witnessed Nie Yunfei in tears, and she was taken aback. She hurriedly waved her hands and exclaimed, "If you wish it, then I shall agree." Nie Yunfei wiped away his tears and suddenly embraced Lin Xiaoyun. "I promise you, once my matters are resolved, we shall retreat from the martial world and seek a secluded place to spend our lives together." With her face pressed against his broad, warm chest, Lin Xiaoyun felt an overwhelming sense of softness envelop her. She bit her lip gently and whispered, "I shall leave it all to you." At Jiakui Tower, the poison physician, who was brewing medicine in the kitchen, caught sight of a figure rushing into the horse barn through the window and hastily went outside to investigate. It was Fong Buping. "Little brother, why the rush? You look as if you've been chased by a wild boar." To save someone, Fong Buping leaped onto his horse. The poison physician was taken aback. Save? Save whom?" "Hanyo. If we don't hurry, his life is in grave danger. Make way." With that, Fong Buping cracked his whip and galloped away. Watching the swiftly departing pair, the poison physician furrowed his brow deeper. "Hanyo? Wasnn't and Appos, he out harvesting wild vegetables early this morning? What is there to save? Go, 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 go." Following the riverbank, Fong Buping rode westward. At last, just past the boundary stone marking the intersection of Yangzhou and Lianzhou, he spotted a horse-drawn carriage ahead, surrounded by several swift horses, all mounted by individuals dressed as bodyguards. Fong Buping cracked his whip while squinting to get a better look. He saw a robust man curled up inside a large iron cage on the carriage. "Hanyo, HM?" Hearing someone shout from behind, the lead bodyguard turned and was instantly struck with fear. For the figure pursuing them was none other than the man who had severed the arm of a highly skilled disciple from the Yangling Mountain Sword sect that day. "What? It's him? Why has the swordmaster killed him?" Another bodyguard exclaimed. "What shall we do now?" Another bodyguard could not help but cry out. The lead bodyguard gazed at the rapidly approaching Fong Buping and spoke solemnly. "This is bad. We are no match for him. If he catches up, we will surely be slain. What shall we do?" The lead bodyguard gritted his teeth. "We must eliminate this black scoundrel before he reaches us. If we miss this opportunity, Lord Su may never avenge his son-in-law and Appos' death." This. The lead bodyguard abruptly halted his horse and shouted, "There is no time to think. Quickly kill this black scoundrel and abandon the carriage. If we delay further, none of us may live." With that, the lead bodyguard leaped from his horse onto the carriage, drew his long knife, took a deep breath, and plunged it into the iron cage. Hanyo, whose tendons had already been severed by Nie Yunfei, let out a wretched scream, blood splattering from his mouth. This single blow pierced straight through Hanyo and Appos' chest. The other bodyguards, witnessing this, dismounted and drew their blades, surrounding the iron cage, and began stabbing indiscriminately. Ugh. Within the cage, Hanyo's anguished cries echoed along the riverbank like a beast being slaughtered. Moments later, his cries gradually ceased. His robust body was riddled with stab wounds, each one penetrating deep. "It's done. This black scoundrel cannot survive. Retreat." With a command from the lead bodyguard, the others swiftly mounted their horses, leaving behind the bloodied carriage as they galloped away. Chapter 32. The heart-wrenching loss of a brother when Fong Buping rushed to the side of the carriage. The sandy ground beneath was already stained with a vast expanse of crimson. Gazing at the ghastly sight within the iron cage, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his vision darkening to the point where he nearly toppled from his horse. Brother. A faint voice called out from within the cage. At that moment, Fong Buping jolted back to reality, leaping down from his steed, and with a swift stroke, severed the copper lock, crying out as he dragged the black bull from the confines of the cage. "Brother, hold on. Brother, it's my fault. I arrived too late, brother." You must hang on. Brother, I can't. I cannot accompany you on our adventures in the world anymore. The black bull, barely able to lift his eyelids, forced a faint smile. Fang Buping cradled the bull's head in his arms, crying to the heavens, "Do not speak. Save your strength. The poison doctor will surely heal you. You will not perish. Brother, let me speak. If I don't now, I may never have the chance again." Fang Buping wiped the blood from the corner of the bull and Apos' mouth, and upon seeing the numerous wounds adorning his body, clenched his teeth and nodded, "Speak." The black bull coughed up blood, his face twisted in pain. "I, the black bull, have done well. Before dying, I avenged my father's murder." Fang Buping gritted his teeth, nodding fiercely. "Yes, you avenged your father's death. You have no shame in being a son. You single-handedly fought off the Yushan gang. You are remarkable. Moreover, I cultivated my internal strength to the pinnacle of the breaking gold stage. Among my peers in the martial world, I have become a paragon. I have not brought shame to my father. I am proud." Fang Buping wept uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Your iron fists are unmatched among your peers. You should indeed be proud. You are exceptional, Black Bull. Lastly, brother, I have always wanted to ask you, where is your home? You have never been willing to say. Now you can tell me, right?" Fang Buping closed his eyes, his voice filled with sorrow. "Xuanjie. My home is in Xuanjie." Haha. Blood splattered from the black bull and Apos' mouth. I knew it. My instincts were not wrong. I knew you were no ordinary person." Fang Buping wept. "No, brother, although I hail from Xuanjie, I am, like you, an ordinary person. No. From the first time I saw you, I felt that you were destined to be extraordinary, not of this world. Haha. Indeed, to have a brother from Xuanjie, my life has been worth it." As the words left his lips, the black bull's head tilted, and he fell silent. "Black bull? Black bull? No. Black bull." Fang Buping clutched the bull's head tightly to his chest, collapsing on the ground, wailing in despair. His anguished cries echoed across the river, drawing the attention of fishermen who paused their work, peering over in concern. At that moment, two swift horses raced towards Fang Buping from behind. It was the poison doctor and Duwan Air. The two hastily dismounted, and as Duwan Air rushed forward, the poison doctor pulled her back. Gazing at the wounds on the black bull's body, the poison doctor slowly shook his head. Upon witnessing his reaction, Duwan Air immediately understood the gravity of the situation and, silently observing the grieving Fang Buping, covered her mouth and began to sob. That night, the Jiagui Tower closed its doors to guests. The poison doctor helped Fang Buping meticulously clean the black bull's remains, stitching up the wounds before dressing him in fresh garments and placing him in a fine coffin. The black iron gauntlets were also reverently placed inside. Fang Buping then sat beside the coffin, keeping vigil over the black bull. Since bringing the body back to Jiagui Tower, he had not uttered a single word. The following morning, the coffin was loaded onto a horse-drawn carriage. Duwan Air and the poison doctor understood that Fang Buping intended to return the remains to the black bull's hometown for burial. As he mounted his horse, ready to set off, Duwan Air suddenly grasped his sleeve, speaking softly, "After such an event, I understand what you wish to do. I will not dissuade you. But I must offer one piece of advice." Fang Buping nodded slightly. "Sister, please. Once you stir up a storm of bloodshed in the martial world, you are destined to walk a path of no return." Fang Buping acknowledged, "I understand. If I wish to survive, I must tread this path to its end." After speaking, Duwan Air pulled out a thick stack of silver notes from her bosom and pressed them into Fang Buping's hands, declaring, "Use this to stay alive." With that, Duwan Air rushed back into the Jiangwei Tower, covering her face. Fang Buping looked down at the silver notes in his hands, a wave of bitterness swelling within him. "Sister, I will do my best." At that moment, the poison doctor hurried over, gently patting the coffin, sighing, "I cannot stop you from this course. I can only say, take care. Remember, if you tire, do not forget the riverside outside Jiacheng. You still have a home." For days later, at dusk, a carriage carrying the coffin arrived at the entrance of Staolan village. After a 5-year absence, the two boys from back then had returned. The villagers gathered around, immediately recognizing the driver as the well-dressed young master from 5 years ago, Fang Buping. "Young Master Fang, who lies within this coffin?" one villager inquired. Fang Buping merely waved his hand, remaining silent. Dismounting, he gently caressed the coffin, gazing up at the village archway, murmuring, "Brother, I have brought you back. 5 years ago, on this very evening, we, as brothers, walked through this archway in laughter, yet 5 years later, you return in such a manner. I am sorry, brother." The villagers, having gathered around the coffin, upon hearing Fang Buping's words, deduced that the one inside must be the black bull. Thus, over a dozen strong young villagers collectively lifted the coffin, calling out loudly, "The black bull has returned." As they made their way towards the back mountain, beside Wei Zhenhai's grave, a new mound of earth appeared. From then on, the father and son would remain together in the embrace of these green hills, never to part again. Alongside their graves, a thatched shed was added. Fang Buping declined the villagers and Apos' kind offers to stay at their homes, insisting on remaining beside the grave, stating he would accompany his brother until the 7th day before departing. Thus, the villagers who had once been beneficiaries of Fang Buping and Apos' kindness took turns bringing him meals each day, refraining from asking why the Black Bull had met his demise. Instead, they would reminisce over tea, lamenting the end-of-the-way family line while marveling at the profound bond between Fang Buping and the Black Bull. Brothers by circumstance. Chapter 33, A Great Humiliation 5 days later, at the council hall of the Yangling Mountain Sword Sect. The sect leader, Hong Tao, sat upright, his right hand delicately pinching his beard while his brow furrowed in contemplation. Meanwhile, Nie Yunfei and Lin Xiaoyan, who had just returned to report, stood respectfully to one side, awaiting the sect leader's words. So, this fellow named Fang Buping ultimately managed to escape unscathed? Hong Tao glanced at Nie Yunfei, his tone indifferent. Nie Yunfei quickly bowed in response. Indeed, his vital energy cultivation is on par with mine. I had hoped to defeat him through swordsmanship, but unexpectedly, his external martial arts and knife techniques were surprisingly sharp. After exchanging over 100 moves, we could not ascertain who was superior. Could you discern the origin of his knife techniques? Nie Yunfei inhaled sharply, frowning. I truly cannot. I have never encountered such a vicious and sharp knife technique before. The techniques of minor sects in the martial world cannot possibly compare, and among the 4 major sects, only the Falling Sunset Beach employs knives. However, his style does not resemble that of Falling Sunset Beach. How peculiar. Hong Tao nodded slightly, deep in thought. So, a martial arts prodigy has emerged from nowhere? Yet, both his internal cultivation and external knife techniques remain enigmatic. I wonder where he has received his teachings. Oh, right. You mentioned he later took Xiaoyun hostage, forcing you to let him go? Nie Yunfei affirmed. Yes. My junior sister was kind enough to assist me, but she was seized by him. Hong Tao turned to Lin Xiaoyun, inquiring, Xiaoyun, is this true? Lin Xiaoyun bit her lip, casting a furtive glance at Nie Yunfei, her expression betraying a hint of panic. Yes. Yes, it was my fault that I burdened my senior brother. He let Fang Buping go to save me. Hong Tao took a sip from his teacup, sighing lightly. If Fang Buping is not dealt with, we may face considerable trouble. Before your return, the Yoshing Escort Agency sent word that they have killed Fang Buping and Apos' black brother, avenging the murder of Lord Su and Apos' beloved. However, now they fear Fang Buping will seek revenge. They have just donated 10,000 taels of silver to our sect, pleading for us to eliminate this threat. Nie Yunfei stepped forward, clasping his fists. Then I shall set out immediately to find him. Until he is dead, I shall not return. Hong Tao waved his sleeve. Enough. In 3 months, the new generation of the martial world will hold their grand competition, and I expect you to bring honor to our sect. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Focus on your practice. After a pause, Hong Tao added solemnly, you should also strive to reach the transformation of wind stage. You possess that potential. Your disciple shall adhere to your command. However, how do you intend to deal with Fang Buping? Hong Tao pondered for a moment, then confidently proclaimed, since Fang Buping can hold his own against you, we shall have to dispatch our seasoned veterans to confront him. Let us wait for him to fall into our trap. I will send Uncle Ji and Uncle Sun to guard the Yoshing Escort Agency. Both are at the late stage of the Trembling Earth Realm. If Fang Buping dares to seek revenge, they will surely capture him. With both Uncle Ji and Uncle Sun working together, he will have no escape. Nie Yunfei agreed. Very well. You and Xiaoyun should proceed with your training. The grand competition in 3 months depends on you both. Thus, Nie Yunfei and Lin Xiaoyun responded in unison and exited the council hall. On their way to the disciples and Apos' quarters, Lin Xiaoyun remained silent, trailing behind Nie Yunfei with a sullen demeanor. Sensing the heavy atmosphere behind him, Nie Yunfei abruptly halted, turned, and with a wry smile, said, I know you despise lying, junior sister. It was a hardship for you to do so for my sake. Lin Xiaoyun lowered her gaze, fiddling with her delicate fingers, and softly replied, but Fang Buping, he spared my life after all. Must we truly kill him? Nie Yunfei remained silent for a moment before responding. He severed senior brother Fei's arm. This is an affront to the Yangling Mountain Sword Sect. If we allow him to roam freely, how can we save Fei as the foremost sect in the world? Moreover, if we do not eliminate him, the Yoshing Escort Agency will never find peace. Would it not be a disgrace for the Yangling Mountain Sword Sect to be unable to protect our own? As they spoke, a disciple rushed towards the council hall in a panic. Nie Yunfei called out to him, Junior brother, what troubles you? The disciple wiped the sweat from his brow. Panting heavily, senior brother Fei has been found. Nie Yunfei was taken aback. Found? Where? Just outside the northern mountains of Tongha County. He fell from a cliff and has already begun to decay. Dead. The disciple nodded vigorously, yes. According to nearby hunters, they saw senior brother Fei wandering madly in the mountains, swinging his sword wildly. The hunters dared not approach, saying he would either be devoured by a beast or fall from the cliff. Alas, it turned out to be true. With that, the disciple dashed towards the council hall. Nie Yunfei shook his head, his expression grim. This time, our sect has suffered a great loss of face. Do you think Fang Buping should be killed? Lin Xiaoyun sighed softly, offering no reply. She merely murmured that she was tired and gracefully departed. Nie Yunfei, as the foremost disciple of the Yangling Mountain Sword Sect and Apos' new generation, occupied a residence distinct from his fellow disciples. While most shared rooms, he not only had a spacious private chamber but also enjoyed a small courtyard, dining at a table with the elders. Upon returning to his room, Nie Yunfei promptly closed the door. He pressed his ear against it for a moment, ensuring no one was outside, then cautiously moved the wooden cabinet in the southwest corner of the room, prying open a piece of slate from the ground to retrieve a package. Unwrapping it revealed a palm-sized, black-lacquered box. Nie Yunfei glanced warily at the door before delicately opening the box. To his astonishment, a piece of ink jade appeared within. It was identical to the ink jade piece he had obtained from Fang Buping. Nie Yunfei pulled out the jade piece from his pocket, holding one in each hand, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Just one more piece. Father, mother, bless me to find another. If I gather all three, crash. Inside the council hall, upon hearing the news of Fei Wei and Imp Apos' death, Hong Tao smashed the teacup in his hand into countless shards. The disciple who delivered the news was splashed with tea, trembling in place, too frightened to speak. Summon Uncle Ji and Uncle Sun. Yes, the disciple fled in haste. Before long, two men in their 40s hurried into the council hall. Among Hong Tao's peers, there were still 15 brothers serving in the sect. Of these, 9 had achieved late-stage cultivation in the Trembling Earth Realm, known as the 9 Swords of Yangling Mountain. The remaining 6 were at the early to mid-stages of the transformation of Wind Realm, serving as the 6 guardians of the sect. Hong Tao himself was at the late stage of the transformation of Wind Realm. The 2 summoned were none other than Ji Lianming and Sun Bin, 2 of the 9 Swords of Yangling Mountain. On their way to the council hall, Ji Lianming and Sun Bin had already heard a rough account of Fei Wei's situation from the disciple and now listened intently as Hong Tao detailed the matter concerning Fang Buping. Upon finishing, Ji Lianming and Sun Bin gritted their teeth in anger, exclaiming, "A great humiliation. Brother, just tell us what to do." Ji Lianming thumped his chest and asked. Hong Tao pondered for a moment and then spoke in a solemn tone. "You two should immediately head to guard the Yoshing escort agency. If that scoundrel dares to walk into our trap, show no mercy. Should he remain elusive for 2 or 3 months, you must take the initiative to seek him out. No matter how far and wide you must travel to unearth him." Understood. Chapter 34. The Blood Shadow Sect. After Ji Lianming and Sun Bin departed, Hong Tao was about to return to his quarters for a rest when he suddenly noticed a female disciple gracefully alight at the entrance of the assembly hall. Hong Tao frowned slightly. What kind of decorum is this, to traverse the sect with such agility? What urgent matter could have prompted such haste? The female disciple clasped her fists and reported, "Master, the leader of the Tsueyo Valley has arrived." Hong Tao was taken aback. What? She has come without prior notice? She claims to have urgent business and is already at the guest hall. With a sweeping gesture, Hong Tao commanded, "Come, follow me." The visit of a sect leader was of significant importance. Normally, such visits would be preceded by correspondence detailing the purpose and date of the visit, allowing the host to prepare adequately. A surprise visit of this nature was indeed rare. Alas, the leader of the Nangong sect has arrived without prior warning, denying me the opportunity to greet her at the mountain gate. How impolite. He mused as he entered the guest hall with a hearty laugh. However, to Hong Tao's surprise, Nangong Lian, the leader of the Tsueyo Valley, merely rose and offered a slight bow without engaging in any pleasantries. With a solemn expression, she stated, "Master Hong, had it not been for urgent matters to discuss, I would not have intruded upon your sect so rudely." Hong Tao was momentarily stunned. What urgent matter do you speak of? Yet, Nangong Lian did not respond immediately. Instead, she glanced at her accompanying disciples and instructed them. "You wait outside." "Yes," they replied. Observing this, Hong Tao also waved off his disciples, saying, "You all step outside and graciously attend to the brethren of Tsueyo Valley. Do not be negligent." Once the disciples had left, Nangong Lian sighed heavily, her face clouded with concern. "The reason I did not communicate this through letters is twofold. First, I feared that the news might leak and incite panic within the martial world. Second, I was concerned that the back and forth of correspondence could take a week or 2, potentially delaying urgent matters. Thus I came in person." Hong Tao approached her quickly, whispering, "Nangong brother, what is truly at stake?" "I fear the Blood Shadow sect may have resurfaced." "What?" Hong Tao exclaimed, his voice rising in disbelief. The very mention of the Blood Shadow sect had once been a nightmare for all factions in the martial world, including the 4 great sects. This was a gang that originated from the southwestern edge of the 9 provinces, divided into 2 halls, Apos, Feishing and Apos, and Apos, Shuesha and Apos, adept at employing hidden weapons and various unorthodox martial arts, with a plethora of skilled practitioners emerging from their ranks. After their northern expedition over 200 years ago, they displayed a terrifying power that overwhelmed the martial world of the 9 provinces. The Blood Shadow sect was known for its ruthless efficiency and brutal methods. Many predecessors of the 4 great sects had fallen at their hands, and countless smaller sects or wandering martial artists had met tragic ends. Over a century ago, the 4 great sects had nearly exhausted all their experts in a desperate battle against them, achieving a Pyrrhic victory. After which the remnants of the Blood Shadow sect fled to the East Sea, leading many to believe they had perished in the depths of the ocean. Nangong brother, what leads you to believe that the Blood Shadow sect has returned? Hong Tao inquired, his expression grave. After waiting for the disciples who brought tea to leave, Nangong Lian spoke softly. Our sect has a vassal, a small faction called the Andapos, Chisha Gang Andapos, led by a man named Hu Chunggui. 10 days ago, someone from the Chisha Gang came to inform us that Hu Chunggui had been murdered, requesting that we Tsueyo Valley seek justice for him. But they did not know who was responsible. They only mentioned that he was found dead in his own quarters early that morning. Later, I personally visited. And you will not believe what I found upon Hu Chunggui and Apos' corpse. What? Nangong Lian enunciated each word carefully. Blood, handprint. Blood handprint. Nangong Lian nodded. Even though the body had been left for several days, the palm print remained vivid red, and although Hu Chunggui appeared unscathed externally, all his internal organs had been shattered. This bizarre technique is none other than the blood handprint, the ultimate skill of the Blood Shadow sect Shueisha Hall. Hong Tao rose, pacing back and forth, murmuring. Those afflicted by this technique bear no external wounds, yet their organs turn to liquid blood, and the palm print remains crimson, discernible until the body decays. This indeed aligns with the characteristics of the blood handprint, as documented. If the Blood Shadow sect has indeed returned to the 9 provinces, it is a matter of great consequence. Given our 2 factions and Apos, amicable ties, I have personally come to inform you, so your sect may remain vigilant. Hong Tao waved his hand dismissively. That is a misstep. This matter should not be concealed. It must be announced to the martial world of the 9 provinces without delay, allowing for proper preparations. Consider this. Over a century ago, we the 4 great sects expended all our might to achieve a bitter victory over the Blood Shadow sect. If they truly resurface, we must unite against them, or else we shall be picked off one by one. Here's what we shall do. Nangong brother, you should inform the leaders of the other 2 sects through letter, so we can all remain cautious. 3 months from now, during the grand martial arts competition of the 9 provinces, we shall convene and deliberate on this matter. Nangong Lian nodded slightly. Your words hold merit, Master Hong. Should the Blood Shadow sect return, it is imperative that the martial world of the 9 provinces acts as a unified front. Hong Tao clasped his hands respectfully, nonetheless. I must express my gratitude to you, Nangong brother, for coming personally to share this information. I am profoundly appreciative. Allow me to arrange a modest feast to thank you for your kindness. Nangong Lian waved her hand. Master Hong, I appreciate your sentiment. But I must hasten to inform the leaders of the other 2 sects and return to my own sect to discuss countermeasures. I must take my leave now. Very well. Then let us not linger. Since I failed to greet you at the mountain gate, allow me the honor of escorting you out. Else, my conscience would not rest easy. Master Hong, there is no need for such formality. Please, I insist. After personally seeing Nangong Lian off at the mountain gate, Hong Tao gazed at the retreating carriage, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. He understood that if the Blood Shadow sect indeed returned, the first to suffer would be Tsueyo Valley. Thus, Nangong Lian's urgency was not merely a friendly warning. It was a reminder that the Yangling Mountain Sword sect and Tsueyo Valley had long-standing ties. Should the Blood Shadow sect come knocking, the Yangling Mountain Sword sect could not afford to remain passive. The tension surrounding the Blood Shadow sect and Apos' resurgence was particularly acute for Tsueyo Valley because over 200 years ago, when the Blood Shadow sect first ventured north into the 9 provinces, they had at least shown a modicum of respect for the local martial community. At that time, Tsueyo Valley was the foremost of the 4 great sects, and the Blood Shadow sect and Apos' initial visit was to pay their respects to Tsueyo Valley, hoping to establish cordial relations. However, Tsueyo Valley not only turned away the Blood Shadow sect and Apos' envoys, but also harmed several of them, denouncing them as foreign barbarians unworthy of a foothold in the 9 provinces. Consequently, the Blood Shadow sect vowed to wreak havoc upon the martial world of the 9 provinces. Ultimately, the transformation of the Blood Shadow sect into a nightmare for the 9 provinces bears much of the blame upon Tsueyo Valley. Had Tsueyo Valley exhibited greater magnanimity and embraced them, perhaps the martial world today would have seen 5 equally prominent sections. Instead, Tsueyo Valley forced the most powerful faction into enmity, unleashing nearly a century of bloodshed and turmoil upon the 9 provinces. Chapter 35. The Harsh Guidance 2 months later. At the rear mountain of Xiaolan village, a gravestone now stands before the resting place of the Black Bull, slightly smaller than that of his father. This was, of course, commissioned by Fang Buping, who paid the stonecutter for the work. A gentle breeze rustled through the bamboo grove, creating a soft murmur. Yet the figure of Fang Buping was nowhere to be seen in or around the thatched hut. At that moment, a villager woman who had come to deliver food to Fang Buping began to look around anxiously beside the hut, murmuring softly to herself, "Where is young Master Fang? He's always here meditating by the grave, but today he seems to be absent. Please, Annie, just place the food on the ground," came a voice from above. Echoing softly, the woman was startled and looked up to see Fang Buping standing atop a bamboo shoot nearly 3 zhang high, gazing out at the mountainous scenery. The slender bamboo appeared as though it could be easily snapped, yet Fang Buping stood there with the poise of one walking on solid ground. The villager woman placed the food on the ground in front of the hut and smiled up at him, saying, "Oh, young Master Fang, your lightness of foot has certainly improved. Just the other day, I saw you leaping through the forest like a wildcat, and today, you can stand atop a bamboo shoot without faltering. Truly impressive. Fang Buping shook his head and gracefully descended, landing soundlessly on the ground. What is so impressive about it? If I were truly remarkable, I wouldn't have failed to save the Black Bull. The woman turned to glance at the gravestone of the Black Bull and softly said, "Hurry and eat. Your food will grow cold." You have no familial ties to the Black Bull, yet you insist on honoring him for 7 days. Look at you. Even after the 7 days have passed, you still linger here. It is a blessing for the Black Bull to have a brother as loyal and righteous as you. Fang Buping retrieved some silver from his pocket and pressed it into the woman's hand. Thank you, Auntie, for delivering my meals every day. The sun is setting. You should head back now. After some initial reluctance, the woman accepted the silver with delight and departed. As the last morsel of food vanished, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the pale moonlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. Fang Buping inhaled deeply and gazed up at the moonlit sky. A glint of cold light flickered in his starry eyes. He took a long knife from within the hut and strapped it to his waist. Squatting before the gravestone of the Black Bull, he murmured, "My life was saved by you too, so I know you would counsel me against seeking revenge. But, brother, I am not yet enlightened. I cannot let go of grievances and hatred. I cannot allow your death to be in vain. Bless me, brother. Grant me the strength to wade through this storm of blood and carnage." Having finished his words, Fang Buping rose and bowed to the gravestone, only to be startled by a sudden presence behind him. "Jiang Chaozong, Senior, you frightened me," Fang Buping exclaimed, dropping his hand from the hilt of his knife and patting his chest to calm himself. Jiang Chaozong glanced at the 2 gravestones, chuckling softly, and said, "Grievances and hatred are part of the martial world. If you can let go of them, you are no longer a part of it. Silly child, it is not so easy to release. Even I, now a spirit of the dead, remain bound by emotion and willingly drift in this mortal realm. If I could truly let go, I would have attained enlightenment and transformed into an earthly immortal long ago, rather than being a useless spirit of the dead." Fang Buping fell silent for a moment, then coldly replied, "What if I told you that I have a grievance with your former sect? The Yangling Mountain Sword sect?" Jiang Chaozong laughed heartily twice, asking in return, "Do you believe what you are about to do is right?" Fang Buping nodded, "Indeed. And do you believe it is something you must do?" "Absolutely." Jiang Chaozong spread his hands. "Then why hesitate? Go and do it." Fang Buping raised an eyebrow. "What if I end up crossing swords with the people of the Yangling Mountain Sword sect? Why should it concern me?" Jiang Chaozong replied without hesitation. Fang Buping sneered, "But that is your former sect. Haven't you yet released your grievances? If you kill someone from my former sect with your own hands, it is your action, not mine. Thus, it has nothing to do with me. In establishing a sect in the martial world, can one avoid the bloodshed that comes from grievances? Certainly not. Haha. But as a spirit of the dead, I am powerless even to kill a chicken, even if I wish to protect the Yangling Mountain Sword sect. There is nothing I could do." Fang Buping remained silent for a moment, then unfastened the long knife from his waist and offered it with both hands. "Then I shall return this knife to you, Senior. If I do end up using your knife to battle those from the Yangling Mountain Sword sect, I would feel remorse." "Fool," Jiang Chaozong suddenly scolded, causing Fang Buping to tremble. "Such indecision will prevent you from achieving enlightenment. Do you think the 9 chapters of enlightenment will fly into your hands? Young man, the path to gathering the 9 chapters is bloody, ugly, and devoid of morality. It may even require you to be treacherous. If you seek vengeance for your brother, then go. What does it matter whose knife you wield? Isn't the goal to kill and avenge? If your heart is not resolute, you will find it difficult to survive in this martial world." Fang Buping tightly gripped the long knife, his teeth clenched audibly. After a moment, he softly said, "So, Senior, you have already experienced all this. Thus the concept of sex has become so trivial to you?" Jiang Chaozong waved his hand dismissively. "It is not trivial, it is seeing through. The establishment of a sect fundamentally serves to pursue benefits, and the act of joining a sect is merely seeking power and a backing for personal gain. Disputes in the martial world? Merely disputes over interests. Just like the tragic death of your brother, was it not because it offended the Yangling Mountain Sword sect's reputation? For prestigious sects, reputation and face are directly tied to their interests. How can they tolerate those who infringe upon their interests? They must eliminate you." Fang Buping nodded repeatedly, finding Jiang Chaozong's words, though harsh, to be enlightening, granting him a fresh perspective on the essence of the martial world. "Tell me, what is your most pressing interest at this moment?" Jiang Chaozong inquired again. "Enlightenment. What is the most critical condition for enlightenment?" "The 9 chapters of enlightenment." "Then, where is the obsidian shard your black brother procured for you?" Fang Buping was taken aback. "Senior, you knew all of this?" Jiang Chaozong scoffed lightly. "I left a trace of my spirit on that knife. Although I was far away at the entrance of the 9 chapters in the extreme north when your brother perished, I witnessed everything." "You fool, you actually handed over the obsidian shard." Fang Buping lowered his head, mumbling, "I was just trying to buy time to save the Black Bull." "Did you save him?" Fang Buping turned to glance at the gravestone, shaking his head gloomily. "No." "Then why not retrieve the obsidian shard?" But my brother. Vengeance. Go and take it. Retrieve it after avenging him. By any means necessary. Or how will you achieve enlightenment? With a firm resolve, Fang Buping clasped his hands and declared, Your words have illuminated my path, senior. Thank you for your guidance. I shall take my leave now. With that, Fang Buping activated his lightness technique, swiftly moving through the forest until he vanished from sight. His lightness technique is commendable. Jiang Chaozong squinted as he gazed in the direction where Fang Buping had vanished, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Ah, young one. I am indeed assisting you. As you come to recognize the treacherous nature of both the martial world and the human heart, you must also confront the ugliness that resides within yourself. Humanity is inherently flawed. It is merely the depth of its disguise that varies. Should you, one day, manage to perceive the grotesqueness of your own heart amidst the harrowing pursuit of the 9 chapters of profound understanding, you will be but a step away from enlightenment. Of course, this hinges on your survival. With this enigmatic addition, Jiang Chaozong's figure gradually faded into the bamboo growth. Chapter 36. Blood Rain in Yangzhou, Tonghe County. A horse-drawn carriage laden with numerous large redwood boxes emerged from the southern city gate. A striking crimson banner fluttered atop the carriage, and surrounding it were 5 escorts, each mounted on their steeds. This was the convoy of Yoshing Escort Agency. As the townsfolk and travelers caught sight of the Yoshing and Appos' carriage, they hastily stepped aside, fearing a collision that might bring misfortune upon them. After traveling approximately 10 miles south of the city, they entered the countryside, where encounters with other travelers dwindled. Continuing along the rural path for another 7 or 8 li, they came upon a centuries-old peach tree, its dense foliage heavy with tempting fruit. The head escort decided to halt the carriage for a brief respite and dispatched one of the escorts to pluck some peaches to quench their thirst. However, just as the escort approached the tree, preparing to climb, a voice called out from the branches above. What are you doing? The escort paused, looking up through the thick leaves, astonished. Is someone up there? We merely wish to pick some peaches to eat. Eat what? Do you think this is your family and Appos' peach tree? The escort glanced around, noticing the absence of any village nearby. This tree belongs to no one. Anyone can pick from it. I can pick, but you cannot. The escort and Appos' temper flared instantly, hands on hips as he shouted, even if it is your family and Appos' tree. So what? Do you know who we are? Eating your peaches is a favor to you. The voice from above chuckled lightly and replied, This tree is not mine. Anyone may take from it, yet I refuse to allow you to do so. Looking for trouble? The escort drew his large blade, rolling up his sleeves to climb the tree, but was stopped by the head escort. Out here, with precious cargo, it is better to avoid conflict. He then cupped his hands and called up to the tree. I can tell you are young, brother. What harm is there in letting us take a few peaches to quench our thirst? You cannot possibly eat them all yourself. How about I throw some down to you? The head escort paused momentarily, then smiled. That would be much appreciated. Soon after, there was a sound of thuds as several peaches hit the ground. The head escort looked down, only to feel a rush of anger. Each peach had been bitten into. Not a single one was whole. Here, enjoy the remnants. The voice from above mocked. They are sweeter. How dare you provoke the Yoshing Escort Agency? You must be tired of living. The head escort's composure vanished, and he shouted angrily. The figure in the tree merely scoffed lightly, saying, I am indeed here to provoke the Yoshing Escort Agency. At this, the head escort became wary. He gestured for the other escorts to retreat and encircle the carriage, slowly drawing his blade. We are unaware of which esteemed warrior we have not acknowledged. I hope you will reveal yourself and speak plainly. Moreover, we at Yoshing Escort Agency are patrons of the illustrious Yangling Mountain Sword Sect. I advise you to consider your actions carefully. The figure in the tree simply responded with an indifferent "oh" and fell silent. The head escort, scanning for ambushes, continued, Brother, why not come down and speak? I have but one brother, and you are not he. With that, a figure suddenly dropped from the tree. The head escort squinted, observing the newcomer clad in rough blue garb, tall and slender, with a narrow-bladed long knife hanging at his waist. The face remained obscured, covered by a black cloth that concealed the mouth and nose, revealing only a pair of icy, glinting eyes. The head escort snorted. Is it just you? The masked man nodded. Correct. Brother, you said you. Stop. The masked man interrupted, raising a hand. I told you, I have only one brother. And you are not him. If I recall correctly, you were among those at the riverbank, were you not? Riverbank? The head escort frowned. What riverbank? What do you intend to do? Forgotten already? The masked man stepped forward. The head escort quickly moved to block him, wary of him approaching the carriage. You speak in riddles. How am I to understand your intentions? Move aside, or we shall not be polite. In my face. Have you forgotten it? The masked man slowly removed the black cloth from his face. In that instant, the head escort and Appos' eyes widened with horror as the familiar, sinister smile revealed itself. Fang Buping. Before he could utter another word, a swift shadow darted past him, accompanied by a gust of wind that rustled the garments of the escorts. When they regained their senses, they saw a pitch-black long knife had already been unsheathed. How fast? Even faster than before? One escort exclaimed. At that moment, the head escort's neck revealed a thin line of crimson, and after a few brief convulsions, his head tumbled to the ground, blood gushing forth like a torrential rain. As the lifeless body crumpled, Fong Buping appeared before the 5 stunned escorts, executing a series of merciless strikes. In an instant, 5 heads fell to the ground, one after the other. Amidst the rain of blood, Fong Buping threw his arms wide, laughing maniacally as the crimson droplets splattered against his face. At this moment, the streams of red flowing from his eyes were indistinguishable from blood or tears. Ultimately, his bizarre laughter blurred the line between joy and sorrow. "Ah, quite ruthless you are." A sudden voice interrupted his revelry. "Who?" Fong Buping spun around, his hand instinctively reaching for his blade. There, beneath the peach tree, stood a woman. She wore a flowing purple garment that suggested she was of a similar age to Fong Buping. Her petite frame was complemented by an enchanting visage, particularly her bright, expressive almond-shaped eyes. "Who are you?" Fong Buping demanded. The woman chuckled, covering her mouth. "Such a handsome face, yet you commit such heinous acts. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who would have thought? Who are you?" He repeated, his tone more insistent. "Your blade is swift and formidable," she replied, evading his question. Fong Buping then noticed a short sword hanging at her right side, its scabbard adorned with numerous rubies and turquoise, glistening beautifully. The woman pouted, pondering for a moment before smiling and saying, "You have killed, yet you remain. That does not seem like the behavior of a bandit, if I am not mistaken." Your erratic laughter and tears of joy suggest. Have you avenged a great grievance? Fong Buping hesitated, slowly lowering his hand from the blade and Appos' hilt, replying with irritation. "What is it to you? Who are you, truly?" She shrugged nonchalantly. "Just a passerby. Do you intend to strike me?" The woman shook her head vigorously, saying, "I won and amp. Appos, T go out. I won and amp. Appos, T go out. I can and amp. Appos, T possibly hit you." "Then farewell," he replied. Yet, unexpectedly, she rushed forward and seized Fong Buping and amp. Appos' arm, playfully scrutinizing his face, which was nearly entirely flushed. "What is your name? Why does it concern you?" Fong Buping retorted, shaking off her grasp. "Which school do you belong to?" She persisted, tugging at his sleeve. "Are you out of your mind? How can I convey my name to you?" Upon hearing this, Fong Buping halted, contemplating for a moment before turning to the woman who was blinking at him. "If you assist me with a task, I shall reveal it to you." The woman clapped her hands enthusiastically, exclaiming, all right, speak quickly. Go to the Yoshing Escort Agency in Tong County and inform them that their convoy has been ambushed, and the assailants are waiting for them here." The woman tilted her head, pondering, and asked, "Shall we lure them here, and then kill them? Do we need to wipe out the entire Yoshing Escort Agency to avenge this? Why do you ask so many questions? Just tell me if you will go." The woman nodded fervently. I will go. But what is your name?" Fong Buping raised an eyebrow. "How do I know you will actually go? That can be easily resolved." With that, the woman unsheathed the short sword at her waist and handed it to him. "I shall leave my weapon in your care. Once I have lured them here, you may return it to me. What do you say?" "Ah, that seems agreeable. But why are you so keen to know my name?" "I simply wish to know. Is that a problem?" Her playful yet audacious demeanor left Fong Buping somewhat perplexed. After a moment of scratching his head in confusion, he finally declared, "My name is Fong Buping. Now hurry along, and watch your face. Look at yourself, covered in blood. You resemble a ghost." The woman, with agile grace, leapt onto a horse and rode off, cracking the whip. As he watched her receding figure, Fong Buping and Appos' right eyelid twitched incessantly. What on earth is this madwoman? Her words are so disjointed. Has her mind gone awry? Chapter 37. The Mysterious Girl After Washing His Face in a Nearby Stream. Fong Buping unsheathed his sword and severed the locks on the boxes of the escort cart. Upon opening them, he discovered that the shipment contained fine silks, exquisite porcelain, and high-quality salt. Disappointed, he closed the box lid, leaving the cart and the bodies behind. He then gracefully leaped into the dense forest on the hillside, quietly observing the movements below. Half a month had passed since Fong Buping left Staolan village, heading straight for the Yoshing Escort Bureau in Tonga County. However, he soon noticed that 2 men dressed in white robes, each wielding a long sword, patrolled the area around the bureau. Given their attire, nearly identical to Nie Yunfei's, Fong Buping surmised they were sent by the Yongling Mountain Sword Sect to guard against his quest for vengeance. Fong Buping refrained from launching a direct assault on the Yoshing Escort Bureau for 2 reasons. First, he was uncertain of the strength of the 2 guards. He believed that since he had fought to a standstill with Nie Yunfei in the bamboo grove behind Jianhua Tower, the Yongling Mountain Sword Sect must have a rough estimate of his abilities. Thus, the 2 sent to guard the bureau were likely at least as formidable as Nie Yunfei, if not stronger. A reckless attack could lead to his downfall. Second, Fong Buping wished to avoid deepening his enmity with the Yongling Mountain Sword Sect. As Jiang Chaozong had advised, his primary concern was the Tongxian 9 chapters, and he ought to focus his efforts on locating it rather than provoking unnecessary trouble. Consequently, he temporarily lowered his expectations for revenge, setting his sights on eliminating the escort guards responsible for Black Nyo and Appos' death. Once the 2 from Yongling Mountain departed, he would seek an opportunity to confront Su Tianrong and finally avenge Black Nyo's family's grudge. Thus, Fong Buping disguised himself and lay in wait near the bureau for half a month. Today, He finally awaited the arrival of the very escort guards who had slain Black Niu. After dealing with them, he intended to create mischief within the Yangling Mountain Sword sect. Upon realizing that the blood characters left by Nia Yunfei had vanished from the white silk, he pondered deeply before concluding that Nia Yunfei had likely embezzled the ink jade piece rather than surrendering it to his sect, leaving no evidence behind and inadvertently trapping himself. Consequently, Fang Buping devised a plan to ensnare Nia Yunfei in return, regardless of whether the sect's leader believed him or not. He intended to stealthily affix a notice at the mountain gate of Yangling Mountain, stating that Nia Yunfei had deceived him regarding the ink jade piece and had failed to submit it to the sect. He anticipated that this would arouse suspicion in the sect's leader toward Nia Yunfei. If a rift formed between master and disciple, it would facilitate Fang Buping's efforts to reclaim the ink jade piece. However, unexpectedly, after dispatching the escort guards, a mysterious girl clad in purple appeared, willing to perform a task for him simply to learn his name. To demonstrate her sincerity, she even offered to leave behind a valuable short sword as collateral. Although Fang Buping did not comprehend her true intentions, he decided to utilize her willingness. He contemplated having her inform the Yoshing Escort Bureau about the slain guards, ensuring that they would send someone to investigate. If Su Tianrong arrived, it would be ideal. He could eliminate him then. If only some escort guards came instead, that would suffice. He could dispatch a few more. Fang Buping chose to conceal himself in the dense forest rather than openly wait for them, wary that the two guards from the bureau might be drawn to the commotion. If that occurred, he would need to retreat. In essence, he planned to act according to the circumstances, seizing opportunities to maximize the number of foes he could eliminate. After approximately 2 hours, Fang Buping heard the sound of approaching hosts from the direction of Tongha County. Squinting, he spotted the girl in purple leading the way, though now her face was obscured by a white cloth covering her mouth and nose. To his surprise, the individuals following her did not appear to be from the escort bureau. They were garbed in black and red long robes, their faces concealed by red cloths and straw hats, seemingly intent on concealing their identities. Beneath an old peach tree, the girl in purple reined in her horse, and the masked men followed suit, dismounting and surrounding her in a protective manner. Who were these masked men? Their demeanor suggested they were her subordinates. Fang Buping, hidden in the forest, observed quietly, refraining from revealing himself. The girl glanced around, then with a soft click of her tongue, she commanded, "Go. Split up and search nearby for a pale-faced man who resembles a woman, carrying a long black-sheathed sword." However, one masked man hesitated. The girl frowned, asserting, "If I tell you to go, then go. I can manage on my own for a short while." After exchanging glances, the masked men acquiesced and dispersed. Once they had temporarily departed, Fang Buping hesitantly emerged from the forest, remarking, "You just mentioned, who resembles a woman?" The girl looked up at the sound, and upon recognizing Fang Buping, her eyes sparkled with amusement. "Oh, how cautious you are. Hiding away. Did you go to the Yoshing Escort Bureau?" She nodded. "Yes, I did." "Hey, come down. Why are you hiding so far away?" After a moment and Appo's hesitation, Fang Buping used his lightness skill to descend the hill. The girl unabashedly scrutinized his face, covering her mouth with a laugh. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Now that your face is clean, you look just like a young lady. What have you been eating to grow so fair?" "I am eating." "No, I am Appos. Am asking you. Did you go to the Yoshing Escort Bureau?" He countered. The girl shrugged. "Did I not say so? I went." "Did you deliver the message?" he inquired. With a smirk, she replied, "It seems you truly harbor a grudge against the Yoshing Escort Bureau, don't you?" "Indeed," Fang Buping replied bluntly, gesturing toward the severed heads on the ground. "Otherwise, why would I have killed their guards?" Her laughter rang out like silver bells as she waved her hand. "Rest assured, the message has been delivered." Scratching his head, Fang Buping gazed towards Tongha County. "If the girl in the purple gauze turned her face slightly, glancing back with the corner of her eye, and said softly, "Let us leave it there for now. I suspect we shall meet again." Turning away, she lightly urged her horse with a couple of clicks, murmuring to herself with a melancholic expression, "Do you believe it? Today I encountered a man who bears an almost identical resemblance to you." "Huh? Is this some sort of jest from the heavens?" Staring at her swiftly receding figure, Fang Buping was left in a state of bewilderment. Will we truly meet again? What does that mean? One moment, she seemed whimsical, and the next, as frigid as ice. This enigmatic girl. What manner of person is she? It was utterly perplexing. After muttering this to himself, Fang Buping mounted his horse. Yet, just as he raised his whip, he suddenly froze. Not only had she spoken those words, but the purple-clad girl's earlier statement echoed in his ears. With his pupils narrowing, Fang Buping abruptly turned his gaze towards the direction of Tongha County. Good heavens, could that lady possibly be? Chapter 38. Striking the mountain to scare the tiger disciple's son. What did you just say? Repeat that. In the council hall of the Yangling Mountain Sword Sect, the sect leader, Hong Tao, stared blankly at the dejected Sun Bin. Sun Bin, clutching his blood-soaked left shoulder, gritted his teeth and replied, "The Yoshing Escort Bureau. Everyone, from the Master Su Tianrong to the apprentices, has been killed. Junior brother Ji is gravely injured and is currently receiving treatment." With that, Sun Bin fell to his knees, crying out, "I am incompetent. I failed to protect the Yoshing Escort Bureau, bringing shame upon you, my sect leader, and the sect. Quickly. Rise. Hong Tao hastily pulled Sun Bin up and assisted him in sitting down. Speak slowly. What on earth transpired? Sun Bin merely sighed and shook his head repeatedly. After a moment, he suddenly looked up at Hong Tao, speaking each word with gravity. The hidden weapon was truly terrifying. Hong Tao was taken aback. Hidden weapon? Sun Bin nodded. At that moment, I was guarding the entrance of the escort bureau with junior brother Ji when I saw a woman accompanied by 6 men rushing towards us. I truly did not expect that the woman would strike from Tianzhong away. The darts were too fast, too fierce, too accurate. Brother, just think about it. Launching a dart from Tianzhong away, and Ji and I could not react in time. We were hit. Hong Tao squinted, pacing back and forth, murmuring, launching a dart from Tianzhong away. Such incredible speed and accuracy from such a distance? Penetrating. Sun Bin suddenly interjected. What do you mean by penetrating? Sun Bin gritted his teeth. Those darts. Not only were they fast and accurate from Tianzhong away, but their penetrating power was immense. That woman shot 4 darts. 1 pierced through my shoulder, while the other 3 pierced junior brother Ji and Appo's abdomen and legs. Hong Tao inhaled sharply. To launch a dart from such a distance, and have such astonishing penetrating power? Sun Bin nodded vigorously. Yes. After being hit, both Ji and I collapsed. He lost consciousness instantly. That woman did not kill us. She ignored us and leaped into the Yoshing Escort Bureau with her men. However, when I carried Ji to the clinic diagonally opposite the bureau and rushed back to the bureau, alas, it was a scene of carnage. Master Su Tianrong was found dead in the backyard, struck by 15 darts, each one penetrating. Did you engage them? Sun Bin closed his eyes, slowly shaking his head. No. When I rushed in, they were already preparing to leave. They showed no intention of attacking me, simply sheathing their weapons and departing. Later, I pondered. Given that the woman's hidden weapon skills were at such a terrifying level, if she wanted to kill me and junior brother Ji, it would have been too easy for her to do so with just 1 dart aimed at a vital spot. Yet she deliberately avoided our vital areas, killing those at the escort bureau and then leaving us unharmed, as if she intended to spare both junior brother Ji and me. What melee weapons did they use apart from the hidden darts? Sun Bin thought for a moment before responding. They were said to be swords, but they were too short and too sharp. It would be more appropriate to call them short stabs. Later, I examined the bodies and discovered that most of the people at the bureau died from the short stabs, while Su Tianrong was killed by the flying darts. Short stabs? Hong Tao appeared to recall something, his brow furrowing. Short stabs? I feel like I've heard of a sect that uses these, but I can't quite place it. Oh right. Sun Bin reached into his robe and produced an object, handing it over. This is the dart used by that woman. I pried it out from the wall behind Su Tianrong's body. Hong Tao took the object, and upon closer inspection, he gasped in shock. In his palm lay a dart no larger than a fingernail, entirely silver and shaped like a sharp cone, resembling a slightly shorter coffin nail. It is from the Blood Shadow sect. Hong Tao suddenly exclaimed. Sun Bin was taken aback. Blood Shadow sect. Hong Tao pointed at the small silver dart in his palm, exclaiming, I understand now. The level of hidden weapon skills exhibited must belong to the Blood Shadow sect's Flying Star Hall's ultimate technique, Flying Star Art. According to ancient records, the Flying Star Hall employs these small silver darts in a conical shape, also known as nail darts. Moreover, the close combat weapon used by the Flying Star Hall is indeed the short stab. The Blood Shadow sect has resurfaced. Sun Bin cried out. Hong Tao clenched his teeth, nodding slightly. Recently, a small sect under the Cooling Valley called the Qisha Gang lost its leader to the Blood Shadow sect's Blood Killing Hall's ultimate technique, Blood Handprint. And now, Su Tianrong has died under the Flying Star Art. It seems the Blood Shadow sect has indeed returned. Sun Bin was momentarily stunned, then stammered. I have heard of the Blood Handprint. It is a particularly lethal palm technique, but this Flying Star Art is entirely new to me. Hong Tao shook his head, his expression grave. The reason the Blood Shadow sect could dominate the martial world for over 200 years is due to these 2 ultimate techniques. The Blood Handprint is a close combat palm technique, known for its ferocity. Once struck, death is immediate, with no cure. As for the Flying Star Art, it is even more terrifying. It is said that the masters of the Blood Shadow sect's Flying Star Hall could pierce through a stone wall 50 zhang away with a single dart, effortlessly taking the lives of those behind the wall. Is it truly that formidable? Hong Tao nodded. The Flying Star Art can be considered the pinnacle of hidden weapon techniques. Even if the opponent and Appo's vitality level is lower than yours, you could easily fall victim to their hidden weapons. In a moment of confrontation, gathering your vitality to your fingertips or toes is simple. However, can you concentrate all your vitality to your fingertips in an instant? Sun Bin slightly nodded, contemplatively stating, concentrating all one and Appo's vitality to the fingertips is indeed challenging. It is well known that the smaller the area of concentration, the more difficult it becomes, and the longer it takes. Hong Tao snorted softly. Yet those from the Flying Star Hall can accomplish this in an instant. One can only imagine how immense the explosive power at their fingertips would be, and how terrifying the darts they launch are. It is rumored that masters of the Flying Star Hall, upon reaching the wind transformation level, can even pierce through enemies 10 zhang away with merely the air propelled by their fingertips without needing darts. Sun Bin could only gasp in astonishment. I cannot fathom what kind of adversaries the predecessors of the four great sects faced over a century ago. Hong Tao gazed at the bloodstains on Sun Bin's shoulder, sighing. Since that woman is from the Flying Star Hall, her darts surely would not miss. It seems she intentionally spared you and Junior Brother Ji. Her target was merely the Yoshing Escort Bureau. But why does she have a vendetta against the Yoshing Escort Bureau? Sun Bin nodded slightly, agreeing, indeed. I cannot comprehend it either. If the Blood Shadow sect has genuinely resurfaced, logically, their adversaries should be the four great sects, seeking revenge for being driven out over a century ago. Why then would they target minor players like the Yoshing Escort Bureau and the Qisha Gang? Indeed. What could be the reason? Hong Tao mused, stroking his beard as he paced. At that moment, a disciple hurried into the council hall and bowed. Reporting to the sect leader, we have received a letter from the South Palace and Appos, sect leader of Cooling Valley. Oh? Hong Tao took the letter, opened it. And as he read, his frown deepened. After a long while, he set the letter down, his expression grave. I believe I now understand why the Blood Shadow sect is targeting the Yoshing Escort Bureau and the Qisha Gang. Why? Sun Bin inquired. Hong Tao narrowed his eyes. Gritting his teeth, they intend to strike the mountain to scare the tiger. Strike the mountain to scare the tiger? Hong Tao nodded. The letter from the South Palace and Appos, sect leader informs us that a small sect under the luminous Sunset Beach, consisting of 32 members, was entirely slain under the blood handprint. And a small sect under the Iron Mountain Temple, like the Yoshing Escort Bureau, was annihilated by the Flying Star Art. Sun Bin inhaled sharply, exclaiming in astonishment. Each of the four esteemed clans has lost a devotee at the hands of the Blood Shadow sect. Could it be that the Blood Shadow sect is deliberately employing such a tactic to inform us that they have returned? Hong Tao closed his eyes and sighed deeply. I fear it is so. I am concerned that the martial arts world of the 9 provinces may once again face a calamity akin to that of over 200 years ago. Alas, a storm of blood and slaughter. Sun Bin, clutching his injured shoulder, bowed his head in silence, joining Hong Tao in a moment of contemplation. After a prolonged silence, Hong Tao flicked his sleeve and remarked somberly, Junior Brother, you should focus on recuperating for now. This matter shall be discussed further at next month's martial arts competition when the leaders of the 4 major sects convene. Very well. However, just as he stepped out of the council chamber, Sun Bin suddenly turned back. Elder Brother, there is one more thing that I forgot to mention. What is it? On the wall behind Su Tianrong and Appos' corpse, there were several blood characters, likely inscribed by the woman who employed the Flying Star technique. Hong Tao raised an eyebrow in surprise. What did it say? The wall bore the words, "The great vengeance of Fong Buping has been avenged." Hong Tao sprang to his feet, exclaiming, What did you say? Fong Buping. Chapter 39. A stone to kill 3 birds. Sun Bin nodded resolutely, affirming, indeed. Hong Tao let out a soft sigh, his face contorted with confusion. Why would the Blood Shadow sect involve Fong Buping? Could it be Fong Buping was present as well? Sun Bin shook his head. Although those individuals were masked, I do not believe Fong Buping was among them. Did Nie Yunfei not mention that Fong Buping wields a slender blade and possesses a handsome visage with skin as fair as jade? Yet, those masked figures employed short daggers, and save for the leading woman, their complexions were rather dark. Hong Tao inhaled sharply. That is indeed strange. Could it be that Fong Buping has some connection with the Blood Shadow sect? Otherwise, how would they know about his enmity with the Yoshing Escort Agency? Why would they seek revenge on his behalf? Since Fong Buping has entangled himself with the Blood Shadow sect, I believe, this presents us with an opportunity to retaliate. Hong Tao frowned. What do you mean, Junior Brother? Suppressing the pain from his shoulder wound, Sun Bin gritted his teeth. The Blood Shadow sect's display of power signifies their reluctance to engage us, the 4 notable clans, in direct confrontation. We are equally uncertain of the Blood Shadow sect's strength compared to 2 centuries ago. Thus, we can respond in kind to test their capabilities. Hong Tao was taken aback. You mean, to utilize Fong Buping? Sun Bin nodded emphatically, precisely. It appears that Fong Buping is indeed closely connected with the Blood Shadow sect, and since he has already established enmity with our Yangling Mountain Sword sect, why not openly issue a bounty for his capture in the martial world? Once the bounty is released, Fong Buping will find it difficult to move freely, and we can observe how the Blood Shadow sect reacts. In their efforts to protect him, they may create considerable turbulence, thereby granting us insight into their current strength. Clapping his hands, Hong Tao nodded repeatedly. This plan is splendid. It allows us to gauge the Blood Shadow sect and Appos' true power while responding to their provocation. And taking the lead in confronting them will showcase the prestige of our Yangling Mountain Sword sect as the foremost of the 4 notable clans. Truly a brilliant scheme. Senior Brother, you flatter me, Sun Bin replied modestly. In the midst of our discussion, I almost forgot your injuries. You should attend to your wounds promptly. I shall check on Junior Brother Ji and Appos' condition later. Yes, brother. Hong Tao then hastily made his way to the study, unfolded a sheet of paper, and began to write with great urgency. Today, the jade-faced demon Blade Fong Buping has aided the Blood Shadow sect in ruthlessly slaughtering all members of the Yoshing Escort Agency. leaving no survivors. Such heinous acts provoke the wrath of heaven and humanity alike, and he must be punished. I hereby call upon the heroes of the martial world across the 9 provinces to assist the Yangling Mountain Sword sect in capturing this villain, regardless of life or death. Those who deliver Fang Buping to the Yangling Mountain Sword sect shall be rewarded with 10,000 taels of silver and a volume of superior internal cultivation techniques. After completing the announcement, Hong Tao summoned 2 disciples and instructed them to copy it 100 times, each bearing the grand seal of the Yangling Mountain Sword sect. Before distributing the notices to affiliated smaller sects for display at major docks along the river and in the principal cities of each province. Meanwhile, Fang Buping was nestled in a secluded forest in the northern outskirts of Tongha County, muttering curses against the woman in purple, uncertain of his next course of action. After parting ways with her, he realized she might have done something to the Yoshing escort agency, prompting him to ride swiftly to Tongha County to uncover the truth. Upon arrival, he was met with a throng gathered outside the Yoshing escort agency, and through their murmurs, he learned that the agency had been annihilated, with no survivors, including Su Tianrong. Upon hearing this news, Fang Buping felt a surge of elation, even expressing gratitude towards the woman in purple. Although he was unaware of her motives for destroying the Yoshing escort agency, he felt his vengeance had been fully avenged. Just as he was about to depart, he overheard discussions about his identity, and sensing the impending danger, he hastily inquired about the connection between himself and the agency's demise. A man replied, stating that those nearby had heard the sounds of screams emanating from the agency, followed shortly by several individuals leaping over the walls and riding away. This man's uncle had bravely entered the Yoshing escort agency to investigate and discovered a scene of carnage. With a line of blood written on a wall in the back courtyard, Fang Buping has avenged his great enmity. This revelation left Fang Buping in a state of shock. Could it be that the massacre of the Yoshing escort agency was inextricably linked to him? If so, had he not forged a significant enmity with the Yangling Mountain Sword sect? Why had that woman in purple deliberately drawn him into this situation? Was she not endangering him? In the depths of the mountains, Fang Buping felt utterly lost, realizing that the Yangling Mountain Sword sect would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly, perhaps even enlisting the other 3 notable clans in their hunt. How could he continue his quest for the 9 chapters of mystical understanding under such circumstances? Let alone seeking the 9 chapters, he feared simply traversing the martial world would become an insurmountable challenge. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became. In a fit of rage, he drew his long blade, cursing the woman in purple while hacking at the surrounding grass and trees to vent his frustration. Clang! Sparks flew. When his blade struck a piece of blue stone hidden in the grass, Fang Buping paused, suddenly recalling a phrase from Jiang Chaozong. The process of seeking the 9 chapters of mystical understanding is cruel. Standing still, he contemplated the words for a moment before releasing a long sigh, finding clarity. Indeed, the pursuit of such coveted treasures would inevitably be fraught with troubles. Even if he had not been implicated by the woman in purple today, it was only a matter of time before he found himself embroiled in disputes with various factions over the 9 chapters, possibly leading to life and death struggles. Thus, being thrust into the spotlight now or later made little difference. With this realization, Fang Buping inhaled deeply, his gaze transforming into one of steadfast determination. He understood a vital truth. If he wished to contend for the 9 chapters of mystical understanding, he could not evade the conflicts of the martial world. Since evasion was impossible, he must confront these disputes head-on. In essence, the journey to obtain the 9 chapters is a brutal struggle for survival, as Jiang Chaozong aptly stated. A process that is indeed harsh and even grotesque. To endure this ordeal, there was but one path: to become stronger, to grow more ruthless, tearing apart anyone or anything that threatened his life and interests. With a swift motion, Fang Buping sheathed his long blade and strode resolutely down the mountain. His steps were firm, mirroring the newfound resolve in his heart. The 9 chapters of mystical understanding currently lay in Nie Yunfei's possession. I must reclaim it. I will adhere to the original plan, first informing Nie Yunfei and Amp, Apos, sect of his possession of the Ink Jade fragment, then observing whether he becomes a target. If he does, it will present a greater opportunity for me to act against him. Upon this reflection, Fang Buping extracted from his bosom the white silk handkerchief, now devoid of any trace of writing, muttering to himself. If only the characters inscribed by Nie Yunfei could re-emerge, it would likely incite suspicion and scrutiny from the sect, perhaps even leading to his expulsion. Well, if he were to be cast out from the sect, that would be most advantageous. Then Nie Yunfei would be left utterly alone, making it all the easier to strike when the time comes. TSK. What manner of substance did he employ to inscribe on this silk that the writing could vanish so completely? Is there a means to restore it? This hypocritical paragon of virtue has truly ensnared me. That wretched scoundrel. Chapter 40. The Jade-Faced Demon Blade. 3 days later, in the northern region of Lianzhou, outside the city of Linzhong. At the riverside dock, numerous fishermen gathered around a century-old tree, gazing at a newly posted bounty notice. This was undoubtedly issued by the Yangling Mountain Sword sect, targeting Fang Buping. As the crowd chattered animatedly about the identity of Fang Buping, a woman clad in a red garment brusquely pushed her way through and stepped forward to tear down the notice from the tree. Hey, how dare you tear down the notice from the Yangling Mountain Sword sect? Exclaimed one astonished fisherman. The woman shot him a sidelong glance and replied coldly. And what of it? The fisherman, taken aback, finally recognized her beauty and chuckled. Ah, it's you, Flower Lady. Haha. We fishermen at the Linjiang dock have long benefited from your and the Poison Doctor and Appo's generosity. If you wish to tear it down, then do so. If anyone from Yangling Mountain asks, we shall claim ignorance. Exactly. The other fisherman chimed in. The Flower Lady smiled warmly. That's the spirit. We are all from the same hometown. Surely we can look out for one another. Starting tomorrow, any rare fish you catch will be bought by my Jiagui Tower. If you have any vegetables or fruits, feel free to send them to my kitchen. All right. The fisherman laughed in agreement. Upon returning to Jiangui Tower, the Flower Lady pulled the Poison Doctor aside and thrust the bounty notice into his hands. Look at this, she said. Fang Buping has stirred quite a storm in the martial world in such a short time. He has managed to anger the foremost Yangling Mountain Sword sect. This bounty. What kind of trouble has he gotten into? The Poison Doctor examined the notice, his brow furrowing as he read. It says here that Fang Buping is involved with the Blood Shadow sect. Could it be that this long-vanished sect has resurfaced? Duwaner idly toyed with a delicate teacup and sighed. Who knows? Who can say if Fang Buping has been set up? The martial world is treacherous, and I truly worry that this young lad might fall victim to a scheme and suffer greatly. The Poison Doctor crumpled the notice into a ball and nodded slightly. Indeed. I share your concern. I fear he has made a commotion in his quest for vengeance on behalf of Brother Hanyu. Just then, a new attendant called out loudly. Hey. Esteemed guest, please come inside. It's still early, and you are the first today. Please come in. Duwaner and the Poison Doctor exchanged puzzled glances, wondering who would come to dine at this hour. Turning around, they were astonished to see none other than Fang Buping himself. Well, they exclaimed in unison. Fang Buping grinned at them, waving, Sister. Poison Doctor, have you missed me? Oh heavens. The Poison Doctor rushed forward, grabbing Fang Buping and leading him upstairs. Duwaner quickly ordered the servants to close the door and hang up the closed for business sign. After seating Fang Buping in a guest room on the second floor, Duwaner burst in, closed the door, and admonished, Are you trying to get yourself killed? How dare you swagger around the martial world like this? Fang Buping scratched his head. Looking bewildered, what is the matter? Look for yourself. The Poison Doctor tossed the crumpled bounty notice at him. I hear there are notices posted at every dock along the river. Your sister just tore one down, and you arrived right after. To their surprise, Fang Buping merely scoffed disdainfully after reading the notice, crumpling it again and tossing it into a spittoon. Is that all? The tree may wish for stillness, but the wind does not cease. If they want to hunt me, what can I do? Let them come. No one in the martial world knows what I look like. If they ask, I'll simply claim I'm not Fang Buping. It's not that simple. I've heard that the notices in the main cities include your portrait. You need to be careful. Fang Buping shrugged. When soldiers come, I will meet them. When water comes, I will block it, even if I try my best. I cannot make them withdraw the bounty, can I? Oh, by the way, what is this Blood Shadow sect? Why am I implicated with them? The Poison Doctor promptly recounted the history of the Blood Shadow sect. Upon hearing it, Fang Buping suddenly understood. So that woman in the purple robe is an enemy of the entire martial world, the Blood Shadow sect? In other words, her attack on the Yoshing escort was to send a message to the Yangling Mountain Sword sect? After all, the Yoshing escort is under their patronage, a well-known fact. Fang Buping smacked his forehead in regret. Had I known, I wouldn't have acted. Someone would have avenged Brother Hanyu for me. Now look, I've fallen into that purple-robed woman's trap. How infuriating. That mysterious woman. She kills as she pleases, yet I am the one who suffers. How did you get entangled with the Blood Shadow sect? Duwaner inquired. Fang Buping waved his hand, exasperated. Let us not discuss that. Since the Yangling Mountain has issued a bounty, I should leave quickly to avoid implicating Jiangui Tower. As he spoke, Fang Buping took out a piece of white silk. To make a long story short, this silk was once inscribed with blood. Initially, I thought it was real blood, but soon the words vanished without a trace. Poison Doctor, do you know what this means? Let me see it. Fang Buping hurriedly handed it over. The Poison Doctor unfolded the silk, examined both sides, then leaned in to sniff it. Soon, a smile crept across his lips. I believe I know what kind of blood writing you are referring to. What? The Poison Doctor pointed at the silk, chuckling. Have you been tricked? Come on. Just tell me what it was written with. I'm anxious. The Poison Doctor stroked his small goat beard and replied. This substance is called 10,000 Reds and Sparse Veins Decoction, a superior healing remedy. It is bright red like blood but turns colorless and tasteless when exposed to light for an hour. Is there a way to reveal the writing on the silk again? The Poison Doctor shook his head and smiled. Guess. Guess. Duwaner kicked him in the rear. What are you guessing for? Don't you see Fang Buping is anxious? Just tell us. The Poison Doctor rubbed his backside, then carefully pinched the silk between two fingers, grinning as he opened the door. For others, it might be difficult. But your brother is the renowned Poison Doctor, so it shall be easy. Wait here. Rest assured, if I say so, I will have a solution. The Poison Doctor assured as Duwaner closed the door behind him. The jade-faced demon blade. At that moment, Fang Buping suddenly recalled the title given to him by the Yangling Mountain Sword sect on the bounty notice. What does it mean? Upon hearing this, Duwaner burst into laughter, covering her mouth. Congratulations, Fang Buping. You've quickly acquired your own name in the martial world. Haha. And since they want to capture you, how could the name given by the Yongling Mountain Sword sect be anything pleasant? It is akin to my ancestor, who, having offended the 4 prominent clans, was consequently bestowed with the moniker Flying Rat. Hehehe. After a brief pause, Du Wanner continued, yet, since it is the 4 esteemed clans who have conferred this title upon you, regardless of its nature, it cannot be deemed disgraceful. The Jade-Faced Demon Blade is merely the Jade-Faced Demon Blade. After all, you possess a charming visage. The term Jade-Faced, my dear brother can certainly bear it. As for the blade, then I shall, as they wish, become a demonic blade, Fong Buping declared resolutely. Heh, you sound like a child. Thinking this is a matter of pride. Enough. Since you and Oppos, VE already provoked the Yongling Mountain, you must tread carefully from now on. As she spoke, Du Wanner clapped her hands, as if suddenly reminded of something, exclaiming, oh, sister has yet to impart to you the art of lightness. Now that the sword sect of Yongling Mountain has issued a bounty for your capture, what shall you do if you lack such skills? The corners of Fong Buping and Oppos' mouth lifted as he opened the window, saying, sister, watch closely. With that, he sprang out of the window, moving as swiftly and gracefully as a swallow, lightly touching down on the treetops before gliding effortlessly over the river's surface. Observing the ethereal figure gliding across the water, Du Wanner was momentarily stunned. The speed and agility displayed surpassed even her own. Shortly thereafter, Fong Buping leaped back through the window, shaking off the water from his feet, and grinned, sister, does my lightness skill meet your approval? Du Wanner stood there, dazed for quite a while before regaining her senses. She then grasped Fong Buping and Oppos' shoulder, her face beaming with pride. Well done, young man. You've managed to teach yourself to such a degree. Your capacity for comprehension truly astonishes me. Excellent. Your lightness skill can be said to be unmatched in the current realm of Jiuzhou. Now I can rest easy. Even if you encounter the people from the sword sect of Yongling Mountain, if you cannot fight them, you can always flee. With your lightness skill, they shall not catch you. Fong Buping flashed a grin. I owe it all to the lightness technique passed down from sister. Otherwise, how could I dare to wander about? Thank you, dear sister. He then prepared to bow in gratitude. Du Wanner promptly supported him, teasing, oh, I cannot bear the honor of such a bow from the renowned Jade-Faced Demon Blade. You, just ensure that you live well and avoid causing trouble. And that will be sufficient thanks to me. As they conversed, the door suddenly swung open. The poison doctor entered, carrying a basin of water, grinning, little brother. It is done. Chapter 41. Clearwater has no fish. Fong Buping gazed blankly at the poison doctor. What is going on? Why are you holding a basin? The poison doctor squinted at the basin, murmuring, oh, the characters are becoming clearer. What is written here? You gave Nie Yunfei a piece of the 9 chapters of the Profound Ink Jade? The 9 chapters of the Profound Ink Jade. The poison doctor abruptly lifted his head to look at Fong Buping, astonished. Is that true? Where did you find it? The words have appeared? Fong Buping rushed over. Inside the basin was half a basin of clear water, which had a faint medicinal scent. The piece of white silk floated on the surface, with the grayish-brown characters becoming increasingly distinct. It was indeed the writing of Nie Yunfei from that day. It truly manifested. Hey. The poison doctor quickly stepped back from Fong Buping, who was eager to reach out. Don and Oppos, Rush, it needs to soak a bit longer. Otherwise, the characters will blur. Is it true? You gave Nie Yunfei a piece of the 9 chapters of the Profound Ink Jade? At this moment, Du Jin inquired. Fong Buping pursed his lips in silence for a moment before nodding. Yes. Du Jin gasped, exclaiming, this 9 chapters of the Profound Ink Jade, which has appeared in 1,000 years, how could you possess it? Moreover, if it is such a precious item, why did you give it to Nie Yunfei? Fong Buping sighed heavily, then walked to the window, staring out at the vast river. He recounted how the Black Bull had obtained the Ink Jade and the events that transpired in the bamboo forest that day. After listening, Du Jin shook her head. So it was like this. Since this Ink Jade did not save the life of the Black Bull, it is only reasonable for you to seek it back from Nie Yunfei. The poison doctor immediately waved his hand. It's easier said than done, sister. Since it has fallen into Nie Yunfei's hands, how could he easily give it back? This Ink Jade is a chance for the profound. Once it appears, it will surely be fought over by the major sects in the martial world. Though they may not seek it for the purpose of the profound, possessing it would bring glory to their sect, making their voices louder in the martial world. Don't you know? Faces their life. Would they easily part with it? Humph. A bunch of foolish beings, only knowing how to flaunt the 9 chapters of the Profound Ink, yet unaware of its true utility, Fong Buping muttered involuntarily. True utility? What utility? Fong Buping waved his hand dismissively. Let us not discuss it. In any case, this Ink Jade was sought by the Black Bull in his lifetime. Since it did not save him, I must find a way to retrieve it. Otherwise, how can I face the Black Bull? The poison doctor nodded slightly. That is indeed the case, but how do you intend to retrieve it alone? Not to mention whether the Yongling Mountain Sword Sect will even pay you any mind. You are already a wanted person by them. If you dare to show yourself at Yongling Mountain, they will surely attempt to take your life without giving you a chance to speak. Fong Buping looked at the increasingly clear characters on the silk in the basin and coldly smiled. Solutions are born from human ingenuity. At this moment, the poison doctor seemed to suddenly recall something, clapping his hands and then awkwardly looking at Du Jian. By the way, sister. ISNT the martial arts competition in the martial world happening next month? I believe Musherlan from Luoxia Beach will definitely participate. Would you like to go see it? Don't mention him, Du Jian said angrily, turning her back and falling silent. Fong Buping scratched his head and asked, what does the martial arts competition mean? The poison doctor explained, every 5 years, the 4 major sects hold a martial arts competition, open to all practitioners, regardless of sect affiliation. Du Jian scoffed coldly, saying, to call it a martial arts competition is more like a grand performance put on by the 4 major sects to showcase their prestige and consolidate their status in the martial world. Ugh, disgusting. What do you mean by that? Fong Buping inquired. Du Jian disdainfully replied, the 4 major sects practice superior internal and external martial arts. How could small sects and wandering practitioners possibly compete with them? Each time, it always ends with a disciple from one of the 4 major sects emerging victorious. So, what is the point of holding this martial arts competition? Isn't it just to flaunt their status? The poison doctor nodded in agreement. Indeed, every competition. The 4 major sects don't compete themselves, they merely observe. Their lackeys, those sects that serve them, send their participants to compete with the challengers. Only the final 4 are qualified to face off against the disciples sent by the 4 major sections. Yet every time, without exception, the disciples from the 4 major sects win effortlessly. So, in reality, they're just gathering the martial world as practitioners to play a part in their show. Fong Buping shrugged. What reward is there for the eventual victor? If there are no rewards, how can they attract those in the martial world to participate in their performance? The poison doctor waved his hand, chuckling bitterly. What reward? There is no need for a reward. The practitioners of the martial world will naturally compete. They all want to show their faces in front of the 4 major sects. If they catch the eye of the 4 major sects, they might be granted the status of an external disciple, which would certainly bolster their standing in the martial world. That is the reward they seek. Fong Buping covered his mouth, repeatedly shaking his head. Please, no more. If you keep talking, I might just vomit. What kind of martial world practitioners are these? They sound like a pack of dogs begging for scraps, lacking any of the dignity of true martial artists. The poison doctor chuckled awkwardly. Survival of the fittest. If one wishes to endure in the martial world for long, how can they do so without forming alliances or finding a patron? Dignity? Can dignity save one's life? Thus, they are left with no choice. Fong Buping nodded slightly, pondering, Clearwater has no fish? The poison doctor clapped his hands. Exactly, that is the principle. Then, will all 4 major sects gather for this martial arts competition? The poison doctor nodded. Of course, all the sect leaders will be present. Ugh, such a chance to embellish their reputation. Of course, they will be there, Du Jian added with annoyance. Fong Buping's lips curled into a smile. Just right. Since this wretched martial world is already murky, I shall simply stir the waters even further. The poison doctor raised an eyebrow. What? Do you intend to do? Hey, don't go stirring up trouble again. Haven't you had enough of being hunted by the Yangling Mountain Sword sect? Do you really wish to become the enemy of the entire martial world? Fong Buping, however, did not respond to this, instead pointing at the basin of water and asking, can we retrieve it now? The poison doctor leaned in to take a look, nodding. Yes, it's fine now. You can take it out to dry. The characters will not fade away, so don't worry. Fong Buping exclaimed, carefully retrieving the piece of silk and laying it on the windowsill, casually inquiring, by the way, where will this martial arts competition be held? The poison doctor pondered for a moment before replying. I've heard it will be held at Tianping Mountain in Zhangzhou. Tianping Mountain? Where is that? Tianping Mountain is about 100 miles southwest of the main city of Zhongzhou, Jingchuan City. The mountain has a peculiar shape, with a very flat and broad summit, as if it has been sliced off by a heavenly sword, hence the name Tianping Mountain. When will it be held? On the 16th of next month. Why are you asking so many details? Do you intend to go? You are a wanted man by the Yangling Mountain Sword sect, with the 4 major sects and the martial practitioners from across the 9 provinces gathering. If you go, isn't that courting death? Du Jian questioned, irritated. Fong Buping shrugged and grinned. Not going. I was just thinking, if all 4 major sects are fully mobilized, wouldn't their defenses within their sects become considerably lax? Is this not an opportune moment to stealthily infiltrate the sword sect of Yangling in search of that piece of black jade? I shall emulate my sister's ancestor, the Sky Rat. Nonsense. You must not wander off. Instead, remain in the Jiangwei Tower for a while and wait until the situation calms down before you depart. Fong Buping nodded vigorously, affirming, yes, I shall heed my sister and aunt, Apos, as advice. I will stay. Duaner shot him a glare and, with a flick of her sleeve, said, that is more like it. You should rest for now. Have a light meal at noon, and this evening, I shall bring some wine and delicacies. You must earnestly discuss how to handle the aftermath of the Black Bull. Very well, Fong Buping replied eagerly. However, that very evening, he stealthily slipped out of the window, abandoning his horse, and swiftly crossed the river using his lightness skill, heading straight for the opposite bank of Zhongzhou. Fearful of being discovered by Du One Air. A bounty for my capture, is it? Very well. I shall stir the waters and see if you hypocritical beings. Humph. Will turn against each other over the 9 chapters of profound mysteries. Will you expose yourselves in your quest for the 9 chapters? In a moment, Fang Buping had already reached the shore. Turning back to gaze at the brightly lit Jiaque Tower across the river, he murmured, Sister, I am aware of your good intentions toward me, but alas, I, Fang Buping, am not of this realm. If I do not devise a way to reclaim the Black Jade and gather the 9 chapters of profound mysteries, how shall I return to save my mother? Take care. I hope that, as you wished, I can traverse this perilous path and emerge alive. Chapter 42. Principles. Though he verbally dismissed the bounty issued by the Yangling Mountain Sword Sect, Fang Buping harbored a degree of trepidation within. Thus, during his journey northward after disembarking, he endeavored to travel primarily under the cover of night, seeking refuge in the deep mountains or grassy fields by day. On one particular day, as dusk descended, Fang Buping awoke and resumed his journey. As he proceeded, he suddenly heard the distant clash of weapons and anguished screams along the rural path ahead. Swiftly, he concealed himself in the underbrush beside the road. After a brief interval, the sounds of combat subsided. After some hesitation, Fang Buping resolved to investigate the situation to ascertain whether the combatants had dispersed, allowing him to continue his journey. Crouching low, he stealthily crept along the path, and upon rounding a bend, he beheld a toppled cart and several bodies strewn about. Their presence marked by pools of blood, he surmised they were beyond saving. In front of the cart stood a refined young man, pale and trembling, brandishing a blade. This individual appeared no older than 17 or 18, facing a group of burly men wielding hefty axes. What was transpiring here? Had he encountered bandits? Fang Buping pondered silently. Yet he displayed no intention of intervening. He wished to avoid entanglements. After receiving guidance from Jiang Chaozong, he had firmly resolved to adhere to a principle. His future actions in the martial world would solely serve the purpose of attaining the 9 chapters of profound understanding. For the sake of this goal, he would not hesitate to sacrifice countless lives or offend many. While matters unrelated to the 9 chapters would elicit no concern from him, even if the weak and innocent fell victim to thieves before his very eyes. In short, he resolved to adopt the stance of benign indifference. Consequently, he muttered to himself, if you, and Oppos, re going to kill, do it swiftly. Finish your business and clear the path. So I need not take the long way around. With this thought, he retrieved some provisions, hiding in the grass, munching on his food while observing the unfolding drama. At that moment, a burly man shook his axe and stepped forward, sneering, Tell me, young Master Morongjia, are you still oblivious? Must you wager your life here to feel at ease? The young man, Morongjia, clenched his jaw and took slow steps back until he collided with the overturned cart, exclaiming, As long as I live, you shall not abduct my sister. The burly man shook his head, exuding an air of resignation. Why do you persist in this folly? Your Morong family may be proud, but you are merely a local family. How can you contend with one of the 4 great clans, the Tsueyo Valley? What is wrong with your sister marrying a disciple of Tsueyo Valley, especially the foremost disciple among the younger generation? Isn't that an elevation for your Morong family? Morongjia shouted in anger, This is outrageous. My sister is already betrothed. How can she marry another? The burly man mocked, Well said. Once betrothed, how can one marry another? But think carefully. Has your sister ever been truly engaged before? Morongjia paused, bewildered. What do you mean? I ask you, has your Morong family ever arranged a betrothal with the Feng family? When the Feng family fell into hardship, your Morong family turned up their noses. Yet the young master of the Feng family still clings to the marriage contract made with your Morong family. Since there is a contract, how can your sister engage with another? Morongjia stomped his foot in frustration, retorting, Nonsense. After the Feng family fell into misfortune, how could my father marry off his daughter to suffer? My father still honored the contract, offering the Feng family's young master a place in our family. But it was they who refused. Offering a place in your family? Isn't that a humiliation? Morongjia spread his hands in exasperation. Look at how destitute the Feng family has become. Would an ordinary person fulfill a marriage contract under such circumstances? Yet my father did not disdain them and insisted on honoring the agreement, merely altering it to an offer of adoption. Is that not a display of goodwill from the Morong family? The burly man scoffed, but the young master of the Feng family does not see it that way. He perceives it as an insult from your Morong family. Recently, upon hearing that your family has arranged another betrothal for your sister, how could he endure it? If your sister, Morong Yen, were to remain unmarried for life, it might be tolerable, but now that she is engaged to another before even entering the home, how could the young master of the Feng family accept that? What does it matter to you whether he can endure it? Why must you force my sister to marry the disciple of Tsueyo Valley? What does Tsueyo Valley have to do with the Feng family? The burly man smirked. Listen well. The young master of the Feng family, whom your Morong family has insulted, is now named Feng Minghai, and he is the foremost disciple of the Tsueyo Valley sword sect. Morongjia's pupils constricted in shock. He has actually joined Tsueyo Valley? As the foremost disciple? Indeed, Feng Minghai possesses exceptional talent. After his family and Amp, Apos, downfall, he was taken under the wing of Tsuyo Valley. Do you believe that a foremost disciple of Tsuyo Valley would lack the ability to bring his wife home? If he cannot even claim his bride, what would that say about the prestige of Tsuyo Valley? At that moment, Murong Jie found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, the door to the cart swung open, and a striking young woman emerged, albeit disheveled, with blood on her forehead, suggesting she had been unconscious during the cart and Apos' upheaval. Sister. Murong Jie rushed to assist her, but she forcefully pushed his hand away, pointing an accusatory finger at the burly man. It is inconceivable for me, Murong Yin, to marry a Feng. It's not that our Murong family looks down on the Feng family's misfortunes. Rather, they are unworthy. My father once negotiated with the Feng family, offering Feng Minghai a choice to either join our family or withdraw from the engagement. The Feng family agreed to withdraw, demanding 2,000 taels of silver, which my father promptly paid. But what happened afterward? To express gratitude, they invited my father for a drink, and, while he was inebriated, they stealthily reclaimed the withdrawal document. The burly man waved dismissively, his expression laced with skepticism. Who would believe such a tale? You must present evidence to support your claims. Without the withdrawal document, Murong Yin remains the fiancé of Feng Minghai. His demeanor darkened, and his voice became low and menacing. Murong Yin, heed my words. Your engagement to Feng Minghai is no longer merely a matter between the Murong and Feng families. It now concerns the Tsuyo Valley sword sect. Are you truly prepared to go against Tsuyo Valley? At this juncture, another burly man interjected with a grin. Miss Murong, why do this to yourself? You have a marriage contract, and pursuing another engagement is simply unreasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Moreover, Feng Minghai is the foremost disciple of Tsuyo Valley. Marrying him would elevate your status and bring great benefits to your family. Murong Yin, however, shook her sleeves dismissively, her face expressing disdain. No matter how you argue, I will not marry Feng Minghai. To wed into a family of commoners, I would rather die. The burly man brandished his axe, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Precisely what I was hoping to hear. Tsuyo Valley's stance is clear. If you refuse to marry Feng Minghai, you must either become a nun or perish. Ah, what a riveting tale. Hidden in the underbrush, Fong Buping chewed his provisions with rapt attention. This young woman, why must she resist? Surely, marriage is preferable to losing one's life. But wait. Oh no. I'm choking. Bang, bang, bang. The sound produced by the pounding of his chest resonated like a drum, effectively capturing the attention of all present. Who is it that lurks stealthily over there? The burly man immediately bellowed towards the thicket. Chapter 43. Unable to restrain come out. The burly man bellowed once more. After much effort, Fong Buping managed to swallow down the morsel that had lodged in his throat. With a resigned sigh, he emerged from the thicket, weariness etched across his face. The man, initially inclined to continue his reprimand, suppressed his ire upon noticing the long blade hanging from Fong Buping and Apos' waist. He clasped his fist cautiously and inquired, Might I ask why you were hiding in the grass? Fong Buping, with a courteous nod, chuckled, I was not hiding. Merely weary from travel and sought a place to rest. It seems I was roused by your commotion. The burly man scrutinized Fong Buping for a moment before suggesting gravely, Perhaps it would be best for you to find another place to rest, so as not to disturb our affairs. Of course, Fong Buping replied, hastily making his way past the group. As he brushed shoulders with the trembling Murong siblings, he did not cast a glance at the two doomed souls. His mind focused solely on escaping recognition. Stay your step. The burly man's voice suddenly rang out behind him. Fong Buping closed his eyes in resignation, silently cursing his misfortune. Yet, he quickly donned a forced smile and turned to ask, What is it? The man let out a soft exclamation, his gaze roving over Fong Buping and Apos' figure as he murmured, Strange, this person seems oddly familiar. Have I seen him before? At that moment, several of the man's subordinates began whispering among themselves, pointing at Fong Buping, each appearing to share the same sense of familiarity. The burly man furrowed his brow, displaying a look of doubt. May I ask your esteemed name? Su Wanting, Fong Buping casually replied, uttering the name he had once used in the Xian realm without a hint of hesitation. What insights do you seek, good sir? The man scratched his head, pondering. Su Wanting? Odd. Your face seems familiar, yet your name does not ring a bell. Where could I have seen you? Suddenly, one of the man's subordinates clapped his hands, eyes wide with realization. Brother, I remember now. Oh, where have you seen him? The burly man leaned in, eager to hear. The subordinate whispered into the man's ear, and Fong Buping sensed the shift in atmosphere, his forced smile gradually fading. Observing the growing astonishment on the burly man's face, Fong Buping anticipated what was to come and quietly prepared to flee with his agility. Is it really him? The burly man exclaimed, staring at his subordinate in disbelief. The subordinate nodded emphatically. Yes, indeed. This is the very person from the wanted poster. Brother, this is a prime opportunity for fame. What are we waiting for? Seize him. But just as the man finished shouting, he found himself stunned. Fong Buping, akin to a startled rabbit, darted into the nearby woods, moving with such dazzling speed that he quickly ascended the treetop overlooking the scene below, observing with a cold gaze. The burly man remained dazed for a moment before recovering and looking up at the diminutive figure atop the tree. This fellow. His lightness of foot is truly remarkable. No wonder even the Yangling Mountain Sword sect could not capture him. Hey, I ask you, are you that jade-faced demon blade, Fong Buping? Fong Buping scoffed lightly and replied, indeed. The person marked for death by the Yangling Mountain Sword sect is none other than yourself. Truly him. Fong Buping smirked. However, I must take my leave now. Should you be able to catch up, consider it your skill. As soon as the words left his mouth, he vanished from sight with a swift motion. He has escaped. Brother, should we pursue? The burly man stomped his foot, frustration evident on his face. What good is it to chase? Did you not see how astounding his lightness of foot is? With our crude skills, how could we possibly catch him? Enough of this. Our immediate concern is to inform the Tsueyo Valley of the Jade-Faced Demon Blade's presence here and have them send someone to apprehend him. Yet, just as Fong Buping prepared to slip away from the mountain, a heart-wrenching cry echoed in the distance. Mother, what has happened to you, mother? You, please, step aside. My mother is in dire straits. I beg you, let her go. She needs to see a doctor urgently. At the sound of that anguished plea, Fong Buping and Apos' thoughts momentarily shifted to his own mother, Fong Tsueping. He halted in his tracks. After a brief internal struggle, he sighed heavily and turned back to the mountaintop, gazing down at the scene below. He saw Murong Yin dragging a resplendently dressed woman from the overturned carriage. Her eyes shut tight, face pale, and a gaping wound on her forehead, blood staining her visage almost entirely. Mother! Mother! Murong Yin cried out. Clutching her mother tightly, her voice filled with despair. The burly man, witnessing this, let out a boisterous laugh and waved his hand. If you wish to save your mother, it is simple. Agree to accompany us to Tsueyo Valley for marriage, and we shall let her go. Murong Yin grasped her brother Murong Jia's clothing, crying. You must ride quickly and get our mother to a healer. Hurry. Sister, what about you? Murong Yin pushed him away. Just go. Do not worry about me. Saving mother is the priority. I understand. The implication was clear. You will come with us? The burly man asked. Amidst her sobs, Murong Yin knelt, covering her face, and reluctantly nodded. Haraha. So, you are about to become the esteemed wife of Tsueyo Valley and Apos' foremost disciple. We shall be family from now on. Brothers, help young Master Murong lift the carriage so he can be on his way. We must not delay in saving the lady's life. The group of burly men surged forward, effortlessly lifting the carriage and assisting Murong Jie in placing their mother inside. With tears in his eyes, Murong Jie cast a final glance at his sister, who had collapsed in despair, before he mounted the carriage and drove off. The burly man glanced at the swiftly departing carriage, snorted dismissively, then turned to the despairing Murong Yin. Well, we have allowed your brother and mother to leave. Shall we proceed to Tsueyo Valley? Wiping her tears, Murong Yin slowly rose. Staring blankly in the direction the carriage had vanished for a moment before suddenly breaking into a haunting smile. The burly man was taken aback, frowning. What is so amusing? I will never marry a scoundrel, Murong Yin declared, swiftly seizing the long blade that Murong Jie had dropped in his panic, pressing it against her neck. The burly man remained unfazed, raising a hand dismissively. No matter, as I said, Tsueyo Valley and Apos' stance is. You must either die or shave your head as a nun, your choice. If you choose death, then by all means. Bah, you sycophants of Tsueyo Valley. I shall haunt you even as a ghost. With that, Murong Yin fiercely pulled down on the blade. Yet, it did not cut. For at that moment, a slender hand with fair skin grasped her wrist. A man suddenly appeared before her. It was none other than Fong Buping, returned once more. Young lady, your willingness to sacrifice for your mother is commendable and worthy of my admiration. You. Murong Yin gazed at the strikingly handsome face before her, tears spilling anew. Fong Buping shook his head in exasperation, wrested the blade from her grasp, and tossed it aside. He then turned to the group of burly men whose faces flushed with excitement upon seeing his return, sighing. Alas, I could not resist. Chapter 44. Control. As he gazed at the returning Fong Buping, the burly man could hardly conceal his excitement, though he endeavored to suppress the smile threatening to break upon his face, as if fearing that the succulent morsel within reach might slip away once more. You, my friend. Your lightness of foot is indeed remarkable. It must be your exceptional skills in fleeing that have allowed you to elude the grasp of the Yangling Mountain Sword sect. Fong Buping sighed in resignation. Rest assured. Now that I have returned, I shall not flee again. Besides, with such a damsel in tow, no matter how proficient my agility, I cannot run swiftly, can I? The burly man raised an eyebrow. So, you have returned solely to rescue her? Indeed. And you are acquainted with the Murong family? Not in the slightest. Then why would you risk your life to return for someone you barely know, especially when there is a bounty on your head in the Jianghu? Fong Buping shrugged. Did I not just mention? I could not resist. The burly man let out a derisive laugh. You truly are something else. I let you go. And you return to court death. It seems the generous reward from the Yangling Mountain Sword sect is mine to claim after all. Fong Buping replied with a grin. To refuse wealth is to be a fool. I heard that your troubles with the Murong family stem from an edict from the Tsueyo Valley, and if that is the case, oh, So you are merely lackeys of the Tsueyo Valley? The burly man huffed, pride evident in his demeanor. We of the Chonglu Association are legitimate devotees of the Tsueyo Valley. Their affairs are naturally our affairs. The Chonglu Association? At this moment, Morong Yin, standing behind Fang Buping, softly interjected, Hero, this Changlu Association specializes in gambling houses, with establishments in every city in the Central Plains. They are likely the hounds maintained by the Changlu Association. Fang Buping turned his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Morong Yin, the Tsueyo Valley Sword Sect. One of the four great families would actually accept as devotees an organization that profits from gambling? Morong Yin scoffed lightly, disdain evident in her tone. Among the four great families, which one is not like this? Regardless of the trade, as long as the tribute is ample, they will take anyone in as a devotee, providing them with protection. Fang Buping nodded thoughtfully, then turned to the burly man, falling silent for a moment before sighing. I truly do not wish to engage in needless bloodshed or offend all four great families. Tell me, are you the kind of people who can be bought with gold? If so, could I use wealth to secure this young lady's freedom? The burly man threw back his head and laughed heartily. The Morong family is immensely wealthy, a renowned merchant in the Central Plains. Yet have we ever asked her for money? So, it is impossible? The burly man shook his head. Absolutely impossible. The orders from the Tsueyo Valley are far more important to us than gold. Let me reiterate. We seek either her life or her person. Oh, and this time, we must add your life to the equation. Fang Buping clicked his tongue softly, his left hand gradually grasping the hilt of the sword at his waist. Pressing against the guard, muttering to himself, Ah, troublesome. I hope this impulsive act, unconnected to my own interests, is the last. Noticing Fang Buping's hand on his weapon, the burly man unsheathed a pair of broadaxes from his lower back, speaking in a deep voice. I do not know how you have offended the Yangling Mountain Sword Sect, but I do know that offending the four great families is exceedingly foolish. At that moment, one of the burly man's subordinates gently tapped his arm, whispering, Brother, do not underestimate him. The burly man frowned. Underestimate him? He is just a pretty boy with remarkable agility. As long as he does not flee, what storm can he raise? The subordinate fixed his gaze on Fang Buping and Appos, as Longsword, slowly shaking his head. I fear, it is not that simple. Do you not recall that the bounty states he seems to have significant ties to the Blood Shadow sect? Do you forget how the leader of the Chisha gang met his demise under their bloody hands? The burly man nodded slightly, contemplatively. Indeed, I have forgotten that. The Blood Shadow sect was once a fearsome presence. If they truly return, the four great families will face serious troubles. Who can deny that? Therefore, since this man is connected to the Blood Shadow sect, you should exercise caution, brother. Killing him may be easy, but we cannot afford to provoke the Blood Shadow sect. If they target us because of his death, I fear that even the Tsueyo Valley will not be able to protect us. What then shall we do? Simply let them go? The subordinate pondered for a moment, his expression filled with resignation. It seems we have no choice but to report today and Appos' events truthfully to the Tsueyo Valley. Surely they can understand our predicament, given that it involves the Blood Shadow sect. Who would dare provoke them? As for Morong Yin, it matters not. The Morong family is large and prosperous. She cannot escape. We can always return to capture her another day. Do you think this fellow will guard Morong Yin for a lifetime? The burly man hesitated briefly, furrowing his brow in agreement, then sheathed his axes back at his waist, dismissively waving his hand at Fang Buping. Begone. Today, consider yourselves fortunate. I shall spare you for now. Fang Buping was taken aback. What is the meaning of this? The burly man mounted his horse, a scornful expression on his face. Boy, were it not for the backing of the Blood Shadow sect, would you dare to play the hero? You likely dared to offend the Yangling Mountain Sword sect because of the Blood Shadow sect's influence. TCH. A coward hiding behind another's might. Hearing this, Fang Buping immediately understood. They had been intimidated by the name of the Blood Shadow sect on the bounty. He then broke into a smile, clasping his hands in a gesture of camaraderie. We are all merely pawns of power, are we not? This toothy fellow has feasted on the fat, and fat is still fat, is it not? By all means, you may guard Morong Yin for a lifetime. After saying this, the burly man and his subordinates left in a huff. At this moment, Morong Yin sighed deeply, stepping forward to Fang Buping, gracefully bowing. Thank you, noble hero, for your rescue. Fang Buping waved his hand. Do not thank me prematurely. Today, I have saved you, but what about tomorrow? In the future? They will inevitably seek you out again. Morong Yin fell silent for a moment before softly stating, even if it is only today that you saved me, you are still a benefactor to the Morong family. Fang Buping did not respond, instead pacing back and forth, his heart engulfed in turmoil. What to do? Should he save her at all? And if so, how? Even if he were to slay that group, it would be futile. The source of this matter lay with the Tsueyo Valley. It was the Tsueyo Valley that sought to trouble the Morong family. Even if he wiped out that group, the Tsueyo Valley would send other lackeys to harass the Morong family, or worse, intervene personally. What then could be done? With such thoughts, Fang Buping shook his head. Speaking gravely, if you wish to completely evade this disaster, I fear, your Morong family must relocate entirely. Do you understand? Noble hero, are you truly connected to the Blood Shadow sect? Morong Yin suddenly asked, her inquiry seeming unrelated to the matter at hand. Fong Buping sighed in exasperation. Are you still concerned about that? Did you comprehend what I just said? If you wish to entirely avoid this calamity, your Morong family must flee far away, and quickly. Morong Yin smiled bitterly. Flee? Where can we hide? The four great families are in cahoots, their devotees scattered throughout the Jianghu. No matter where we go, we will be found. Fong Buping shrugged. Then you must marry that Feng Minghai. Yet you refuse to marry him even unto death. Will you, perhaps, choose to become a nun? Morong Yin wiped away the tears that had begun to flow again, sorrowfully declaring, if there is no escape, then I shall have no choice but to become a nun. Otherwise, even if I perish, they will still torment my father and mother. With that, Morong Yin knelt down, heavily bowing her head. Regardless, the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me today, I, Morong Yin, shall remember for a lifetime. Fong Buping gazed solemnly down at the petite figure weeping at his feet. After a long pause, he sighed inwardly. So be it. So be it. Since he had chosen to involve himself in this trifling matter, he might as well see it through to the end, considering it a lesson for himself. In the future, he resolved, he must refrain from acting impulsively and must avoid entangling himself in irrelevant troubles. He helped Morong Yin to her feet and said with a bittersweet smile, Please wait here. I shall attempt to resolve this calamity for you. Upon hearing this, Morong Yan's eyes sparkled with hope. Hero, what plan do you have? Fong Buping exhaled deeply, his expression one of resignation as he replied, The first step is to take a life. Take a life? Wait for me. With that, Fong Buping activated his lightness skill and swiftly darted in the direction the group of ruffians had departed. Chapter 45, The Fox Assuming the Tigers Might After Fong Buping departed. Morong Yin gazed at the lifeless bodies of the household servants strewn on the ground, a wave of fear enveloping her. She picked up her brother and Apos' long sword and proceeded to walk along the country road. After traversing approximately 2 miles, the weary Morong Yin halted her steps. She had caught sight of Fong Buping's silhouette appearing ahead. Fong Buping, with a jet-black unsheathed sword resting on his right shoulder and a blade of foxtail grass clenched between his lips, leaned lazily against a tree. His expression devoid of emotion as he looked down at a large man slumped at his feet. The once arrogant figure now appeared frail and ghostly pale, gazing up at Fong Buping with terror-stricken eyes. Behind him lay the bodies of over 10 subordinates, some sprawled in the mud, each with a fine cut across their throats, each felled by a single swift strike. After a moment, the large man licked his cracked lips and trembled. I have never witnessed such a swift blade in my life. Now I comprehend why the Yongling Mountain Sword sect refers to you as the Jade-Faced Demon Blade. Fong Buping let out a soft scoff, replying nonchalantly, I had anticipated you would beg for mercy upon opening your mouth, yet here you are, pondering over that ridiculous title. The large man was momentarily taken aback. You would spare me? What is your name? I am Huang Zongchang, he stammered. Fong Buping gestured toward the corpses. So you are their leader? Huang Zongchang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, mustering a forced smile. Leader or not, we are merely serving the Changle Society, just trying to make a living. And what is the name of your Changle Society and Apos' leader? Also, stand and speak. There is no need to remain seated on the ground. Huang Zongchang quickly complied, trembling as he rose to his feet, nervously replying, The head of our Changle Society is Han Xing. He, my uncle. Fong Buping raised an eyebrow. Oh, your actual uncle? Yes, my real uncle. Fong Buping continued, Are you aware of a security agency in Yangzhou called Yoshing Escort? Huang Zongchang thought for a moment, then nodded. I and Apos' heard of it. It seems to be a patron of the Yongling Mountain Sword sect. Indeed, Fong Buping affirmed. However, that Yoshing Escort has been annihilated by the Blood Shadow sect. Not a soul was spared. Huang Zongchang gasped, annihilated. Fong Buping sneered. If the Blood Shadow sect dares to eliminate the foremost sect of the 9 provinces, the Yongling Mountain Sword sect, do you think they would hesitate to target the patrons of Tsueyo Valley, such as your Changle Society? Huang Zongchang nodded vigorously. They would dare. The leader of the other patron, the Qisha gang, has already been killed by the Blood Shadow sect. This means, Sir Fong, you indeed have a significant connection to the Blood Shadow sect? Fong Buping waved his hand dismissively. You need not pry so deeply. I shall simply inquire, do you desire to live? Huang Zongchang nodded fervently. Yes, yes. I wish for the Changle Society to remain unharmed. Huang Zongchang bowed repeatedly, lamenting. Oh dear, Sir Fong, you must show mercy please. I was blind today to have offended such a distinguished figure. Please, spare the Changle Society. Do not allow the Blood Shadow sect to strike against us. I am open to any terms you propose. Fong Buping smirked. I am now offering you a chance at life, as well as a chance for the Changle Society. What do you say? Yes, yes. Huang Zongchang exclaimed. Fong Buping slowly sheathed his sword, placing his hands behind his back as he began to pace, casually stating, however, this opportunity, well, that depends on your ability to grasp it. Whatever you require, Sir Fong, I shall comply without hesitation. Fong Buping glanced at Morong Yin, who was observing from a distance, and instructed, listen carefully. You will inform Tsueyo Valley that Morong Yin would rather die than marry Feng Minghai, and in your presence, she has committed suicide by slitting her throat. I understand. Huang Zhongchang replied without a moment's hesitation. Furthermore, you have not seen me today? Understood, understood. I comprehend completely. As Fang Buping gently patted Huang Zhongchang's shoulder, the latter trembled at each touch, fearful that this formidable swordsman might suddenly turn against him. Remember, if anyone from Tsuyo Valley dares to trouble the Murong family again, whether I can kill you is another matter. But the Changle Society will undoubtedly meet the same fate as Yoshing Escort. Do you understand? Yes, yes, Huang Zhongchang proclaimed, relieved as he quickly fled, even forgetting to mount his horse. Thank you, benefactor. At that moment, Murong Yin rushed over, teary-eyed. She intended to kneel, but was caught by Fang Buping. I merely borrowed the Blood Shadow sect's name to intimidate. However, your Murong family must hold a funeral. The act must be convincing to deceive Tsuyo Valley. Moreover, in the future, you must avoid appearing in public easily. Perhaps after a few years, the situation will change. Wiping her tears, Murong Yin sobbed, I will follow your guidance. Sir Fang, please, allow me to invite you to my humble abode to express our gratitude. If you refuse to come, I shall kneel here until you relent. Please, please. Fang Buping caught her again as she prepared to kneel. After a brief moment of hesitation, he nodded. Very well. After days of hardship, it would be nice to rest and enjoy a warm meal at your home. Then, I shall trouble you. Murong Yin exclaimed with delight, quickly mounting her horse. Please, follow me. My home is not far, just 20 miles away. Thus, Fang Buping selected a horse at random and followed closely behind Murong Yin as they rode northward. The Murong family was a well-known prestigious clan in Zhengzhou, their estate sprawling across several states. Their residence was situated in the southern outskirts of Jingchuan City, backed by green mountains and facing flowing waters, a prime location. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the Murong estate, Fang Buping had yet to marvel at its imposing architecture when Murong Yin pulled him inside. Several young servants approached promptly, and Murong Yin inquired, Where's my mother? What is her condition? One servant replied, The young master has brought the lady back and summoned a doctor, who declared that she is not gravely ill. Hearing this, Murong Yin sighed in relief, patting her chest. That is good news. Quickly, take this young master to rest and attend to his needs. He is our benefactor. If you show any negligence, beware of your skin. The servant trembled, repeatedly bowing, I would not dare. I would not dare. Murong Yin nodded and bowed gracefully to Fang Buping. Sir Fang, please go wash up. A servant will attend to you. I shall go check on my mother, and later, my father will host a banquet to thank you. I will send someone to invite you. Fang Buping raised his hand. Do not concern yourself with me. Hasten to see your mother. However, to his surprise, Murong Yin paused, turning back after a few steps. She took Fang Buping's arm and whispered, Sir Fang, may I inquire honestly, do you truly have ties or connections with the Blood Shadow sect? Well, Fang Buping scratched his head, unsure how to respond. Murong Yin glanced at the young servants and gently patted Fang Buping's arm. Please, go wash up and rest. We shall discuss it further at the banquet. As he watched Murong Yin swiftly depart, Fang Buping squinted his eyes, pondering silently. Why is this young lady so deeply concerned about the Blood Shadow sect? A daughter of a wealthy merchant family, yet she incessantly speaks of a martial arts adversary that has long been extinguished. How peculiar. Chapter 46. Enamored under the attentive service of the servants, Fang Buping indulged in a relaxing bath, washed his hair, and donned a new outfit provided by a maid. Feeling rejuvenated. As night fell, just as he had sipped his tea, a young servant approached, stating that Master Murong had prepared a feast by the lakeside pavilion in the back garden. Thus, Fang Buping took up a lantern and followed the servant to the garden, where a brightly lit pavilion awaited by the shimmering lake. Upon entering, the siblings Murong Yin and Murong Jia hurriedly welcomed him, while a man clad in splendid garments, around 50 years of age, rose early, greeting him with a hearty bow. Young hero Fang, please take a seat. This man was none other than Murong Yan's father, Murong Hongming. This is my father, Murong Yin quietly reminded him. Fang Buping immediately returned the gesture, smiling, I pay my respects to Master Murong. I am truly grateful for your hospitality. Young hero, you should not say such things, had it not been for you today. My wife and child would surely have perished at the hands of those scoundrels from Tsuyo Valley, Murong Hongming said, personally pouring a drink for Fang Buping and raising his cup in a toast. This great kindness you have shown us, young hero, cannot be repaid lightly. Come, let us drink to your health. Ah, it was but a trifling effort. Master Murong need not worry, Fang Buping replied, holding his cup but hesitating to drink. Sensing his reluctance, Murong Hongming chuckled, then seized Fang Buping and Appo's cup and replaced it with his own. Indeed, one must exercise caution when traversing the Jianghu. Now, my young friend, can you not set your mind at ease and enjoy your drink? Forgive me for my hesitation, Fang Buping said, finally downing the contents of his cup. Subsequently, Murong Yin and Murong Jia took turns toasting, expressing their gratitude for his life-saving actions. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Fang Buping began to feel slightly tipsy and, emboldened by the wine, inquired, Master Murong, I presume Miss Murong has informed you. I, Fang Buping, am being hunted by the Yongling Mountain Sword sect. Are you not concerned about offending the four great clans by extending such generous hospitality to me? Morong Hongming snorted. Offend? If it were not for you today, my wife and child would already be dead at the hands of those lackeys from Tsiyo Valley. Moreover, he paused mid-sentence. Gesturing to the nearby maids, you may leave us for now. The maids promptly complied and exited. Morong Hongming continued, furthermore. My Morong family has long maintained a distance from the four great clans. The sect in Sueyo Valley is situated in Zhangzhou, and we Murongs are among the wealthiest merchants in the region. Do you think they do not wish for our tribute? Humph. Yet, we have chosen not to curry favor with them, which has led to their lingering resentment against us. You think the scheme was concocted by Feng Minghai? Nonsense. I suspect it is those old fogies from Sueyo Valley using Feng Minghai and Appo's past dealings with the Morong family to provoke us, subtly suggesting we become their vassals. Fong Buping raised his cup, smiling. Master Morong, please do not let your anger affect your health. If I may be so bold, why does your family refrain from associating with the four great clans? Surely, a businessman under the protection of a prominent sect could avoid many troubles, no? Morong Hongming drank from his cup, sighing. The reason we have avoided entanglement with the four great clans for generations is due to a blood feud. Fong Buping was taken aback. A blood feud? Morong Hongming glanced outside, speaking softly. Young hero Fong, do you indeed have some connection with the Blood Shadow sect? Fong Buping was momentarily stunned, looking between Morong Yin and Morong Hongming, pondering why the Morong family was so preoccupied with his potential links to the Blood Shadow sect. After a deep sigh, he shook his head, to speak candidly. The reason I am being pursued by the Yongling Mountain Sword sect is entirely the doing of the Blood Shadow sect. Morong Hongming gasped. What do you mean by that? Thus, Fong Buping recounted his encounter with the woman in the purple attire and the massacre at the Yoshing escort agency, detailing how she had left a blood-written message on the wall. Upon hearing this, Morong Hongming's brow furrowed in deep thought, his expression one of bewilderment. That woman from the Blood Shadow sect does not know you. Yet why would she involve you? Furthermore, why would she entrust her weapon to a stranger, especially one of considerable value? What could be the reason? Fong Buping shrugged helplessly. How would I know? Morong Hongming pondered for a moment before asking. Was the weapon the woman in purple possessed? A short sword? Well, it didn't seem much like a short sword. It appeared narrower and sharper. Almost like a dagger. Dagger? Morong Hongming suddenly rose, visibly excited. Young hero, might I see this dagger? Why not? Fong Buping quickly retrieved the dagger from his possession. However, to his surprise, as soon as the weapon was revealed, Morong Hongming gasped. Indeed, it belongs to the Blood Shadow sect. He took the dagger, drew it, and to Fong Buping and Appo's astonishment, knelt before him, holding the weapon aloft. Master Morong, what is the meaning of this? Tears streamed down Morong Hongming's face as he gazed reverently at the dagger, murmuring, At last, it has returned. At last, it has returned. Morong Yin and Morong Jia were also seen discreetly wiping away tears. Fong Buping was bewildered. What was happening? Why was the Morong family so moved by the sight of a weapon from the Blood Shadow sect? Father, do not neglect our benefactor, Morong Yin gently reminded. Morong Hongming suddenly regained his composure, standing slowly and, after apologizing for his display of emotion, returned to his seat. Fong Buping scratched his head and asked, Could it be that the Blood Shadow sect has a connection with your family? Morong Hongming hesitated before replying, wiping away his tears. After pouring himself another drink, he stated seriously, Young hero Fong, our Morong family has guarded a secret for generations, a secret that, if revealed, would prompt the four great clans to eliminate us without hesitation. As you are both our benefactor and linked to the owner of this dagger, I shall share this long-held secret with you. Fong Buping hesitated, then bowed slightly. Ah, very well. Morong Hongming pointed to the dagger, asking, Do you know to whom this dagger has historically belonged in the Blood Shadow sect? Who? The young master of the Blood Shadow sect. Fong Buping was astonished, exclaiming, Are you implying that the woman in purple is the young master of the Blood Shadow sect? Morong Hongming appraised Fong Buping with admiration, nodding slightly. Indeed. Young hero Fong is quite perceptive. It is no surprise. What do you mean, no surprise? I am asking if the woman in purple is the young master of the Blood Shadow sect. Morong Hongming smiled knowingly. Yes. The owner of this weapon must be the current young master of the Blood Shadow sect. There has long been an unwritten rule among the young masters of the Blood Shadow sect. Should they take a liking to someone, they will gift this dagger as a token of affection. I now understand why that woman in purple sought to involve you. Once you are embroiled in their affairs and become the target of the martial world, you would have no choice but to rely on the Blood Shadow sect. At this point, Morong Yin giggled. Moreover, there is another rule in the Blood Shadow sect. Upon accepting this dagger, one must marry the young master. If one were to renege, they would face execution. This young master, it seems she has indeed taken a liking to you. Having accepted her dagger, how could you possibly refuse to marry her? Since you are destined to become the son-in-law of the Blood Shadow sect, it is no wonder my father felt at ease sharing this secret with you. Heavens! Fong Buping covered his face with his hand, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts. The enigmatic young woman was, astonishingly, the junior master of the Blood Shadow sect, and she had taken a liking to him? Accepting her weapon meant he was destined to marry her? What kind of absurd tradition was this? Had he known of such a custom, he would have never dared to touch her weapon. At that moment, Morong Yin approached and gently nudged Fong Buping, smiling as she remarked, "To be chosen by the junior master is a stroke of fortune for you, Fong Hero. You should be elated." Fong Buping, on the verge of tears, lamented with a mournful expression, "How can being noticed by the junior master of a rival sect in the martial world be considered a blessing? Even if she is interested in me, she could have simply stated it. Instead, she has ensnared me with the death warrant issued by the Yangling Mountain Sword sect. What kind of predicament is this? Haha, this is indeed a fortuitous event, Fong Hero. Why fret?" Morong Yin replied, pouring herself another cup. After finishing it, she clapped her hands joyfully. "Ah, has it finally returned? In that case, my Morong family need not fear the targeting from the Emerald Mist Valley. What exactly is the relationship between your Morong family and the Blood Shadow sect?" Fong Buping inquired. At that moment, Morong Jie, who had remained silent, suddenly clasped his fists and, with a look of admiration, declared, "Benefactor, the truth is that our Morong family is intrinsically linked to the Blood Shadow sect." What? Fong Buping nearly lost his balance. Chapter 47. A facepalm. Morong Hongming, with a cheerful demeanor, poured a cup of wine for Fong Buping and remarked, "This secret has been safeguarded by my Morong family for 4 generations. Since the young hero has accepted the engagement token from the young sect master, it is only fitting that I share this with you." Fong Buping, flustered, waved his hands. "No. I had no idea that Blood Shadow sect had such a rule." Upon hearing this, Morong Hongming and Appo's expression grew increasingly solemn. "Young hero, whether you are aware of the rules or not, the moment you accepted the short dagger, it signifies an obligation to marry the young sect master. This is the law of our Blood Shadow sect. Should you return the dagger or withdraw from the engagement, it would be deemed an affront to the sect. In such a case, Blood Shadow sect would pursue you relentlessly, even to the ends of the earth, to erase your existence." My heavens. Fong Buping once again covered his face, downed a cup of wine, and helplessly raised his hand. "All right, I understand your rules, Lord Morong. Please, continue." With this, Morong Hongming and Appo's smile returned as he personally poured another cup of wine for Fong Buping and continued, "Over a century ago, Blood Shadow sect was expelled from the 9 provinces by the 4 great clans, with only a few remnants escaping to the Eastern Sea. Ever since, we have had no news. However, my Morong family has always served as the internal affairs managers of Blood Shadow sect." As he spoke, Morong Hongming moved to the window. Gazing at the reflection of the crescent moon on the dark lake, his face filled with nostalgia. "Back then, the 4 great clans hunted us to the shores. And in a desperate situation, the sect master fought valiantly to carve a path through the encirclement, leaving my great-grandfather behind. Before parting, the sect master instructed my great-grandfather to gather funds in the 9 provinces to prepare for the sect and Appo's revival. Since then, my great-grandfather devoted himself to business, accumulating wealth while awaiting the sect's return. Yet, this wait has stretched over a century, and only now have I finally received news of the sect." At this moment, Morong Yin took out a handkerchief from her bosom, approached, and gently wiped away the tears from her father's face. "Father, please do not be too sorrowful. Thanks to young hero Fong, we have finally learned of the sect's return. This is a joyous occasion, and we should celebrate. Once we recognize the current sect master and return all our assets to the sect, the mission of the Morong family over the past century will be fulfilled. From then on, we shall adhere to our ancestral teachings, remain true to our Morong family's duties, and assist the sect master in rebuilding the sect, restoring its former glory." "Well said, Yinner," exclaimed Morong Hongming, embracing his daughter. Morong Jie also approached, tears in his eyes, and they embraced as a family, overwhelmed with joy. Fong Buping, observing this scene, remained unperturbed, feeling somewhat bewildered. After all, this did not concern him. He wished to sever any ties with Blood Shadow sect and avoid any troubles unrelated to his own interests. Thus, he cleared his throat, rose, and clasped his fists. "Thank you for your hospitality, Lord Morong. I shall take my leave now." Morong Hongming, upon hearing this, hurriedly stepped forward to stop Fong Buping, repeatedly bowing. "Ah, young hero. Please do not take offense. We received such joyous news that I momentarily forgot my manners. Please sit. Indeed, you have rendered us great kindness. And you must stay longer before departing," Morong Yin insisted, pulling Fong Buping down into his seat once more. Morong Jie chimed in, urging him to stay, declaring that it would be inappropriate to let a benefactor leave without showing gratitude. Inwardly, Fong Buping thought it might be safer to remain hidden within the Morong family's estate until the martial arts competition, rather than risk wandering outside. With this thought, he forced a smile and clasped his fists. "Then, I shall comply with your gracious invitation." Hearing this, Morong Hongming was overjoyed, rubbing his hands together. "Excellent. Today is indeed a fortuitous day. Not only have we learned of the sect's revival in the 9 provinces, but we have also befriended the valiant young hero Fong. It and Appo's a double blessing, and we must drink to our hearts and Appo's content." However, Fong Buping suddenly interjected, "I believe it would be more prudent to attend to the funeral arrangements first." His words left Morong Hongming momentarily stunned. "What do you mean, young hero?" Fong Buping pushed the short dagger beside him slightly aside and spoke calmly. Your family has yet to acknowledge Blood Shadow Sect, correct? Even once you do, can you ascertain how the current Blood Shadow Sect compares in strength to that of a century ago? Can it still contend with the four great clans? Therefore, it is imperative to address the immediate situation and handle the funeral arrangements promptly. If the Tsueyo Valley catches wind of this, it could lead to disastrous consequences. And all the efforts of the Murong family over the past century would come to naught. With a loud slap to his forehead, Murong Hongming exclaimed, Indeed. In the midst of this joy, I completely forgot about that. Thank you for the reminder, young hero. I shall instruct my servants to prepare the mourning hall overnight. And we can finalize everything by morning. Father, I shall take care of it, Murong Jie said, clasping his fists toward Fong Buping before hastily exiting the pavilion. Remember to generously reward the servants. They must keep this matter confidential. Murong Hongming called after him, then quickly returned to his seat, pouring wine for Fong Buping once more. Fong Buping inquired, ISN and Apos, Miss Murong already engaged? How will this affect her marriage arrangements when you and Apos, replanning a funeral? Murong Hongming waved his hand dismissively, that cannot be disclosed. No matter, the engagement I arranged for Yinner was primarily for business, to accumulate more wealth for the sect. The family in question hails from Lianzhou, and a union would greatly expand our Murong family's enterprises. However, in light of the necessity to preserve the wealth accumulated by my family over generations for the sect, we shall simply return the betrothal gifts and state that Yinner has passed, thus nullifying the engagement. To Fong Buping's surprise, Murong Yin did not appear displeased by the cancellation of her marriage. Instead, she sighed in relief and remarked, for the sake of accumulating wealth for the sect, the daughters of the Murong family have historically married for the family business. I never expected that it would culminate in my case. How wonderful it is. Upon returning to the sect, I shall certainly marry for love. After a pause, Murong Yin looked at Fong Buping and laughed. My future husband must possess qualities like those of young hero Fong, handsome, skilled in martial arts, and possessing a noble spirit, haha. Murong Hongming chuckled heartily. As a daughter, you should be more modest. How could someone of young hero Fong's caliber be within your reach? Are you attempting to compare yourself to the young sect master? Murong Yin playfully tugged at her father's sleeve. Father, you tease. I would never dare compare myself to the young sect master. But who wouldn't wish to marry someone they admire? All right, I understand. Upon our return to the sect, I shall implore the sect master to find you a suitable husband. We could use young hero Fong as a model for your future match. How does that sound? Oh, father, young hero Fong is still here, and you are making me blush. Observing the jovial exchange between the father and daughter, Fong Buping felt a sense of resignation. With a sigh, he pushed the short dagger further away and covered his face for the third time, his thoughts racing once again. What on earth is this absurd rule? Accepting your weapon means I must marry you? Ridiculous. How could I possibly marry in this mundane realm? Curse these nonsensical customs. Curse Blood Shadow Sect. Even if I were to marry, I would never choose a woman of such stature. If my mother were to find out, she would surely be furious. However, if you could present a piece of ink jade as a dowry, that would indeed be a matter worthy of negotiation. I might as well emulate that old, unfaithful scoundrel, Jiang Chaozong. Chapter 48. Past Mistakes. Muzhou, one of the 9 provinces, is located in the southwest of the realm. The southern part of Muzhou is a vast expanse of marshes and forests, bordering the uncivilized southern tribes, a region that has known little human presence since ancient times. The largest forest within this area is known as Haizenra, sprawling extensively, filled with towering trees that block out sunlight, creating an eternal twilight. Even during the sweltering summer, one feels a penetrating chill within its depths. Moreover, Haizenra is teeming with venomous insects and ferocious beasts, shrouded in miasma by day and night. To venture recklessly into its embrace is akin to courting death. Yet, this forest, often deemed a death zone, is the birthplace of the Blood Shadow Sect, which once swept through the martial world of the 9 provinces. At the heart of Haizenra lies a slightly elevated clearing, surrounded by a network of rivers connecting to the marshlands. This river serves as a barrier, isolating the beasts within the forest, and due to its elevated terrain, the noxious miasma has limited influence here. This clearing is the ancestral grounds of the Blood Shadow Sect. For an ordinary individual, reaching this clearing through the depths of Haizenra is virtually impossible, bordering on the fantastical. Most who dare to enter the forest meet a grim fate, either succumbing to miasma poisoning or becoming prey for the beasts. Only those from the Blood Shadow Sect are familiar with the relatively safe routes to the clearing. Thus, when the sect was vanquished over a century ago by the 4 great sects, its leader at the time intended to lead the remnants back to their ancestral grounds, knowing that if they could successfully enter Haizenra, the 4 great sects would not dare pursue them into its depths. However, the 4 great sects had anticipated this move and had already severed the essential routes to Haizenra, relentlessly pursuing the Blood Shadow remnants eastward until they were driven to the shores of the Eastern Sea, ultimately forcing them into the ocean. Unbeknownst to the 4 sects, the remnants managed to navigate southward to the Southern Sea on a few small boats and quietly return to the ancestral site within Haizenra. For over a century since, the remnants of the Blood Shadow sect have been secretly recuperating in Haizenra, preparing for a resurgence in the 9 provinces. During this time, they refrained from venturing into the provinces, instead operating among the southern tribes, which have nearly all submitted to the Blood Shadow sect, thanks to the relatively populous southern tribes. The sect has been continuously selecting and training gifted individuals. After a century of hiding in the shadows, their strength has nearly reached the peak of their former glory, and they are now restless, occasionally sending individuals northward to trouble smaller sects, particularly those affiliated with the 4 great sections. This serves not only to announce the continued existence of the Blood Shadow sect, but also to gauge the reactions of the 4 great sections. The current leader of the Blood Shadow sect is Chu Xuanqiu, aged 62, who only fathered a daughter, named Chu Ling, in his early 40s. The future successor of the sect. One afternoon, Chu Xuanqiu sat on a stone pedestal at the martial arts arena, staring vacantly at the dense forest beyond the sect, occasionally stroking his beard, seemingly deep in thought. Shortly after, a man in his 50s approached briskly, cupping his hands in greeting. "Sect leader, you summoned me." The man was Zhang Baishan, the deputy leader of the Blood Shadow sect. Chu Xuanqiu nodded slightly and inquired, "How goes the matter of testing the waters in the provinces to the north?" Zhang Baishan replied promptly, "In response to your command, I arranged not to engage in indiscriminate slaughter nor confront the 4 great sects directly just yet. We first targeted their affiliated sects to gauge their reactions." "Oh, elaborate," Chu Xuanqiu urged. "Indeed. This time, I dispatched the leaders of the Blood Kill and Flying Star Halls personally, with targets aimed at the Yueling Mountain Sword sects affiliated, Yoxing Escort, the Tsueyo Valley's Qisha Gang, the Luoxia Beaches, Xianzhong Association, and the Taizan Temple's Qinhe Gate. Reports from Swift Birds confirm that these 4 sects have either been annihilated or bloodily purged by now." Chu Xuanqiu snorted lightly, asking, "And what of the 4 great sects' reactions?" Zhang Baishan pondered briefly before responding. "For now, there has been no significant movement, but they must be aware of the bloodshed among their affiliated sections. In 10 days, the martial arts competition of the 9 provinces will take place. I surmise the leaders of the 4 sects will seize this opportunity to discuss how to address our Blood Shadow sect. Let them deliberate," Chu Xuanqiu asserted, rising and exhaling deeply. "The reason we were defeated over a century ago was due to a grave mistake. We must not repeat it." "A grave mistake?" Zhang Baishan echoed. Chu Xuanqiu nodded. "Consider this. At our peak, any one of the 4 great sects could not match our strength. Our error was treating them all as enemies simultaneously, forcing them to unify against us." Zhang Baishan nodded in understanding. "I grasp your intent, sect leader. You wish for us to sow discord among the 4 sects, so their unity falters, allowing us to strike them individually." "Exactly," Chu Xuanqiu exclaimed. "As the saying goes, a single thread cannot form a line, and a solitary tree cannot make a forest. This time, we must not allow them to unite." Zhang Baishan slightly bowed his head. "In fact, I have already contemplated this and have some preliminary ideas." "Oh, pray tell," Chu Xuanqiu encouraged. Zhang Baishan smiled. "Have you forgotten the secret that the young sect leader brought back? If we were to unveil this secret to the martial world of the 9 provinces, I fear that not only would the 4 great sects fail to unite, but they might even turn against each other, possibly drawing blades." Chu Xuanqiu nodded repeatedly. "I completely forgot about Linger. Indeed, a splendid plan. I shall send a swift bird to the 2nd Hall Master to leverage the gathering of the 4 great sects at the martial arts competition to announce this secret." "Excellent. Deputy Sect Leader, this plan is remarkable, and the timing is impeccable. I predict that once the 4 great sects learn of this, those self-righteous, vain individuals will surely turn on one another." After a pause, Chu Xuanqiu seemed to recall something and asked, "By the way, Ihaven and Amp, Apos, T. Xinling and Amp, Apos, are in days. If I am not mistaken, that wild girl has gone to join the 2nd Hall Master in the festivities." Zhang Baishan's expression faltered, leaving him momentarily speechless. Noticing this, Chu Xuanqiu furrowed his brow and said sternly, "Deputy Sect Leader, you are usually straightforward. Why do you hesitate now? Is it possible something has happened to Lingo?" Zhang Baishan waved his hands repeatedly. "No, no, no. The young sect leader is perfectly fine. You need not worry. It's just... Come on, what is it? Speak." Chu Xuanqiu urged impatiently. "Ah, yes. Yesterday, the 2nd Hall Master's letter mentioned that the young sect leader has given away the ice spike." "What?" Chu Xuanqiu exclaimed in shock. "She gave it away. That girl, has she found someone else?" Zhang Baishan forced a smile. "Indeed. Our Blood Shadow sect and Amp, Apos' long-standing rule dictates that once the ice spike is given away and accepted, it signifies a lifelong commitment, necessitating marriage. This girl has gone out and fallen for a man." Zhang Baishan hesitated and remarked, "Ah, since the ice spike has already been delivered to someone, then it must be so." With a heavy sigh and a prolonged silence that followed, Chu Xuanqiu suddenly broke into laughter. Waving his hand, he spoke with a sense of relief. "Enough, enough. That girl has grown up. It is time for her to find someone. Otherwise, how could the lineage of the Chu clan in the Blood Shadow sect continue?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Baishan secretly let out a sigh of relief and smiled in agreement. Indeed, the Blood Shadow sect was originally founded by your ancestors of the Chu family. and it is only fitting that the future leader bears the surname Chu. However, I wonder which young man has captured her heart? What sort of man could he be? Is there any mention of this in the recent correspondence? This time, Zhang Baishan found himself at a loss for words once again. Chapter 49. Uninvited guest Chu Xuanqiu clicked his tongue lightly. What is going on? Is there a conflict again? Could it be that the man Linger has taken a fancy to his not a good sort? Zhang Baishan smiled bitterly and replied, that is not quite the case. It's just that this person is a bit reckless. Chu Xuanqi was taken aback. Reckless? What do you mean by that? Zhang Baishan cupped his hands and explained, the master of the Feishing Hall learned that the young master sent out the Hanbing Thorn and secretly investigated this person. His name is Fang Buping, a solitary wanderer with no affiliations. According to the young master as personal guard, this man appears to be of similar age to the young master, handsome, wielding a slender long knife with an exceptionally sharp technique. However, Fang Buping has offended the Yongling Mountain Sword sect, which has issued a bounty for his capture, even labeling him as the Jade-Faced Demon Blade. Look at this. A wandering swordsman dares to offend one of the 4 great sections. Is this not reckless? It's akin to courting death. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Chu Xuanqiu burst into hearty laughter, stroking his beard. He possesses spirit. This lad is bold. Ordinary wanderers shy away from offending the 4 great sects. Who would dare to provoke them? Moreover, how could an ordinary person compel the Yongling Mountain Sword sect to issue a bounty? He must possess some skill to make them take such drastic measures. Indeed, someone who can provoke the Yongling Mountain Sword sect must possess some ability. However, I find it curious that the young master, after merely meeting this person once, decided to send out the Hanbing Thorn. Isn't that rather swift? Could it be love at first sight? Chu Xuanqiu sighed softly and waved his hand. Let it be. As long as Linger is happy and content, that is all that matters. When Linger was 3, she fell ill with that strange ailment. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of our ancestor to take her away for treatment, she would have long since perished. This child is a person of 2 lifetimes, having been apart from me for 10 years. Hence, I have always indulged her, allowing her to act according to her nature. Even when she errs, I cannot bear to reprimand her. In any case, as long as she is happy, let her be. Zhang Baishan sighed as well, murmuring, you speak true. Had it not been for our ancestor's timely intervention, the young master would have had no chance of survival. Enough of these unpleasant matters. Now, you may send a swift letter to the 2nd Hall Master and carry out our plans. Yes, Master. Oh, wait a moment. Upon hearing this, Zhang Baishan immediately halted and turned. Does the master have further instructions? Chu Xuanqiu furrowed his brows slightly and said, I suddenly recalled. When our Blood Shadow sect was driven to the seas, my great-grandfather fought desperately to break through the encirclement and left the sect's steward, Murong Kongth, and his family in Jiuzhou, instructing him to gather funds for our sect's return. Now, over 100 years have passed. Has there been any news of the Murong family? Zhang Baishan slapped his forehead and chuckled. How forgetful of me. I neglected to report this matter. They have indeed inquired. The first task of the 2 hall masters heading north to Jiuzhou was to gather news about the Murong family, and it was mentioned in the last letter we received. Currently, the Murong family is headed by Murong Hongming, the great-grandson of Murong Kong, residing in Zhongzhou, and is among the wealthiest merchants in the region. Should I send a letter requesting their return to the sect? Chu Xuanqiu waved his hand thoughtfully. After all, the Murong family has gone through 4 generations since Murong Kong. It is uncertain whether his descendants still harbor feelings for the Blood Shadow sect. What does the master mean? Chu Xuanqiu remained silent for a moment before stating, do not pressure them. Instead, send someone to subtly probe. If they are willing to return to the sect, that would be excellent, and we can let the Murong family manage the sect's internal affairs. If they display indifference, then let it be. We shall not impose upon them, allowing them to live their own lives. And what about the Murong family's assets? After all, they did receive orders back then, and the wealth they earned was for the sect. Furthermore, if our Blood Shadow sect wishes to establish itself in Jiuzhou after a century-long absence, we will require substantial funds. Chu Xuanqiu waved his hand again. The Murong family has been loyal to the Blood Shadow sect. We must not treat them disrespectfully. We shall not resort to coercion against the descendants of old friends. If they are unwilling to return, let it be. We shall not cause them distress. The master is truly benevolent. I understand. I shall send a letter to the Murong family to gauge their intentions. Go ahead. Yes. Since the Murong family began their mourning rites, visitors have been coming in droves to pay their respects. Among them were notable families from Zhangzhou and other regions, as well as merchants who had dealings with the Murong family. More significantly, there were local citizens who had received the Murong family's kindness for generations. This demonstrates that the Murong family is charitable and not of the sort that hoards wealth without compassion. As for Fang Buping, he had been diligently practicing his internal skills in the guest room, rarely venturing outside, and only occasionally standing at the door to listen to the distant sound of the Suona, seeking solace in its melody. Murong Xiaoyun, on the other hand, dared not show her face, for this funeral was arranged for her. If she were to appear, it would surely frighten the guests who came to mourn. One day, Murong Hongming was in the morning hall, expressing gratitude to some old friends who had come to pay their respects, when suddenly Murong Jia rushed in. looking as if he had lost his wits, nearly tripping and colliding with the coffin. Murong Hongming caught him and scolded. What are you panicking about? With so many guests present, what kind of behavior is this? Murong Jie pointed outside the mourning hall, gasping for breath. It's bad, father. The people from Sueyo Valley have arrived. What? Murong Hongming froze in shock. Murong Jie pulled his stunned father aside and whispered urgently, Father, please keep your composure. We are acting here. We must not let Sueyo Valley see through our facade. Everyone knows by now that my sister was driven to her death by their lackeys. How dare they show up now? You must react appropriately. Just then, an elderly man with graying hair and a long sword at his waist entered the mourning hall, followed by several young men, similarly armed. The leader was none other than one of the elders of Sueyo Valley, Zhu Qingsong. Trailing behind him was Feng Minghai, a rising star among the younger generation of Sueyo Valley. Seeing this, Murong Hongming took a deep breath, shoved Murong Jie aside, and rushed forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhu Qingsong, shouting, My Yenna was driven to her death by your lackeys, and you dare to show your faces here? How outrageous. Is this how one of the four renowned sects behaves, forcing someone to death and then coming to gloat? In response to Murong Hongming and Appo's tirade, Zhu Qingsong remained unfazed. He first cupped his hands in greeting, then unsheathed his sword, handing it to a disciple before calmly stating, No decorum. One must not bring weapons into the mourning hall for a tribute. Hurry and disarm. Several disciples immediately removed their swords and handed them to one person, who took them outside to wait. Such pretentiousness. Get out. Murong Hongming bellowed again. Zhu Qingsong, however, paid no heed, walking calmly to the coffin. He lit 3 sticks of incense and, while bowing, said, Please remain calm, Lord Murong. The deceased must be honored. Allow me to pay my respects with 3 sticks of incense before we discuss further. Chapter 50. The unmasking during the incense offering at the altar. Both Murong Hongming and Murong Jie glared furiously at Feng Minghai, who, with a disdainful smile playing on his lips, deliberately ignored them. At that moment, after completing the ritual, Zhu Qingshan turned around and surveyed the other guests in the hall, prompting them to tactfully take their leave in haste. Zhu Qingshan once again clasped his hands toward Murong Hongming and said, Master Murong, this is truly a misunderstanding. Our Sueyo Valley has never instructed those from the Changla Society to trouble your daughter. We merely asked them to reaffirm the marriage pact between the Minghai family and your Murong family from years past. We never commanded them to coerce your daughter into suicide or force her into marriage with Minghai. It was their own misguided cleverness that led to this unfortunate situation, which was never our intention, but I distinctly heard them say, It was your Sueyo Valley that ordered them to force my sister to marry Feng Minghai or become a nun. Murong Jie retorted indignantly. Zhu Qingshan chuckled lightly. Young Master Murong, one must not speak frivolously. Would a prestigious sect like ours resort to such thievery? Assertions must be substantiated with evidence. Murong Jie scoffed. Your denial means little to me. No matter, I have brought evidence. He nodded towards his disciples, who soon led in a pale, trembling man, who appeared to have suffered internal injuries. This man was Huang Zongchang. Zhu Qingshan approached Huang Zongchang, pointing at his forehead and commanding, Now, speak clearly before Master Murong. Has our Sueyo Valley ever instructed you to trouble the young lady of the Murong family? Huang Zongchang gulped, shaking his head repeatedly. No. It was all my folly. I acted rashly and tarnished the reputation of Sueyo Valley. A smirk crept onto Zhu Qingshan's face as he gestured towards the coffin. Now that the young lady has been driven to her death by you, what do you intend to do about it? This. Zhu Qingshan waved his hand dramatically, declaring, to provide Master Murong with an explanation and to uphold the reputation of Sueyo Valley. I shall take your life here today before the spirit of the young lady as a form of atonement. As he finished speaking, Zhu Qingshan seized a pair of scissors from the altar and advanced menacingly towards Huang Zongchang. The latter, terrified, collapsed onto the ground, pleading, Elder Zhu, spare my life. Spare me. To spare you easily, I demand the life of the young lady back. Zhu Qingshan retorted, Elder Zhu, do not. Murong Yen is alive. She is still alive. Spare me, Elder. At this revelation, both Murong father and son gasped in shock. Zhu Qingshan, however, raised an eyebrow at the startled duo and questioned, Absurd. You claim the young lady is alive, then. Is this coffin empty? Huang Zongchang, bowing repeatedly, wailed. It is indeed empty. Elder, please see clearly. I truly did not force Murong Yen to her death. At that time, the jade-faced demon blade Fong Buping suddenly appeared, eliminating my subordinates completely and threatening me under the Blood Shadow sect's name, coercing me to falsely claim that Murong Yen was dead. Elder, every word I speak is true. Please spare me. Zhu Qingshan chuckled derisively, turning to face the now panicked Murong Hongming. Master Murong, could it be that what this man states is indeed true? Nonsense. Murong Hongming feigned composure. Zhu Qingshan sighed, shaking his head. In truth, even if it were true, it would matter little. Does our Sueyo Valley intend to act against your Murong family? However, if the young lady is indeed alive, then your family must sit down and discuss the marriage pact with my disciple, whether she is dead or alive. Let us open the coffin and see. At this moment, Feng Minghai, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, his lips curling into a sinister smile. Morong Jie shouted in outrage. Impudence. This is the hall of the Morong family. How dare you, Sueo Valley? Not only refuse to apologize before my sister's spirit, but also demand to open the coffin. This is sheer tyranny. Your actions bring disgrace to the term prestigious sect. Feng Minghai sneered, stepping forward to lock eyes with Morong Jie. Say what you will, but I know this. If anyone dares to tarnish Sueo Valley's reputation, it cannot be tolerated. Young Master Morong, what if I insist on opening the coffin? Try to stop me if you can. With that, Feng Minghai dashed to the coffin, channeling energy into his arms. Just as he was about to strike the coffin lid, Zhu Qingshan suddenly halted him and turned to Morong Hongming, saying, Master Morong, why don't we have a discussion? Morong Hongming stared at the coffin lid, his voice trembling. Discuss? Discuss what? Zhu Qingshan lightly tapped the coffin lid, smiling. How about this? As for whether the coffin is empty, we of Sueo Valley shall not investigate, regardless of whether the young lady is alive or dead. We will not interfere with the marriage pact between your family and the Feng family. As long as your Morong family treats our Sueo Valley as a vassal, we shall be allies henceforth. As allies, surely there are no matters that cannot be settled amicably? Morong Hongming snorted dismissively. So your true intentions are finally revealed. You merely wish to force my Morong family into servitude to your Sueo Valley. Zhu Qingshan shrugged, frowning. Your family is of great stature. Do you not fear any mishaps? The martial world is rife with chaos and nefarious characters. If our Sueo Valley were to protect you, would that not be beneficial? We are one of the 4 prestigious sects. Becoming our vassal would only bring honor to your family. Could it be that you feel wronged by such an arrangement? Upon hearing this, Morong Hongming's face darkened, his teeth clenched in silence. Seeing this, Zhu Qingshan let out a cold laugh and exchanged glances with Feng Minghai, declaring, If that is the case, we must clarify this matter. The status of the young lady, whether she is alive or dead, directly impacts the reputation of our Sueo Valley. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud bang echoed. Feng Minghai struck the coffin lid forcefully, sending it crashing to the ground. Zhu Qingshan peered inside the coffin and immediately burst into laughter, for it was indeed empty. However, he quickly masked his triumphant smile, adopting a stern expression as he questioned Morong Hongming. Master Morong, the young lady is indeed alive. If she is alive, why did you publicly declare that our Sueo Valley forced her to death? Are you not intentionally creating conflict with us? This. Before Morong Hongming could respond, Zhu Qingshan waved his sleeve, stating sternly, Now, we request that the young lady make an appearance to reassure the guests who have come to pay their respects, thereby clearing our Sueo Valley and Appo's name. Otherwise, shall we forever bear the stigma of slander? Is that not reasonable? Furthermore, Feng Minghai is my esteemed disciple. Should the marriage pact remain unfulfilled, should not the sect intervene? It is only fitting, is it not? With Morong Hongming at a loss for words, Feng Minghai suddenly bellowed. Speak. Do you think our Sueo Valley, or I, Feng Minghai, are easy targets? If you do not find a way to restore our Sueo Valley's reputation today, or provide me with an explanation regarding the marriage pact, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. What? What do you want? Morong Hongming stammered. Feng Minghai sneered. If you do not provide an explanation, then I shall take it upon myself to represent Sueo Valley and give your Morong family an answer. You must understand that reputation is something that a formidable sect must safeguard with blood. Do you intend to resort to murder? Feng Minghai kicked over the offering platform and declared, If my Sueo Valley and Appo's reputation is tarnished, I shall use the blood of your Morong family to restore its honor. This is only just and entirely legitimate. Chapter 51. Unable to restrain gazing at the menacing expression of Feng Minghai, Morong Hongming staggered back a few steps. Your Sueo Valley is truly overstepping. Feng Minghai beckoned with a finger, and a disciple from Sueo Valley rushed in, presenting a long sword with both hands. After sheathing the sword at his waist, Feng Minghai caressed the hilt and sneered. Are you not tarnishing the reputation of Sueo Valley? Did my master not say that calling out Morong Yin to prove she is alive would clear our name? Or, if you choose not to summon her, then let her become a tribute to Sueo Valley, and this matter can also be resolved, can it? Morong Hongming fixed his gaze on the long sword at Feng Minghai's waist, swallowing hard. He trembled. You are delusional. No dealings with the martial arts sects of the 9 provinces is a family decree of the Morong clan. You shall not make the Morong family your lapdog, nor shall you marry Yin and Appo's. With a swift motion, the long sword was unsheathed. Feng Minghai twirled the sword gracefully, taking a deep breath. If that is the case, then the blood of the Morong family must restore the honor of Sueo Valley. Only your blood can cleanse the shame of my Feng family from your unilateral cancellation of the engagement. Stop! A furious shout suddenly echoed, and everyone turned in unison to see Morong Yin appearing at the entrance of the morning hall. Feng Minghai scrutinized her from head to toe and smirked. I did not expect my future bride to become even more stunning. Morong Yin hurried into the morning hall, positioning herself in front of her father, and said coldly, The Morong family hereby withdraws from the morning hall. I, Morong Yin, will inform all guests that I am still alive, and this matter has nothing to do with your Sueo Valley. How about that? Feng Minghai scoffed lightly and turned to Zhu Qingsong. Zhu Qingsong smiled. Disciple, Since Miss Murong has appeared and agrees to clear the name of Tsuyo Valley, let this matter rest. However, you are now the foremost disciple of Tsuyo Valley. If the Feng family willingly accepts the cancellation of the engagement, it would not only tarnish the Feng family and Amp, Apos, reputation. The disciple understood. With that, Feng Minghai sheathed his sword and pulled out a somewhat yellowed engagement contract, waving it before Murong Hongming's eyes. Murong Patriarch, you signed this contract. It clearly states that Murong Yin must marry me, Feng Minghai, when she turns 18. But now, she is already 20, isn't she? What do you say to that? Murong Yin immediately retorted, how shameless. Though your Feng family was down on its luck, my father did not disdain you. He merely proposed that you become part of the Murong family. Was that not a tremendous favor? Yet your father took the initiative to offer 2,000 taels of silver to dissolve the engagement. My father gave it without question, but your father, Humph, took advantage of my father and Apos' drunkenness to steal the divorce papers. Not only did he gain those 2,000 taels without recompense, but he now shamelessly seeks to marry me. Do you have no sense of shame? Feng Minghai smirked, full of arrogance. Do you have any evidence? You claim your Murong family gave my Feng family 2,000 taels. But is there any written proof? You say my father proposed to dissolve the engagement, but do you have the divorce papers? You have nothing. All that exists is this engagement contract, so my marrying you is entirely justified. Bah, I, Murong Yin, would rather shave my head and become a nun than marry a scoundrel like you. Feng Minghai snorted and ignored Murong Yin, turning instead to her father, Murong Hongming. What say you, Murong Patriarch? Do you truly wish for your daughter to become a nun? You know that I am the foremost disciple of Tsuyo Valley. If you Murong family do not provide me with an explanation, it would bring disgrace to my sect. That. Feng Minghai waved his hand grandly, declaring, let us be decisive. If you do not wish to fulfill the engagement, then today I shall personally escort Murong Yin to the nunnery to shave her head, or your Murong family shall become a tribute to Tsuyo Valley. It is that simple. The Murong family would not allow their ancestral teachings to be tarnished because of me. Murong Yin suddenly turned and knelt, bowing 3 times to her father. Father, today I shall shave my head and become a nun to shield the Murong family from this calamity as repayment for your nurturing. Yin and Apos, no. But before Murong Hongming could intervene, Murong Yin dashed towards the entrance of the morning hall. Feng Minghai, let us go. I shall become a nun. Come along. How regrettable that such a beautiful Miss Murong should become a nun. A tall figure suddenly appeared at the entrance, blocking Murong Yin. She nearly collided with the person's chest and looked up to see Fang Buping. Zhu Qishan squinted, examining Fang Buping before gasping in surprise. You are the jade-faced demon blade, Fang Buping? Fang Buping nodded. Indeed. Zhu Qishan eyed the narrow-sheathed long knife at Fang Buping's waist and sneered. How unexpected to find you hiding in the Murong residence. Perfect. Capturing you will earn Tsuyo Valley a favor from the Yongling Mountain Sword sect. As he spoke, all the disciples of Tsuyo Valley, except Feng Minghai, surged forward, surrounding Fang Buping. Seeing this, Zhu Qingshan quickly waved his hand, stepped back. You are not his match. The disciples of Tsuyo Valley exchanged glances and then retreated from the morning hall. I heard that you not only easily severed Fei Wei and Apos' arm from the Yongling Mountain Sword sect, but also fought to a standstill with Nie Yunfei. Feng Minghai, with a gloomy expression, asked in a low voice. Fang Buping nodded again. Yes. Feng Minghai scoffed. Didn't they say Nie Yunfei was the pinnacle of the 4 great sects' younger generation? How could he only achieve a stalemate with a wandering rogue like you? Fang Buping glanced sideways at Feng Minghai, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. That statement sounds rather bitter. Are you implying that your strength surpasses Nie Yunfei and Amp, Apos' Feng Minghai, however, did not answer, seemingly avoiding the question intentionally. As someone pursued by the Yongling Mountain Sword sect, I flee for my life. Why then do you meddle in this affair? Fang Buping chuckled. I couldn't help myself. Then you should have restrained yourself today. For today, you are not facing the Chonglu Association. Fang Buping smiled. I truly should have restrained myself and need not involve myself in this matter. Yet why have you chosen to expose yourself today, willingly walking into a trap? Fang Buping took a deep breath, stepping before the still-sitting Huang Zongchang, and said calmly. Because there is one thing I despise above all else. What is it? Being deceived. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Minghai felt a gust of wind rush towards him. By the time he regained his senses, a pitch-black long knife had already been drawn. Thud. Huang Zongchang fell backward. Eyes wide open, his throat now stained with crimson. A single strike, a throat-sealing blow. What a swift blade. Feng Minghai could not help but exclaim. With a swift motion, Feng Minghai unsheathed his long sword once more. Chapter 52. The Transformation of Wind with a Crisp Sound. Fang Buping sheathed his long sword and cast a casual glance at the long sword in Feng Minghai's hand. He spoke in a detached tone. The person I intended to kill is already dead. I have no interest in the Murong family and Apos' affairs. Allow me to leave, if you please. Feng Minghai executed a flourish with his sword. What do you think? Fang Buping stroked his chin, pointed at Feng Minghai, and mused. You actually wish to measure your prowess against Nie Yunfei, do you not? As the foremost disciple of the 4 great clans, you feel a sense of rivalry with him. Do you not? You think that I am on par with Nia Yunfei, hence you are indirectly seeking to compare yourself with him through me, correct? Enough of your nonsense. The martial arts competition is imminent. There will be ample opportunity for a direct confrontation with him, without needing to measure against a wandering swordsman like you. Fang Buping, expressionless, responded with a simple, "Oh," and then clasped his fists together. I wish you success in surpassing Nia Yunfei and bring glory to Chueyu Valley. Farewell. Where do you think you're going? With a swift motion, Feng Minghai lunged, aiming his sword directly at Fang Buping's neck. Be careful, young Master Fang. Morong Yin exclaimed in alarm. Fang Buping merely responded with a nonchalant, "Oh," without turning back. He tilted his head slightly, allowing the sword to graze past his cheek harmlessly. Though the strike appeared to have lost its vigor, Feng Minghai did not retract his sword. Instead, he forcefully brought it down, aiming for Fang Buping's shoulder. Not going to land. Fang Buping swiftly sidestepped, and the sword once again narrowly missed his chest. Yet, this seemingly aging technique was rejuvenated as Feng Minghai's sword suddenly thrust upward, targeting Fang Buping's jaw. Enough. Fang Buping arched his upper body backward to evade the thrust while simultaneously kicking toward Feng Minghai and Appo's chest. Thud. Feng Minghai blocked the kick with his left arm but was forced back several steps. He felt a tingling numbness spread from his left arm throughout his body. What a powerful kick, Feng Minghai thought, feigning calmness despite his inner astonishment. With a light sigh, Fang Buping remarked, "Let it be. Your swordsmanship is nowhere near as swift as Nia Yunfei and Appo's, nor does it possess his lethal edge." The title of and Appo's, wind-whispering swordsman and Appo's, he earned is for good reason. Rubbish. Feng Minghai, infuriated, charged forward with his sword, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Swish, swish, swish. Yet, in the face of Feng Minghai and Appo's fierce onslaught, Fang Buping remained unfazed. He kept his hands behind his back, retreating leisurely, sidestepping, bending, or lightly hopping as if taking a stroll in a garden, effortlessly evading the incoming attacks. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Qingshan's expression darkened. He could hardly believe that his prized disciple was being treated so lightly by Fang Buping, who showed no intention of drawing his sword. Though reluctant to admit it, he realized his disciple was no match for the famed and Appo's jade-faced demon blade, and Appo's, given Fang Buping and Appo's astonishing speed when he dispatched Huang Zongchang. Zhu Qingshan surmised that if Fang Buping were to take things seriously, Feng Minghai would likely meet his demise beneath his blade. However, Zhu Qingshan refrained from intervening. Fang Buping's reluctance to draw his sword indicated his desire to avoid bloodshed with Chueyu Valley. He merely sought to extricate himself from the situation. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Fang Buping suddenly drew his sword. The speed of his draw was still astonishing. Ah! Zhu Qingshan gasped in shock. Clang! Sparks flew. In a blur, a long sword spun through the air before embedding itself into the coffin with a resounding thud. Feng Minghai and Appo's sword slipped from his grasp. Yet, at that moment, Zhu Qingshan secretly sighed in relief. He was grateful that Fang Buping and Appo's lightning-fast strike had only disarmed Feng Minghai without piercing his throat. However, just as Zhu Qingshan prepared to call for Feng Minghai to withdraw, Feng Minghai, seemingly driven mad, lunged at Fang Buping, disregarding his fallen sword and attacking barehanded. Do not grow too complacent. I, Feng Minghai, the foremost disciple of Chueyu Valley, shall not be toyed with by a wandering swordsman like you. As he reached Fang Buping, Feng Minghai feigned a left-hand strike before channeling his energy into his right arm, aiming a punch at Fang Buping's chest. Thud. Feng Minghai was sent flying. Bang. He crashed heavily against the coffin, collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Fang Buping shook his left fist, letting out a light sigh. He had not drawn his sword, but had instead countered Feng Minghai's punch with his own. Now, Feng Minghai clutched his chest, stunned. As he spat out more blood, eyes wide with shock as he gazed at Fang Buping. Your internal strength has reached the late stage of earth-shaking realm? Fang Buping nodded. Indeed. And Nia Yunfei? Fang Buping nodded again. He should be at the same level. Feng Minghai closed his eyes, silence enveloping him for a moment, before he forced a bitter smile. Is that so? He has already reached the late stage of earth-shaking realm. I thought that reaching this stage would allow me to catch up to him. Yet, he has surpassed me. In terms of both internal power and swordsmanship, you are far inferior to Nia Yunfei. In other words, your talent pales in comparison. Feng Minghai's eyes shot open. Then who is stronger, you or him? Fang Buping smirked. You may inquire of him. Feng Minghai wiped the blood from his mouth. Struggling to rise, his face set in defiance. How did you achieve this? What? You are merely a wandering swordsman. Regardless of your innate talent, you have not learned the superior internal arts of any renowned sect. How could you possibly cultivate your energy to the late stage of earth-shaking realm at this age? Fang Buping shook his head. I prefer not to disclose. And your swordsmanship? Where did you learn that? Fang Buping raised an eyebrow. My swordsmanship? Have you witnessed my swordsmanship? If I recall correctly, you did not provide me the opportunity to showcase it, did you? Am I worthy of your display of swordsmanship? Jade-faced demon blade. Zhu Qingshan interjected suddenly. As he spoke, his long sword sliced through the air, thrusting forward. Clang. Fang Buping swiftly lifted his long blade. Yet, failed to deflect the incoming strike. In a moment of urgency, Fang Buping was forced to sidestep, but the sword still grazed his right arm, drawing blood that splattered against his chest. "Ah!" Fang Buping exclaimed, clutching his right arm as he retreated. His grip on his arm was not merely due to the wound, but because his right arm felt strangely numb. Even the muscles and bones in his arm ached from the impact. Fang Buping clenched his jaw, a rare expression of shock crossing his face. He had come to realize the opponent's internal energy surpassed his own. Transform, wind. Yes, transform wind. With that, Zhu Qingshan wielded his sword, unleashing a visible wave of sword energy that surged toward Fang Buping with incredible speed. Seeing sword energy for the first time, Fang Buping had no time for astonishment as he swiftly retreated several steps, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly. With his left hand pressing against the back of the blade, he channeled all his energy into his arms, gritting his teeth as he braced to counter the attack. With a thunderous clash, the oncoming sword energy collided with the blade. The fierce gust emanating from the blade nearly blinded those present in the morning hall. The obsidian blade trembled violently, emitting a series of resonant hums. As the wind subsided, all eyes turned toward Fang Buping. There he stood, unwavering in his defensive posture, the sword still firmly in his grasp. Stunned, Feng Minghai, who fully understood his master's prowess, could hardly believe his eyes. Indeed, the sword had not slipped from his grip. However, the tiger's mouth on both of Fang Buping's hands had cracked open from the shock, blood streaming down the blade. Zhu Qingshan twirled his sword with a mocking smile, remarking, "Not bad, you managed to withstand an attack from this old man. Yet, if you do not eliminate this soon, it is only a matter of time before you become a fiend." Although Zhu Qingshan acknowledged Fang Buping and Appo's resilience, the truth remained, he could not maintain his stance. After swaying unsteadily for a few moments, he collapsed to his knees with a thud. The sword slipped from his grasp with a clang. Gasping, Fang Buping expelled a mouthful of blood before collapsing completely. Was this the realm of wind transformation? Darkness enveloped him, and he fell silent.